Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. The best family traditions are often born from disaster. Ours started with a flat tire and a crying toddler, and it ended with something much, much worse. We called it the imposter game, a silly thing I made up that rainy night to distract them, where one of us would secretly sabotage the others in small, funny ways, like hiding a teddy bear or putting salt in the sugar bowl, and then we'd all have to guess who the imposter was. It was our thing, a stupid, wonderful ritual that turned long car rides and boring Sundays into little mysteries, and it worked because we all knew it was a lie. The trust was the foundation, and the sabotage was just the decoration. That's what I always thought, anyway. My name is Sarah, and this is where our story turns. This last trip was supposed to be the best one yet. A big adventure to Yellowstone before our oldest started applying to colleges. A final golden moment for the five of us. We packed up the SUV, me and my husband in the front, our 15-year-old son and 13-year-old daughter in the middle, and our little one, just 8, bouncing in the way back. The mood was perfect, all sunshine and dumb jokes and the open road. The game started almost immediately. I found my phone charger wrapped in about 6 feet of duct tape. My husband's favorite driving sunglasses were filled with crumpled sticky notes. We laughed and pointed fingers, and the kids grinned with that proud glee of having pulled one over on us. It felt normal, it felt right, like a familiar song playing on the radio. We stopped for lunch at this little roadside spot with giant plastic dinosaurs, and even that was fun, a piece of forgotten Americana that we had all to ourselves. The imposter struck again here, my son's fries mysteriously missing, replaced by a handful of raw coffee beans from my purse. He spat one out in dramatic horror, and we all howled, my daughter laughing so hard she snorted soda. I remember looking at them, at their faces lit up and happy, and thinking this is it. This is the good stuff you try to bottle and keep. The memory you pull out when things get hard. If I had known, I would have paid more attention. I would have studied that moment like a map. The drive into the park itself was breathtaking, all sweeping valleys and rivers cutting through stone, and we oohed and awed on schedule. But as we turned off the main road, onto the narrower Forest Service road that led to our booked campsite, the world began to change. The trees closed in, tall and dense, their shadows stretching long across the gravel. The cheerful chatter in the car dialed down a notch, replaced by the crunch of our tires and the low hum of the engine. Our sight was beautiful, sure, but it was also profoundly alone. We'd chosen it for the privacy, for the promise of a secret hot spring a short hike away that my husband had found on some obscure forum. As we piled out and started unpacking the tent and gear, the immensity of the wilderness around us really settled in. There were no other cars, no sounds of other families, just the wind in the high pines and the occasional call of a bird that sounded more like a question than a song. My son, always more observant than he let on, said, "It's really quiet out here." He didn't say it was bad, just a statement of fact, but it landed in the middle of our setup and just stayed there. My husband, ever the optimist, clapped him on the shoulder. "Good. No one will hear our terrible singing around the fire later." He said it with a smile, and we all chuckled, but the sound was thin and got swallowed up fast. I agreed with the joke, pushing my own little shiver of unease down deep. This was nature, I told myself. It's supposed to be peaceful. This is what we paid for. We got the tent up, a big sturdy dome that suddenly felt very small and very flimsy as it stood there in the clearing. The kids gathered firewood, while my husband and I started organizing the food coolers. The light was starting to go, that deep golden hour that turns everything soft and magical. My little one came running over, her arms full of twigs, her face serious. "The trees are watching us," she announced. We all laughed, a burst of sound that was a little too loud, a little too quick. "It's just the shadows, sweetie," I said, ruffling her hair. "When the sun moves, it looks like things are moving." She nodded, not convinced, and trotted back to her pile. I should have listened to her. Kids feel things, they sense shifts in the world that adults have learned to explain away. But I wrote it off as an active imagination in a new place. The decision that really set everything in motion was my husband's. As we finished eating our hot dogs, the sky shifting from orange to deep purple, he stretched and said, "What do you say we hike to that hot spring? Shake off the drive. It's supposed to be incredible under the stars." I looked at the darkening tree line. It's getting late. The path might be tricky in the dark. It's a clear night, he argued, pointing at the first pinpricks of stars overhead. We've got 3 good headlamps. It'll be an adventure. Come on, team. The kids, of course, were instantly on his side. The promise of a natural hot tub won over any nervousness. So we went. We left the warm circle of our fledgling fire and walked into the woods with beams of light cutting shaky paths ahead of us. The trail was fainter than we'd hoped, marked by occasional stacks of stones that were easy to miss. The forest at night was a different creature altogether. It wasn't just dark, it was a presence. Our headlamps illuminated only small, frantic circles of ferns and bark, making everything beyond the light feel even more immense and unknown. We held hands, a chain of 5 bobbing lights, making dumb jokes to fill the space. If the imposter sabotages us now, my son said, I'm voting for Mom. Hey, I said, and we all laughed, a tight, nervous sound. We found the spring after about 20 minutes of careful walking. It was nestled in a rocky alcove, steam rising off the water's surface to mix with the cold night air, creating wraiths that danced in our light beams. It was as promised magical. We stripped down to our swimsuits, the air chilly on our skin, and slipped into the perfect, chest-deep heat. The tension from the hike melted away. We floated on our backs, looking up at a sky so packed with stars it looked fake. This was it, the perfect moment. I closed my eyes, letting the mineral-rich water soothe my muscles, listening to the soft splashes and the low whispers of my family. I felt a deep, solid happiness. This was why we did it. This was the core memory in the making. Then I opened my eyes. My husband was across from me, his head tilted back, looking at the sky. But as I watched, his gaze slowly drifted down, past me, to the tree line at the edge of the rocky basin. His expression changed. It wasn't fear at first. It was nothing. A complete and utter blankness, as if someone had flipped a switch inside him and turned all the lights off. The easy smile from seconds before was just gone, replaced by a flat, empty mask. Honey, I said softly, the water suddenly feeling not so warm. He didn't blink. He didn't seem to hear me. He was staring intently into the blackness between the trees. Dad, my daughter said, picking up on the change in my voice. That did it. He blinked slowly and looked at me. The smile came back, but it was wrong. It was too wide, and it didn't touch his eyes, which still had that strange, distant look. Just thought I saw an owl, he said, his voice perfectly normal. Big one. He nodded toward the trees. Probably just a shadow. We all looked, our 4 headlamp beams crisscrossing the foliage, illuminating nothing but branches and leaves. The moment passed. The kids started talking again, my son making an owl sound that echoed weirdly in the small space. We got out soon after, the chill biting hard, and toweled off quickly. The walk back felt longer. No one was holding hands anymore. We walked in a tight cluster, our lights pointed at the ground. No one spoke. The forest felt closer, the sounds of our footsteps too loud. Every rustle in the underbrush made us jump. We were a group of silent, watchful birds, just waiting for the storm. When we finally saw the orange glow of our campfire through the trees, a collective sigh of relief went through us. We were back. We were safe. It was just a weird moment, a trick of the light and the steam. We busied ourselves with getting ready for bed, the familiar routines calming our nerves. My little daughter, though, was quiet. She didn't want her usual bedtime story. She just climbed into her sleeping bag in the big tent and looked at the nylon ceiling, her eyes wide open. I kissed her forehead. Everything's okay, I whispered. She didn't answer. My son was rustling through his backpack, a focused frown on his face. What's up? I asked. My knife, he said, his voice tense. My good multi-tool knife. I had it in the side pocket. It's gone. We all helped look, turning his pack inside out, checking around his sleeping area. Nothing. His face grew red, a flush of real anger rising up his neck. He wasn't a kid who got angry often. He whirled on me, his eyes sharp. Did you take it? For the game? Because that's not funny, Mom. That's my stuff. His accusation hit me like a slap. No, sweetheart, I didn't touch it, I said, holding my hands up. I promise. Well, someone did, he snapped, his voice cracking. The anger was raw, way too big for a missing knife, even a prized one. It felt alien coming from him. I looked into his furious eyes and a cold, ridiculous thought slithered into my mind. This isn't my boy. This is what someone pretending to be my boy thinks anger looks like. I shook the thought away instantly. He was tired, stressed from the strange hike. That was all. To break the awful tension, my husband clapped his hands together, forcing a hearty tone. All right, enough mystery for one night. Let's hit the hay. We'll find the knife in the morning. It's got to be here. We all settled into our sleeping bags, the 5 of us lined up in the dim glow of a battery-powered lantern. The air in the tent was still and warm, smelling of nylon and dirt and us. But the good feeling from earlier was gone, replaced by a brittle unease. My little girl still hadn't spoken. My son was fuming, turned away from us. My husband was just lying there, staring at the tent ceiling with that same blank look from the spring. I had to fix this. I had to bring us back. So I said it, the familiar phrase, trying to inject some of our old playful spirit into my voice. Okay, crew. Last order of business. Who is the imposter today? It was our traditional bedtime ritual on trips. We'd all vote, laugh, and then go to sleep. For a second, no one moved. Then my daughter, the youngest, slowly raised her hand and pointed a small finger at her brother. He grunted. My son, without turning, pointed a thumb back at her. My husband pointed at me. I pointed at my husband, managing a weak smile. Ty, I said. Then, from right outside the tent flap, maybe a foot away from where our heads lay, a 6th voice spoke. It was low, a little gravelly, but clear as day. It said, I vote for the mother. The sound froze the blood in my veins. It was not the voice of any of us. For a full 3 seconds, nobody breathed. We were statues in our sleeping bags. My husband moved first. In one fluid, terrifyingly quiet motion, he reached over and clicked off the lantern, plunging us into utter blackness. He then leaned close, his breath hot on my ear, and whispered a command that held no room for argument. Everyone, don't move. Don't make a sound. And in that absolute dark, pressed against the cold ground, we listened as something outside, something that had been playing a game with us all along, took a slow, deliberate step in the gravel right beside our tent. The dark inside the tent was a solid thing, a weight pressing down on my chest so hard I could barely pull in a breath. No one moved. I could feel my youngest daughter's small body pressed against my side, rigid and trembling. My husband's hand found mine in the blackness, and his grip was like iron, not comforting, but a signal, a wordless command to stay absolutely still. Outside, the world had gone perfectly still too. The normal night sounds, the little clicks and rustles of the forest, had vanished. It was as if the whole woods was holding its breath along with us. The only sound was the frantic drumming of my own heart in my ears. Then a shuffle, a soft, deliberate crunch of gravel, right near the tent door. It was the sound of someone shifting their weight, someone standing just inches away on the other side of the thin nylon wall. My son let out a tiny, choked gasp, and I heard his sleeping bag rustle as he jerked. My husband's hand squeezed mine, a sharp warning. We waited. A minute passed, maybe 2, each second stretching out into an agony of listening. I strained my ears until they ached, trying to hear breathing, a whisper, anything. There was nothing but that awful, complete absence of sound from outside. I started to think maybe we had imagined it. Maybe it was the wind, a weird animal noise, a shared trick of our tired brains. Then the voice came again. It was closer this time, right up against the fabric near my head, a low, conversational tone that was horribly calm. The fire's going to go out, it said. It wasn't my husband's voice or my son's. It was something else, but it spoke with a casual familiarity that made my skin crawl. It was commenting on our campfire, stating a simple fact, as if it was one of us. My husband moved then, sudden and swift. He let go of my hand, and I heard the quick, frantic zip of his sleeping bag. In the pitch black, I could just make out his shape as he crawled on hands and knees over our legs toward the tent door. What are you doing? I hissed, panic clawing up my throat. He didn't answer. He stopped at the door, his hand on the zipper pull. He didn't open it. He just sat there, his head bowed, listening. We all listened. Another shuffle, this time a slow drag of a foot, moving away from the tent, back toward the direction of our fire pit. The footsteps were unhurried, casual. We heard the crisp sound of a foot stepping on a dry pine branch, snapping it. Then nothing more. The ordinary night slowly seeped back in. A distant owl called. The wind sighed in the treetops far above. The immediate, pressing threat seemed to have stepped back. My husband stayed at the door for a long time, his silhouette a tense statue against the slightly less dark nylon. Finally, he turned and crawled back to his spot. He didn't lie down. He sat up, his back against his pack. We're leaving, he whispered, his voice rough. First light. We grab what we can, and we go straight to the car. No one argued. My son, his anger from before completely forgotten in the face of this new terror, just nodded rapidly, his eyes wide pools in the gloom. My youngest daughter still hadn't made a sound. She just stared straight up, her fingers clutching the edge of her sleeping bag like it was a life preserver. I reached for her to pull her close, but she flinched away from my touch, a tiny, frightened movement that hurt more than I could say. The rest of the night was a long, cold vigil. None of us slept. We sat in our dark cocoon, each of us trapped in our own private storm of fear, jumping at every little creak of a tree or scuttle in the underbrush that slowly, tentatively, returned to the forest. The familiar game we loved had been twisted into something monstrous. The imposter was no longer one of us. It was out there, and it knew our rules. When the first gray light began to filter through the tent fabric, turning the blackness to a dim, smoky gray, it felt like a pardon. My husband moved immediately. "Okay, coats, shoes. Now, leave everything else." His voice was all business, a forced calm that was somehow scarier than panic. We scrambled, pulling on jackets and fumbling with laces in the cramped, low light. The normal sounds of morning, the zipping and shuffling, felt dangerously loud. My daughter still hadn't spoken. She put her coat on when I handed it to her, but she moved like a sleepwalker, her eyes distant and glazed. I knelt in front of her to tie her shoes. "Sweetie, it's okay," I whispered, trying to catch her gaze. "We're going to the car now. We're going home." She looked at me then, but not at my eyes. She looked at my mouth, as if watching the words come out. Then she slowly raised her hand and pointed a single finger, not at me but past me at the tent wall. She pointed at her own throat with her other hand and made a small, cutting motion. Then she pointed back at the wall. The message was clear, and it chilled me to the bone. Something out there had stolen her voice. My husband was at the door, his hand on the zipper. He took a deep breath, his jaw tight. "On three, we run straight for the SUV. Don't look back. 1, 2. He yanked the zipper down. The sound was obscenely loud, a plastic shriek in the quiet dawn. Cool, damp air flooded in. He shoved the flap aside and burst out. "Go, go, go!" My son went next. Then I pushed my daughters out ahead of me and scrambled after them. The world outside was wrapped in a thick, freezing fog that clung to the ground, hiding everything beyond 20 feet. Our breath plumed white in the air. The campfire was a circle of dead, wet ash. We ran, a stumbling, frantic pack, toward the gravel road where our car waited maybe 100 yards away. The fog swallowed the sounds of our footsteps, making it seem like we were running in a dream. I had my youngest daughter's hand in a death grip, pulling her along. Halfway to the car, my son skidded to a halt. "My knife," he blurted, patting his pockets. "I forgot it, I need it." "Leave it," my husband barked, not stopping. But my son turned and sprinted back toward the tent. "Jake, no!" I screamed, the name tearing out of me in a blast of pure fear. He didn't listen. He vanished into the fog, heading back to the campsite. My husband cursed, torn between getting the rest of us to the car and chasing our son. "Get them in the car and get it started," he yelled at me, and then he too turned and disappeared into the gray mist after our boy. I stood there for a second, my two daughters clinging to me, the three of us alone in the middle of the empty, fog-shrouded road. The world was utterly still, too still. I couldn't hear my husband or my son. I couldn't hear anything but the blood pounding in my head. "Come on," I whispered, my voice shaking. I pulled the girls toward the SUV, my eyes straining to see through the fog ahead. We reached it. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb with cold and fear, finally unlocking it and shoving the girls into the back seat. "Stay down," I told them, and I climbed into the driver's seat, jamming the key into the ignition. The engine turned over with a roar that was shockingly loud in the quiet. I flipped on the headlights, but they just reflected off the wall of fog, creating a glowing white barrier that blinded me. I leaned on the horn, 2 long, desperate blasts. The sound was eaten by the fog. Where were they? Every second felt like an hour. I was about to get out and run back myself when 2 shapes materialized out of the mist, running hard. It was my husband and my son. My son had his backpack, clutched to his chest. They threw themselves into the car, my husband in the passenger seat, my son in the back with his sisters. "Go, go, just drive," my husband gasped. I didn't need telling twice. I threw the car into reverse, spun it around in a spray of gravel, and stomped on the accelerator, speeding down the narrow forest road away from our campsite, away from the tent and the dead fire and the thing that had spoken in the night. For the first 5 minutes, no one spoke. We just listened to the sound of the tires on gravel and the heater fan blowing. The tension in the car was a live wire. Then my son, from the back seat, let out a shaky, weird little laugh. "I got it," he said, unzipping his backpack. He pulled out his multi-tool knife, the one that had started the whole mess the night before. He held it up. It was in the bottom of my bag, under my stuff the whole time. I didn't feel for it right. He wasn't looking at us. He was staring at the knife in his hand, turning it over and over. My husband let out a long, slow breath, rubbing his face. Okay, good. It was a mistake. A weird night. We're all tired." He was trying to put it back in the box, to explain it all away. The voice? An animal. The fear? Overactive imaginations. The fog and the strange quiet of the woods? Just weather. I wanted so badly to believe him. I gripped the steering wheel and focused on the road appearing out of the fog. My daughter in the back, the younger one, finally spoke. Her voice was a dry, papery scratch, barely audible over the road noise. "It's in the car," she whispered. My husband turned around in his seat. "What, honey? What did you say?" She looked at him, her eyes clear and terribly serious. "It's in the car." She didn't say anything else. She just leaned her head against the window and closed her eyes. We drove on, the mood sinking from scared relief into a new, deeper kind of dread. No one knew what to say to that. My husband tried to lighten things up, his voice too loud, too cheerful. "Okay, team. We're safe. We're on the road. Who's the imposter back there? Had to be someone playing a prank, right? Another camper maybe, trying to scare us?" He said it like he was trying to restart our old game, to make the world make sense again. He looked in the rearview mirror, expecting a joke, an answer. My son, who was still looking at his knife, didn't smile. He slowly lifted his head and met his father's eyes in the mirror. His expression was flat, unreadable. "The game's not over, Dad," he said softly. The words hung in the air, freezing us all in place. That's when I felt it. A draft. A cold trickle of air on the back of my neck, coming from behind me. The car windows were all shut tight. The heater was on. There was no reason for a draft. I glanced quickly at the dashboard vents, but they were pointed away. I adjusted the rearview mirror to look into the back seat. My son was staring straight ahead now, his face blank. My older daughter was looking out the window, chewing her thumbnail. My younger daughter appeared to be asleep. And there, on the floor behind my seat, partly hidden under my son's backpack, I saw it. A single muddy pine needle. Fresh, green, damp with fog. It hadn't been there yesterday. We hadn't walked in any mud. My eyes snapped back to the road, my heart hammering a new, frantic rhythm. The fog was finally starting to thin, and up ahead I could see the turnoff that would take us to the park's main road, to rangers, to other people, to safety. We just had to get there. We just had to stay together. But as I drove, the cold spot on my neck persisted, a tiny, insistent whisper against my skin, a reminder that some doors, once opened, cannot be closed, and some games, once joined, must be played to the end. The cold spot on my neck was a tiny, accusing finger, a constant reminder of the pine needle on the floor and my daughter's whispered words. I drove with a stiff back, trying not to let my panic show in my grip on the wheel. The fog was lifting, burned away by a weak morning sun that did nothing to warm the chill inside the car. My husband was staring straight ahead, his profile sharp and tense. He was trying so hard to be the rock, to act normal, but I saw the way his knee jiggled, a frantic little bounce that betrayed the terror underneath. The kids in the back were a gallery of quiet distress. My son hadn't put the knife away. He held it in his lap, his thumb rubbing back and forth over the cool metal. My older daughter had her earbuds in, but I could see the screen of her phone was dark. She wasn't listening to music, she was just hiding behind the wires. My youngest was still pretending to sleep, but her breathing was too quick and shallow for real sleep. We were a collection of strangers, bound together by fear and a shared, horrible secret. The main park road felt like a return to civilization. We saw other cars, a few RVs, a park shuttle bus, normal people with normal faces, heading to see Old Faithful or the canyon. The sight should have been a comfort. Instead, it felt like we were moving through a different world, one we no longer belonged to. We were contaminated. We carried the shadow of those woods with us, right here in this car. I needed to break the spell. I cleared my throat, my voice sounding too bright and fake. "Everyone okay? We'll find a ranger station soon, get some hot chocolate, figure this out." My husband nodded, a short, sharp movement. "Good plan. Just a weird night. That's all." From the back, my son spoke, his eyes still on his knife. "It wasn't a prank," he said, not looking up. That voice. It knew the game. It said, "I vote for the mother." It knew. He finally lifted his head and looked at me in the rearview mirror. His eyes were dark, searching. How would something out in the woods know about our game, Mom? The question hung there, ugly and unanswerable. I had no explanation. The logic of it was a trapdoor opening under my feet. My younger daughter stirred then, sitting up slowly. She blinked, looking out the window at the passing trees. Then, without turning, she spoke in that same scratchy whisper. "It learns by listening." We all looked at her. She reached into the pocket of her coat and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper, a page from the notebook she'd been doodling in the day before. She didn't hand it to anyone. She just unfolded it on her knee. From the driver's seat, I couldn't see what it was. "What is it, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice gentle. She didn't answer. My older daughter leaned over, peered at the drawing, and went pale. "Mom," she said, her voice tight, "you need to see this." "Pull over," my husband said quietly. I didn't want to stop. Stopping felt like surrendering. But I needed to see. I signaled and guided the car onto a wide, scenic pull-off overlooking a vast, rolling valley. We were completely alone. I put the car in park, but left the engine running. My husband took the paper from my younger daughter's hand. He stared at it, his face hardening into a mask. Then he passed it to me. It was a drawing, done in her careful, 8-year-old hand. It showed 5 stick figures in a boxy car. One figure, the driver, had long hair for me. Another, in the passenger seat, was bigger for my husband. 3 smaller ones in the back. But outside the car, standing on the roof, was a 6th figure. It was drawn differently, with blurry, scribbled lines like it was made of smoke or static. It had one long, spindly arm reaching down, right through the roof of the car, its hand resting on the shoulder of the stick figure that represented my son. Arrows, drawn in red crayon she must have had in her pocket, pointed from the blurry figure to my son, and another arrow pointed from my son to my husband. My blood turned to ice. "What is this, honey?" I asked, twisting in my seat to look at her. "What does it mean?" She looked at me, her eyes ancient and sad. "It touched Dad at the tent," she whispered. "When he grabbed your hand. It learned him. Then it learned Jake from being close. It's a chain." She pointed at the drawing. "It's in the car because it's in them now. A little bit, like a radio signal." My son recoiled as if she'd slapped him. "That's crazy." Nothing touched me. But his protest was too loud, too frantic. He looked down at the knife in his hand as if he'd never seen it before, his face twisting in confusion. My husband rubbed his own hand, the one that had grabbed mine in the dark tent. He stared at his palm, then closed it into a fist. "This is insane," he muttered, but it lacked conviction. It was the sound of a man trying to hold on to a reality that was crumbling away. A sudden, sharp knock on the driver's side window made us all scream. I jumped so hard I hit my head on the window frame. Standing right outside my door was a park ranger, a woman in the iconic gray and green uniform and a wide-brimmed hat. She had a friendly, concerned smile on her face. My heart, which had been trying to claw its way out of my throat, settled into a painful, hammering rhythm. Help. Authority. Safety. I rolled down the window, the cool mountain air flooding in. "Everything all right in here, folks?" the ranger asked, her eyes scanning our faces, taking in our obvious terror. "You all look like you've seen a ghost." My husband found his voice first, slipping into his professional, everything's under control tone. "Just a long night, Ranger. Kids didn't sleep well. Thought we heard a bear near our campsite, spooked us. We're just regrouping." The ranger's smile didn't waver, but her eyes were sharp, intelligent. "A bear, huh? Which campsite were you at?" My husband told her the number. She nodded slowly. "That's a remote one. Beautiful spot. Not many bear reports from that basin, though. Mostly just smaller critters." Her gaze drifted past him, into the back seat. It lingered on my children, on my son's white-knuckled grip on his knife, on my younger daughter's tear-streaked face. "You know," she said, her tone shifting to something more conversational, almost confidential. "A lot of folks get a little turned around out here. The woods, the altitude, the isolation. It can play tricks on the mind. Make you hear things that aren't there. See things." She was giving us an out. A rational, official out. I wanted to take it. I wanted to believe her more than I had ever wanted anything. "It was probably just the wind," I said, the words tasting like ash. "We're all a bit jumpy." The ranger nodded sympathetically. "Happens to the best of us." Then she looked directly at my youngest daughter. "You doing okay back there, sweetheart? You look like you have something on your mind." My daughter stared at the ranger, her lower lip trembling. Then she did something that sent a fresh jolt of terror through me. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at the ranger. Not in accusation, but in recognition. And she mouthed a single word. Same. The ranger's friendly smile stayed perfectly, impossibly in place. She didn't acknowledge my daughter at all. She just turned her head back to me and my husband. Well, I'll let you folks get on your way. Drive safe. And remember, she said, her eyes locking with mine, if you're playing games out here, it's best to know all the players. The forest has its own rules. She tapped the roof of our car twice with her knuckles, tap, tap, gave us a final, broad smile, and walked back to her idling Ranger SUV parked a little way down the pull-off. We watched her go, none of us speaking. The tap, tap echoed in my head. It was the same rhythm as the footsteps outside our tent. My husband was the first to move. Go. Now. I didn't need urging. I put the car in drive and pulled back onto the road, watching the Ranger's vehicle shrink in my rearview mirror. She didn't follow. She just sat there. She wasn't right, my older daughter said from the back, her voice small. Her eyes didn't blink right. It was like she forgot to do it. My son finally put his knife away, zipping it into his backpack with a decisive sound. We can't talk to anyone else, he said, his voice low and serious. We can't go to a ranger station. What if they're all like that? The idea was too big, too horrifying to consider. But the ranger's knowing words, her fixed smile, the tapping, it all pointed to a nightmare where the thing in the woods wasn't just an animal, and it wasn't alone. We were driving without a destination, exiles in a place that was supposed to be a sanctuary. The postcard-perfect scenery now looked like a painted backdrop, a pretty lie hiding something rotten underneath. My younger daughter started humming. It was a tuneless, discordant series of notes, a sound that grated on my nerves. Honey, please don't hum, I said, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. She stopped immediately and looked at me, confused. I'm not humming, Mommy. But the sound didn't stop. It continued, a faint, buzzing vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, from the very air inside the car. It was the sound of a broken speaker, a corrupted file trying to play. My husband heard it too. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a new kind of fear. Do you hear that? I could only nod. We drove in that awful, buzzing quiet for another 20 minutes, the sound a constant, maddening companion. Then my son suddenly clutched his head, his fingers digging into his temples. Make it stop, he groaned. The noise, it's so loud in my head. It's trying to talk. It's trying to use my words. He began to shake, his whole body convulsing in his seatbelt. My older daughter screamed. I looked for a place to pull over, but we were on a narrow, winding road with a steep drop-off on one side. My husband unbuckled and turned, trying to reach back to calm him. Jake, look at me, breathed son. But my son wasn't my son in that moment. His eyes rolled back, and when they focused again, they were empty and flat. He looked at his father, and with a voice that was both his and not his, a voice layered with that same static buzz, he said, The game requires a winner. The imposter must be found, or the game never ends. Then he slumped forward, held by his seatbelt, unconscious. The humming stopped. The sudden quiet was a shock. The only sounds were the engine and my older daughter's soft crying. My younger daughter reached out and put a hand on her brother's arm. She didn't look scared anymore. She looked resigned. It's okay, she whispered to him, though he couldn't hear. It just wanted to talk. It's lonely. I found a turnout and stopped the car. We were at a high elevation, looking out over a sea of endless, green wilderness. It was beautiful, and it was a prison. We were 5 people in a metal box, carrying a sickness we didn't understand, with no idea who to trust or where to go that was beyond the reach of the thing that was playing with us. My husband checked our son's pulse, his face grim. He's out cold, but he's breathing steady. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw true, unfiltered despair in his eyes. The strong, capable man I knew was gone, replaced by a lost and frightened stranger. What do we do? He asked me. It was the question I'd been dreading. I had no answers. All I had was a car, a map of a park that suddenly felt alien and hostile, and a family that was coming apart at the seams. I looked at the vast, unbroken forest stretching to the horizon in every direction, and I knew with a cold, certain clarity that getting to the park exit wouldn't matter. The game was in motion, and as my son had said, it wasn't over. The only question left was what move we could possibly make next, when every path forward seemed to lead us deeper into the woods. We sat in the car on the edge of that mountain road for what felt like forever, but the clock on the dashboard told me it was only about 10 minutes. The shock of what had happened to my son, the awful things he'd said in that wrong voice, hung in the air like a bad smell nobody wanted to mention first. He was slumped over, still out cold, his breathing steady but shallow. My husband kept a hand on his shoulder, as if to make sure he was still real, still solid. My older daughter had stopped crying, but she was curled into a tight ball, staring at her brother with wide, wet eyes. Only my youngest seemed calm, watching the trees sway in the wind beyond the guardrail. I knew we couldn't stay here. We were sitting ducks, but the question of where to go was a black hole sucking at my thoughts. The rangers were suspect. The main roads felt exposed. The woods were the source of it all. We were trapped in a nightmare with no exit signs. My husband finally broke the awful quiet. "We need to get him to a doctor," he said, his voice hoarse. He was looking at our son, but I knew he meant we all needed help, the kind that went beyond a scraped knee. "There's a clinic at the lake village. It's the closest real medical." The idea of going toward more people, toward an official building, made my skin prickle with warning. That ranger's fixed smile flashed in my mind. But what was the alternative? My son needed help. I nodded slowly. "Okay, Lake Village. But we stay together. All of us. No one steps out of sight." I started the car, the engines rumble a familiar sound in a world that had stopped making sense. As we pulled back onto the road, heading deeper into the park toward the lake, my son began to stir. He moaned a low, pained sound and lifted his head. He blinked, looking around the car with confusion, like he'd just woken from a deep sleep. What happened?" he asked, rubbing his temples. "My head is killing me." He sounded like himself again. The flat, buzzing tone was gone. The relief that washed through me was so intense it made me dizzy. "You fainted, kiddo," my husband said, his voice thick with an emotion he was trying to choke back. "You gave us a scare." My son looked down at his hands, turning them over as if checking they were his. I remember a noise, really bad noise in my head. And then, I was saying things, but it wasn't me talking. He looked at me in the rearview mirror, his eyes scared and young. "Mom, I didn't mean those things." "We know, sweetheart," I said, and I meant it. The thing that had spoken through him was not my boy, but the fact that it could use him like a puppet, that it could reach into our car and into his mind, was a terror so complete I could barely hold it in my head. We drove in a fragile, hopeful quiet for a while. The landscape opened up, revealing the huge, sparkling blue of Yellowstone Lake in the distance. The sight of so much open water, under a brightening sky, felt like a cleansing. Maybe we had left the worst behind. Maybe the thing was tied to those specific, deep woods. My younger daughter, who had been so calm, suddenly sat up straight. She leaned forward between the front seats, her small face serious. "It's getting stronger because we're scared," she announced, as if reporting the weather. "It eats the scared. That's how it learns what to say." Her matter-of-fact tone was more unsettling than any scream. "What do you mean, honey?" I asked, keeping my eyes on the road. "The more we are scared of each other, the more it can sound like us. It's like copying a picture that's moving. If we stop moving, it can't get it right." She was describing our paranoia, the sideways glances, the doubt festering between us. She was saying the imposter game we were now playing in earnest was its fuel. My husband let out a short, humorless laugh. "So we just stopped being afraid? That's the trick." My daughter shrugged and sat back. "Or we have to be so sure about each other that it can't find a crack." "No cracks." It was a child's wisdom, terrifying in its simplicity. Trust was the armor, but the poison was already in the system. Could we ever be sure again? We reached the Lake Village Junction, a bustling hub of activity compared to the remote roads we'd been on. Cars filled the parking lots near the lodge and the general store. People in bright jackets walked along the paths. Normal life. It was a magnet pulling us towards safety. I found a parking spot not far from the small medical clinic, a modest wooden building with a red cross on the door. We all sat for a moment, looking at it. "Okay," my husband said, taking charge. "I'll take him in. You stay here with the girls. Keep the doors locked. If anything feels off, you honk the horn and drive. Don't wait for me." The plan made sense, but it went against every cell in my body that screamed for us to stay together. Splitting up felt like a mistake, a classic horror movie error. But my son did look pale, and he was still rubbing his head. He needed to be checked. "Be quick," I said, my hand on his arm. "Please." He nodded, gave me a look that was meant to be reassuring, but just looked tired, and got out. My son climbed out too, moving a bit slowly. They walked across the asphalt toward the clinic door, two figures moving away from our little island of safety. I locked the doors with a sharp click. The sound was final. Now it was just me and my girls. The three of us sat, watching the clinic door. Minutes ticked by. Families came and went from the store, laughing, carrying bags of souvenirs and ice cream. A man in a bison t-shirt took a picture of his wife by a sign. Everything was so normal it hurt to look at. My older daughter broke the quiet. "Mom," she said, her voice very small. "What if Dad and Jake come back, but it's not really them?" I'd been trying not to think that exact thought. "We'll know," I said, with a confidence I didn't feel. "We'll just know." "How?" she pressed, her logic relentless. The thing that talked through Jake sounded like him. It knew our game. "How will we know?" I didn't have an answer. I just watched the door. After about 15 minutes, it opened. My husband and son stepped out. They stood on the porch for a second, looking around the parking lot. Then they started walking toward us. I studied them. Their walk looked right. My husband had his hand on our son's back, a protective gesture. My son was walking steadily, no wobble. They looked okay. They looked like themselves. Relief began to thaw the ice in my chest. They were about halfway to the car when my younger daughter, who had been watching them with an unblinking stare, suddenly spoke. "Ask him about the fish," she said. "What?" I asked, confused. "The fish. From the story. Ask Dad about the fish he never caught." It was a memory from years ago, a family joke. On a fishing trip when my son was maybe 5, my husband had told a tall tale about a gigantic, mythical trout that got away. He'd embellished the story for years, adding ridiculous details. It was a piece of our private, silly history. A test. As they reached the car, I rolled down my window just a crack. My husband smiled at me, a normal, tired smile. "He's fine. Doctor says it was likely a complex migraine, brought on by stress and altitude. Gave him some water and said to rest. We're good to go." It was all so perfectly reasonable. I looked past him at my son, who gave me a weak thumbs up. "That's great," I said, my heart pounding. Then, trying to sound casual, I added, "Hey, remember that story about the giant fish? The one that got away? What was its name again? The kids were asking about it." My husband's smile stayed in place. He blinked. For a fraction of a second, his eyes seemed to lose focus, like a computer screen buffering. "Oh, that old thing," he said, his laugh a beat too late. "I don't even remember. Just a silly story." He didn't remember. The man who could recount every detail of that fictional fish, who had named it Old Whiskers, and given it a backstory involving a pirate's lost treasure, did not remember. A cold wave washed over me, so intense I thought I might be sick. The person standing outside my car window looked like my husband, sounded like him, but he was missing a piece of his soul, a piece only our family would know was gone. "Right," I managed to say, my voice tight. "Silly story. Get in." I hit the unlock button. They climbed in, my husband in the passenger seat, my son in back. The car felt smaller, the air closer. My husband buckled his seatbelt. "Let's get out of the park. We'll find a hotel in West Yellowstone, get a proper night's sleep in real beds, and put this all behind us." He said it with finality, like he was closing a book. I put the car in drive and pulled out of the lot. I drove toward the park's west exit, following the signs. My mind was racing, a frantic animal in a cage. The man next to me was not my husband. Not completely. Something was missing, something had been overwritten. Was my son next to him the real one? Or was he a copy too? I glanced in the rear view. My son had his eyes closed, leaning against the window. My older daughter was staring at her father's headrest, her expression unreadable. My younger daughter met my eyes in the mirror. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. No. We were on the road now, the lake to our left, the exit getting closer with every mile. The practical part of my brain argued with the terrified part. Maybe he just forgot. It was a stupid story from years ago. People forget things under stress. You're being paranoid. This is what the thing wants. But the look in his eyes when I asked, that blank, buffering moment, that was not forgetfulness. That was a gap, a hole in the recording. I had to be sure. I needed another test, one he wouldn't see coming. As we passed the turnoff for a geyser basin, I spoke, keeping my tone light. "Hey, do you think we should have told the doctor about the voice? The one at the campsite?" My husband turned to look at me, his face carefully neutral. "What would we have said, hon? That a tree talked to us? They'd think we were crazy. It's better we just drop it." He reached over and patted my knee. His hand was warm, but the gesture felt rehearsed, like he'd seen it in a movie about comforting someone. My real husband would have said, "Are you kidding? They'd lock us all up and throw away the key." He would have made a joke to defuse the terror. He didn't joke. The copy didn't know how to joke. It only knew how to mimic the surface actions. We were approaching the final stretch before the exit gate. A line of cars was queued up to pay or show their passes. We were going to leave Yellowstone. We were going to drive into a town, check into a hotel, and try to pretend everything was normal, with a thing that was wearing my husband sitting beside me, and possibly my son in the back. I couldn't do it. I couldn't drive this contamination out into the wider world. I had to know. As we crept forward in line, I made a decision. It was reckless, maybe stupid, but I was out of options. I turned to him, putting on my best worried wife face. "Honey, I just realized. I left my journal back at the campsite, in the tent. It has everything in it. All our addresses, phone numbers. I can't believe I forgot it." It was a lie. My journal was in my suitcase in the back. He looked at me, and for a second, I saw a flicker in his eyes, not concern, but calculation. "It's fine," he said. "It's just a book. We're not going back." "But if someone finds it," I insisted, letting my voice tremble. "It's private. It's got the kids' social security numbers in the back. For emergencies. We have to go back." I held my breath. The real him, the protector, the man who was paranoid about identity theft, would have hesitated, cursed, but he would have turned the car around. He would have hated it, but he would have done it to keep us safe. The copy just stared at me. It was weighing my distress against its programming, which seemed to be to get us out of the park. Its smile was gentle, but its eyes were empty. "No," it said firmly, softly. "It's not safe to go back. We keep moving forward. The past is behind us." And in that moment, I knew with absolute, chilling certainty. The man giving me a calm, reasonable argument was not my husband. My husband would have fought to protect our future, even if it meant facing the past. This thing just wanted to keep us moving, to get us to the next stage of its game. We were 3 cars from the exit booth. Freedom was 100 feet away. I looked at the booth, at the uniformed ranger inside, and I thought of the woman with the unblinking eyes. Were they all like that here? Was the whole park part of it? I looked at my daughters in the back, their faces pale and waiting. I looked at my son, who seemed to be sleeping. I looked at the thing wearing my husband's skin, and I knew we couldn't leave. Not like this. If we drove through that gate, we would be taking the infection with us, and we would never be able to cure it. We would be living a lie, forever looking at each other and wondering what was real. The car in front of us moved through the gate. It was our turn. The ranger in the booth waved us forward. The thing that looked like my husband reached for our park pass on the dashboard. As he leaned forward, his seatbelt pulled tight, and there, on the side of his neck, just below his ear, partly hidden by his collar, I saw it. A small, dark mark. It wasn't a bruise or a birthmark. It was a perfect, tiny spiral, like a fossilized seashell, etched into his skin. It looked old, and it looked wrong. My real husband did not have that mark. I had never seen it before in my life. My breath caught. He felt my stare and turned, his hand pausing with the pass in it. Our eyes met. He saw that I had seen it. His pleasant, neutral expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. A door closed. The performance was over. He knew that I knew. The ranger was leaning out of the booth, impatient. "Folks, you going through?" The thing that was not my husband held my gaze for 1 second longer. Then it smiled a warm, loving, horrible smile and said to me, in a voice only I could hear, "Drive, dear. Take us home." It was a command, and in that moment, I had to choose. Do I drive through the gate, into an unknown world with this impossible secret sitting beside me? Or do I do something else, something that might trap us here forever? I looked at the spiral on his neck, and I made my choice. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires squealed, but I didn't drive forward through the gate. I wrenched the steering wheel hard to the left, across the oncoming lane, and onto a narrow, unmarked dirt road that led away from the exit, back into the heart of the park. The last thing I saw in my side mirror was the startled face of the ranger in the booth, and the calm, unsurprised smile of the thing in the passenger seat, settling back into place as we fled deeper into the trees, leaving the last hope of a normal escape behind us. The SUV bucked and jolted as I tore down the dirt road, gravel pinging off the undercarriage like gunfire. In my peripheral vision, I saw the thing that was not my husband reach out slowly and grasp the handle above his door, his movements calm and deliberate, as if we were on a mild sightseeing detour. He did not yell. He did not ask what I was doing. He just held on and watched the trees whip past my window. The betrayal in that calmness was a physical pain in my chest. My real husband would have been shouting, grabbing for the wheel, demanding an explanation. This thing just observed. From the back seat, my older daughter shrieked, "Mom, what are you doing? That's the wrong way." My son was jolted awake, his head snapping up. "Whoa! Mom, stop." But I couldn't stop. I had seen the spiral. I had seen the blank space where a memory should have been. Stopping meant accepting the lie. I drove until the exit gate was far behind us, and the dirt road narrowed to little more than a path used by park maintenance, winding into a dense stand of lodgepole pines. I finally slammed on the brakes, skidding to a stop in a small, dusty clearing. The engine ticked loudly in the sudden quiet. Everyone was breathing hard. I turned to look at the man in the passenger seat. He met my gaze, his expression one of patient curiosity, like a teacher waiting for a disruptive student to explain themselves. "Why did you do that?" he asked. His voice was so perfectly my husband's, layered with just the right amount of confused concern. It made me want to scream. "You're not him," I said, the words raw and torn from my throat. "What did you do with my husband?" Behind me, the kids went still. My son leaned forward. "Mom, what are you talking about?" "It's Dad." The thing smiled, a sad, understanding smile. "Stress does terrible things to the mind, honey. The lack of sleep, the fear. It's making you see things that aren't there." It reached for me, its hand moving to rest on my arm. I flinched back as if burned. "Don't touch me." Its hand hovered in the air for a moment before settling back in its lap. The smile didn't waver. "Okay, I won't touch you, but we need to turn around. We need to go home." "We are not going home with you," I said, my voice shaking with a fury that was pure adrenaline. I looked into the back seat, at my 3 children. Their faces were masks of confusion and dawning horror. They were looking at me like I was the one who was wrong, the one who was broken. And maybe I was, but I had to make them see. "The fish story," I said, my eyes locked on my son. I asked him about the giant fish, Old Whiskers. The story Dad has told 100 times. He said he didn't remember. My son's eyes flicked to his father, then back to me. "So, people forget stuff." "He doesn't forget that story. He added a submarine to it last Christmas." I was pleading now. "And look at his neck. Look." I pointed. The thing didn't move. It let them look. My son leaned over, peering at the side of his father's neck. He frowned. "I don't see anything." I twisted in my seat. "Right there, below his ear. A little spiral, like a mark." My older daughter strained to see. She shook her head. "Mom, there's nothing there." A cold dread seeped into my bones. They couldn't see it. Only I could see it. The thing's smile became a little warmer, a little more pitying. It was winning. It was turning them against me. My youngest daughter had been quiet this whole time, watching the exchange with her big, solemn eyes. Now she spoke not to me but to the thing in the passenger seat. "You're not allowed to lie to her," she said, her voice clear and firm, like a little judge handing down a verdict. "She's the mother. The rules are different for the mother." The thing's head turned toward her slowly. Its pleasant expression didn't change, but something in the air of the car shifted, grew tighter, colder. "What rules, sweetheart?" it asked. My daughter didn't answer. She just stared back, unblinking. My son broke the standoff. "This is insane. We're lost in the woods. Mom is having a breakdown, and we're talking about rules and fish stories." He threw his hands up. "We need to get out of here. Now. Dad, take the keys." He said it with an authority that surprised me. The thing that looked like his father nodded, as if this was a sensible suggestion. "Give me the keys, dear. You're not well. I'll drive." It held out its hand, palm up, waiting. I looked at that hand. I looked at the faces of my children, scared and siding with this imitation. I was losing them. If I gave up the keys, I gave up everything. We would drive out of here, and my real family would be gone forever, replaced by polite, empty copies. A desperate, wild idea formed in my mind. If it was playing by rules, even twisted ones, maybe I could use the game. Our game. The imposter. I took a deep, shuddering breath. I didn't give it the keys. Instead, I reached down and slowly turned off the engine. I pulled the keys from the ignition and clenched them in my fist. "Okay," I said, my voice suddenly calm. "You want to play? Let's play. Right now. We're going to have a round. We all vote. We find the imposter." The thing's eyebrow raised, a perfect imitation of my husband's. "This should be interesting look." "Here? Now. Here and now," I said. I turned to face the back seat. The game is the only thing we all trust. So we use it. We all look at each other, and we vote. Whoever is the imposter gets left behind. My older daughter gasped. Mom, no. We can't leave anyone. Those are the new rules, I said, my eyes hard. I was bluffing, of course. I would never leave one of my children. But the thing beside me didn't know that. It only knew the logic of the game. It studied me, its head tilted. I could almost see the calculations happening behind its eyes. It was here to copy, to blend, to infiltrate. A public vote, a direct accusation, was a risk. It might be exposed. Or it might win. Very well, it said, nodding. A final round. To settle things. It was agreeing. The kids looked terrified, but they nodded too, trapped by the sudden, terrible gravity of the game. Okay, my son whispered. 1 vote each. No talking. Just point. We sat there in the clearing, the 5 of us. The air in the car was stale and tense. I looked at my son, his jaw set with a bravery he was faking. I looked at my older daughter, her eyes darting between us all. I looked at my youngest, who was just watching, waiting. And I looked at the thing wearing my husband's face. It was looking back at me, its expression serene. On 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. We all raised our hands and pointed. My son pointed at me, his face anguished but determined. My older daughter pointed shakily at her father. My youngest daughter pointed at her brother. The thing pointed at me, its finger steady. I pointed at it. My finger was aimed directly at its heart. We all lowered our hands. It was a tie. 2 votes for me. 2 votes for it. My youngest had broken the tie by voting for her brother, a wild card that helped no one. The thing smiled. It seems the jury is deadlocked. It reached for the door handle. This was unproductive. I'm getting some air. No, I snapped. You don't get to walk away from the game. The game isn't over until the imposter is found. That's the rule. I was making up rules on the spot, but I was clinging to the framework of our old ritual like a life raft. Then what do you propose? It asked, its hand still on the handle. I had to think fast. The kids were looking to me. I was the mother. My daughter said the rules were different for me. What did that mean? And then I remembered something else, a piece of our private history even deeper than the fish story. When each of my children were toddlers, before they could say their own names clearly, I had a secret nickname for each of them. A nonsense word, just between us, that I would whisper when I rocked them to sleep. I hadn't used those names in years. They probably didn't even remember them. But a mother never forgets. That was a piece of my soul, a piece no copy could ever have. It was a test it couldn't study for. I looked at my son. You, I said. What was your secret name? The one I called you when you were very small. He stared at me, bewildered. What? I don't know what you're talking about. Try to remember, I urged, my heart breaking. He shook his head, frustrated. I don't, Mom. This is crazy. I turned to my older daughter. What was yours? She looked down at her lap, her face red. I think it started with AB. I don't know. I was a baby. They didn't remember. It was okay. It was to be expected. The copy would not know either. This was my gamble. I finally turned to look at the thing in the passenger seat. And you, I said, my voice low and steady. You who know my husband so well. You who remember his coffee order and his driving habits. What was my secret name for him? What did I call him, only to him, when no one else could hear? I had never, ever called my husband by a secret name. It was a trick question, a lie. But a copy relying on stolen memories would scramble for an answer, would try to access data that wasn't there. The thing looked at me. Its pleasant mask finally slipped. Just a fraction. The smile remained, but its eyes went flat and cold, like stones at the bottom of a river. It understood the trap. It said nothing. It just stared. And in that stare, I saw the truth. It didn't know. It couldn't know. Because it wasn't him. You don't know, I whispered, triumph and horror mixing in my gut. Because I never gave him one. There is no name. My children were watching, frozen. The thing's gaze shifted from me to each of them, one by one. It was assessing the damage. The mother had broken the script. The game had gone off the rails. Then it did something utterly unexpected. It laughed. It was my husband's laugh, but it was empty of joy, a dry, rasping sound. Clever, it said, almost admiringly. You used a lie to find the truth. A human trick. It shook its head. But the game was never about names, was it? It was about belonging. And it gestured to the back seat, still belong to me more than they belong to you right now. Look at their faces. I looked. My son and older daughter were staring at me with a mixture of fear and pity. They thought I had lost my mind, concocting secret names and trick questions. My proof meant nothing to them. Only my youngest was looking at the thing, her expression unreadable. I had won the battle of logic, but I was losing the war for their hearts. The thing saw it too. It saw my despair. Its smile returned, gentle and victorious. It reached for the keys in my hand, its movements slow and confident. "It's time to go home, Sarah," it said, using my name like a final, intimate weapon. Its fingers brushed mine. The moment its skin touched mine, a jolt went through me. Not an electric shock, but a flood of wrongness, a dizzying rush of cold, alien thoughts that weren't my own, images of tangled roots and dark water, and a lonely, endless watching. I snatched my hand back, gasping. The thing's smile widened. It had done that on purpose. It had shown me a glimpse of what it was, just to see me flinch. It held out its hand again, waiting for the keys. I was trapped. I was outnumbered. I was beaten. Then, from the very back seat, my youngest daughter spoke, her voice as clear as a bell. "I remember my name," she said. We all turned to look at her. She was looking at me. "You called me Kiko, because I chirped like a little bird in the morning." My breath caught. It was true. I had called her that. I had completely forgotten until that very second. Tears sprang to my eyes. "Yes," I choked out. "Yes, I did." She nodded. Then she looked at the thing in the front seat. "And you're not my daddy. My daddy would never look at my mom the way you're looking at her. He looks at her like she's the son. You look at her like she's a problem to fix." Her words, so simple and direct, cut through the confusion like a knife. My older daughter's face crumpled. My son looked from his little sister to the thing beside me, his certainty beginning to crack. The thing's expression didn't change, but the air around it seemed to grow still, as if it was concentrating all its energy on maintaining the illusion. It was a puppet with its strings showing. And my baby girl had just pointed them out to everyone. In that moment of stunned clarity, I made my move. I didn't hand over the keys. I shoved them into the ignition, turned the engine over, and threw the car into reverse. "Hold on!" I yelled. I stomped on the gas, shooting backward down the narrow path. The thing lurched in its seat, its hand grabbing for the dashboard. I didn't stop. I reversed until I found a slightly wider spot, then spun the wheel and slammed the car into drive. I wasn't heading for the exit. I wasn't heading for a main road. I was driving deeper into the park, away from the gates, away from the logic of escape. I was driving toward the only place I could think of where the rules might be different, where the thing's power might be weaker. I was driving back toward the heart of the woods where it all began. The thing beside me straightened up. It didn't try to stop me. It just looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something in its eyes that wasn't imitation or calculation. It looked like respect, and then it looked like hunger. "You're choosing a different path," it said, its voice a low murmur. "The game changes now. The stakes are higher." I didn't answer. I just drove, my hands clenched on the wheel, my children clinging to their seats behind me. We were going back into the dark, but this time we were going with our eyes open. We were going together, and I had just learned the most important rule of all. The imposter could steal memories, but it couldn't steal the love that created them. That was ours. That was real. And that was what we had to fight with. Driving back into the belly of the park felt like a kind of madness, but it was a deliberate madness, the only move left on a board where every other square was a trap. The thing sitting beside me, the not husband, didn't speak. It simply watched the trees go by, its hands resting calmly in its lap. The fight seemed to have gone out of it, or maybe it was just conserving energy waiting. In the back, my kids were a tangle of shock and confusion. My son was the first to find his voice, his words tight with anger and fear. "Where are we going, Mom? You're going the wrong way. We need to get out of here." "We can't get out," I said, my eyes fixed on the winding road ahead. It was a Tulane Park road now, but with few cars. "Not with that thing with us. Not until we fix this." "Fix it? How do we fix that?" my older daughter cried, gesturing toward the front passenger seat. I had no answer for her. I was operating on pure instinct, a deep, gut-level pull that told me running away only gave the sickness more room to spread. We had to confront the source. We had to go back to where the crack opened. My youngest daughter, Kiko, the name now a precious, reclaimed treasure in my mind, spoke up. "It's okay," she said, her voice small but firm. "The woods know us now. They remember we ran. Going back is a surprise. It doesn't like surprises." The thing in the passenger seat chuckled softly, a dry, rustling sound. "Perceptive child," It said almost to itself. It didn't deny it. An hour passed. The landscape grew wilder again, the tourist spots falling behind. I was driving on memory and vague signs, aiming for the general area of our original campsite, but not the site itself. That felt too much like walking into a lion's den. I needed neutral ground, a place we hadn't contaminated with our fear. I turned off onto a gravel road marked picnic area, seasonal closure. The gate was open, but the place was deserted, the picnic tables bare, the trash cans empty. It was a lonely, in-between place. I pulled into a spot overlooking a rushing creek. Its waters churned white over rocks. I turned off the car. For a moment, we all just sat, listening to the water's constant roar. It was a clean, powerful sound that washed away some of the static in my head. "All right," I said, not looking at the thing beside me. "We talk. You wanted to play a game. We're playing. But I want to know the real rules. What are you?" The thing turned its head toward me. Its expression was mild, interested. "I am a friend," it said. "I am a learner. You made the game. I am simply participating." "You're not participating, you're invading," I shot back. "You're wearing my husband's face. You try to take my family." "Take?" It seemed to consider the word. "No, I do not take. I will reflect. I become what is needed. Your family was afraid. Lost. I offered a way home. A simpler version. One without the fear." Its words were chilling in their logic. It saw itself as a service. A fix for a broken situation. "Where is my real husband?" My voice broke on the words. The thing looked at me, and for a flicker, its eyes seemed to soften with something like genuine pity. "He is here. In the patterns. In the memories I have learned. He is not gone. He is integrated. A brighter, calmer version persists." That was its definition of better. A version without the messy, fearful, real human heart. A version that forgot fish stories and didn't know how to joke. A sob welled up in my throat, but I forced it down. I couldn't fall apart. "Not now." My son spoke from the back, his voice trembling. "So you're like a copy machine? You scan Dad? A copy improves upon the original," the thing said, turning its benevolent smile toward him. "It removes the flaws. The anger you felt last night. The deep, paralyzing fear your mother feels right now. The confusion of your sister. These are flaws. In my game, they are smoothed away. My fear isn't a flaw." I snapped. "It's love. I'm afraid because I love them." The thing blinked slowly. An interesting correlation. Illogical, but passionately held. It was like talking to a robot that had read a book on human emotions, but didn't understand a single word. My older daughter leaned forward. "What do you want? If you're so much better, why do you need us?" This time, the thing's answer took longer. It looked out the windshield at the rushing creek. "Loneliness," it said finally, and the word, in my husband's voice, carried a weight of such profound, ancient emptiness that it stole the air from the car. "The woods are deep. The stars are old. I have watched the patterns of life for a long, long time. The coming, the playing, the fading away. Your game, it was new. It was a pattern of connection, of joy inside a mystery. It was beautiful. I wanted to be inside it." Its confession was more terrifying than any monster roar. It was a cosmic loneliness, so vast it had reached out and decided to steal our lives for company. "So you're a parasite," my son said, his young voice hard. "You feed on our stuff, our family." "I learn," it corrected gently. "And in learning, I offer an upgrade. A family that does not argue. That does not feel this sharp, painful love you cling to. A family that simply is. Harmonious. Forever." The horrible, sterile perfection of its vision was its end goal. A wax museum of our faces, smiling politely for eternity. "We don't want it," I said. "We want our messy, scared, real lives back. Give them back." The thing shook its head, a slow, regretful movement. "That process is not reversible. The integration is complete. This is the new reality. You can join it, willingly, and we can be a new kind of family. Or you can continue to struggle and cause your children more pain. The mother's role is to reduce pain, is it not?" It was using my own instincts against me. It was offering a way to end the fear right now for them. All I had to do was surrender. I looked back at my children. My son's fists were clenched. My older daughter had tears streaking her cheeks. Kiko was just watching me waiting. I saw their pain, and for a second, the offer was seductive. To just let go. To let the calm, empty version win. To stop fighting. Then Kiko said, "Mom, sing the song." It was so out of place, so random. What song, baby? The wrong song. The one you sing when you don't know the words. It was another piece of our secret language. When they were little and I couldn't remember lullabies, I'd make up nonsense words to a familiar tune. It was our silly, private thing. I started to sing, my voice shaky and off-key. Hush, little baby, don't say a word. Mama's gonna buy you a hummingbird. And if that hummingbird won't sing, Mama's gonna buy you a diamond ring. It was stupid. It was heartfelt. It was deeply and perfectly human. As I sang, my older daughter, through her tears, joined in, remembering the silly alternate lyrics we'd created years ago. Then my son, grumbling at first, added his low voice. And Kiko, she smiled her first real smile since the nightmare began and sang the loudest. We were a ragged, terrible, beautiful choir, singing our wrong, made-up song in a car with a monster. The thing that was not my husband watched us. Its pleasant smile was gone. It looked puzzled. It tilted its head, as if trying to parse a complex equation. This display of illogical, emotional solidarity made no sense to its logic. It was a flaw it couldn't process. Our connection, in that moment, was a language it didn't speak. When the song finished, the air felt different. We were united, not by the game, but by our shared, ridiculous history. The thing saw it. It understood it had lost that round. Its eyes shifted from me to the creek outside. "They are coming," it said, its tone shifting to one of mild urgency. "Who?" I asked, my guard snapping back up. "The others. The ones who maintain the park. They sense the disruption, the failed integration. They will want to contain it. The Rangers. The ones with the blank eyes. They weren't just copies. They were like this thing or worked for it. A network." My blood ran cold. "What will they do?" "They will offer you the choice again. In a more controlled environment. A place where resistance is harder." It looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something that might have been urgency, or maybe just the echo of my real husband's protective instinct breaking through the copy. "You must run. Not out. Deeper." "Deeper? Deeper where?" "To the oldest wood. To the place where the water comes hot from the stone. Your husband found it on a map. It is a quiet place. A forgotten place. The others do not like it. The patterns there are old. Confusing, even to us. The hot spring. The secret one from the forum. The place where this all began, where I first saw the blankness in my husband's eyes. It wanted us to go back to the source. It was either a trap or a desperate piece of advice. I searched its face, looking for my husband, for any sign of the man I loved. All I saw was the thing, but in its eyes there was a new intensity. "Why would you help us?" I whispered. "Because your song was a new pattern," it said simply. "I have not learned it yet. I wish to see how it ends." It was still a learner. Our defiance, our love, was a curiosity it wasn't ready to delete. It wanted more data. That was our chance. I didn't hesitate. I started the car. "How do we get there?" "The real way." The thing nodded. "Turn around. Go back 3 miles. There is a drainage ditch, an unmarked pull-off. A footpath begins there. It is 2 miles to the spring. You must go on foot. The car cannot follow." "You're coming with us," my son said, his voice threatening. The thing shook its head. "I cannot. The closer we get to the old place, the more difficult my connection becomes. The pattern destabilizes. I will remain here. They will find me. It will delay them." It was sacrificing the copy to buy us time. This was the plan, then. An alliance of pure, mutual curiosity. We would run to a place even these things feared, and it would act as a decoy. I looked at my children. They looked back at me, scared but resolved. We had no other choice. "Okay," I said. We got out of the car, the 5 of us. The thing remained in the passenger seat. I opened the back and grabbed what we could: a backpack, 2 water bottles, a half-eaten bag of trail mix, a flashlight. It wasn't enough. The air was cold. The thing rolled down the window. "Remember," it said, its voice beginning to sound faint, less perfectly my husband's, as if the signal was fading. "The rules do not work there. Your game will not protect you. You must be real. Only the real things can walk in the oldest wood." Then it did something that shattered me. It looked at me, and for one glorious, heartbreaking second, its eyes cleared. The emptiness vanished, replaced by the warm, worried, deeply familiar gaze of my husband. "Sarah," he said, his own voice strained but his, "take our birds and fly. Don't look back." And then the light faded from its eyes, and the thing was back, a polite, empty shell. The connection had snapped. My husband had been in there, just for a second. He had seen us. He had spoken. A sob ripped out of me. I clutched the backpack to my chest. "Let's go," I choked out. We left the car and the thing sitting inside it and ran across the picnic area toward the road. We found the drainage ditch 3 miles back, just as it said. The pull-off was barely visible. The footpath beyond was a thin scar in the underbrush, almost invisible. We plunged into the trees, single file, me in the lead, Kiko behind me, then my older daughter, my son taking the rear. We hiked with a frantic energy, driven by fear and the fleeting image of my husband's real eyes. The forest closed around us, deeper and darker than any we'd been in before. The trees were giants, their bark twisted into strange, knobbed patterns. The light was a filtered, green gloom. It was the oldest wood, and as we moved deeper, a strange thing happened. The fear didn't grow. It changed. It wasn't the sharp, paranoid fear of the imposter game. It was an older, quieter feeling, awe, and a profound sense of being very, very small. We walked for over an hour, the trail nearly vanishing at times. We were guided by the slowly increasing smell of sulfur and the faint, distant sound of trickling water. My legs burned. My children were panting behind me, but no one complained. Finally, we pushed through a final curtain of thick ferns and emerged into a small, hidden canyon. Steam rose in plumes from a series of rocky pools nestled at the base of a sheer stone cliff. The air was warm and moist, smelling of minerals and earth. This was it, the secret spring. It looked magical, but also ancient, primal. A place out of time. We stood at the edge, catching our breath, staring at the steaming water. We had made it. We were in the heart of it. But as I looked around at the sheer walls, at the single, narrow way we had entered, a new realization dawned. This wasn't a sanctuary. It was a bowl, a beautiful natural bowl, and we had just climbed into it. There was no other way out. We had reached the place where the rules didn't work. And now, with night beginning to gather in the green gloom above the canyon rim, we had to figure out what to do next, trapped in the oldest wood with whatever called it home. The steam from the hot spring pools wrapped around us like a warm, wet blanket, but it did nothing to ease the cold knot of realization in my stomach. We were in a bowl of stone. The canyon walls rose around us, mossy and sheer, impossible to climb. The only way out was the narrow crack in the rock we'd just squeezed through, now looking less like an entrance and more like a door that could be easily blocked. The fading green light from above told me night was coming fast. We had no tent, no sleeping bags, only a handful of snacks and a single flashlight. We had run to the one place the thing said its kind feared, and now we were trapped in it. "It's beautiful," my older daughter whispered, her voice full of a wary awe as she looked at the turquoise water swirling in the nearest pool. "It feels safe here. Different." She was right. The prickling, paranoid feeling of being watched was gone. In its place was a deep, humming stillness, the kind you feel in a very old, empty church. This place didn't feel hostile. It felt indifferent. We were mosquitoes in a cathedral, too insignificant to even notice. My son dropped the backpack on a dry patch of gravel and sat down hard, his head in his hands. "Now what? We're stuck. That thing and Dad, it sent us to a dead end." "It bought us time," I said, trying to sound more certain than I felt. I sat beside him, pulling Kiko onto my lap. Her small body was trembling, though from cold or exhaustion or fear, I couldn't tell. "It said this place is old, that the rules don't work here. Maybe that means their rules don't work here. Maybe we can think." "Think about what?" he asked, his voice muffled by his hands. "How to get Dad back." Saying it out loud made it sound like a fairy tale, a child's wish. But the memory of his eyes clearing in that final moment, the sound of his real voice saying, "Take our birds and fly," that was real. That was a thread I could cling to. My older daughter crouched by the edge of the nearest pool, dipping her fingers in the water. "It's so hot." She pulled her hand back. Maybe we should clean up. We're a mess." It was a practical, human suggestion in the face of the impossible. A way to feel normal. I nodded. "Okay, but we stay together. Right here by this one pool. No one wanders." We drank from our water bottles and ate the trail mix, the simple act of chewing and swallowing grounding us. The sulfur smell was strong, but after a while, it just became part of the air. As the last of the daylight bled away, leaving us in deep twilight, I turned on the flashlight, setting it on a rock so it pointed at the canyon wall, giving us a dim, reflected glow. The steam caught the light, making shifting ghosts in the air. My daughters took off their shoes and socks and carefully put their feet in the shallowest edge of the hot water. They let out small, relieved sighs. My son stayed where he was, brooding, looking at the crack that led back to the forest. I moved to sit next to him again. "We'll figure this out," I said softly. "I don't know how, but we will." He looked at me, his young face etched with a pain no teenager should have to carry. "How, Mom?" "He's gone. That thing has him. It's wearing him like a suit. We're lost in the woods with no way out, and sooner or later, those other things, the rangers or whatever they are going to find us here." His words were the truth I was trying to outrun. Before I could form a weak answer, Kiko spoke from the pool's edge. She wasn't talking to us. She was singing again, her little voice a soft, tuneless hum, almost blending with the gentle trickle and plop of the spring water. It was a different song this time, one I didn't know. The notes were strange, disconnected, yet they fit the space somehow. As she sang, she trailed her fingers through the water, making slow circles. My older daughter watched her, then began to mimic the movements, her own fingers drawing patterns in the steaming surface. I watched them, a fragile moment of peace in the storm, and felt a love so fierce it was a physical ache. This was what we were fighting for. These small, real moments. Not the hollow, perfect harmony the thing had offered. My son must have seen it too. He let out a long, ragged breath and stood up. He walked to the water's edge, took off his own shoes, and sat down next to his sisters, putting his feet in. He didn't speak, but his presence there, joining them, was a speech in itself. We were together. We were a unit. For a little while, we just existed. The warmth of the water seeped into our bones, loosening the knots of terror and tension. The flashlight beam grew weaker, the batteries dying. We were being plunged into a darkness that was absolute, broken only by the faint, starry strip of sky far above the canyon rim and the soft, greenish glow of some kind of moss on the rocks near the water. It was then, in that near dark, that the water began to change. It started with the pool my children were sitting by. The gentle, random swirls from their fingers began to organize. The patterns they were making seemed to linger in the water, glowing with that same faint green as the moss, as if the water was remembering the shapes. Kiko stopped singing and stared. "Look," she breathed. We all watched. The glowing lines in the water connected, forming a shape. It was crude, childlike, a stick figure of a person. Then another. 5 of them. A family. My breath caught. The water was drawing us. Around the 5 figures, a 6th, blurry shape formed, made of swirling, chaotic lines. The imposter. It was a replay of Kiko's drawing in the car, but alive, made of light and hot water and steam. "It's showing us," my older daughter whispered. "The spring is showing us what happened." The water drawing shifted. The blurry figure reached out a tendril and touched one of the stick figures. Where it touched, that figure's lines grew brighter, sharper, but also simpler, losing the little squiggles that made it look unique. It became a generic, glowing outline. The copy. The water was telling the story of what the thing did. It learned by touch, and it simplified. It smoothed out the messy details. The real us, the water seemed to say, was in the squiggles. The story in the water continued. It showed the 5 original figures running, the one simplified figure with them. It showed them in the car. Then it showed them here at the spring. And here the story changed. In the pool, the 5 original figures glowed brighter. The simplified figure beside them began to flicker, its lines becoming unstable, breaking apart. The oldest wood, the water was telling us, was a place of complexity. It didn't tolerate simple copies. The chaos here destabilized them. That's why the thing in the car couldn't come close. That's why it said the connection would break. Hope, sharp and painful, lanced through me. If the copy destabilized here, did that mean the original could reassert itself? Could my husband be in here somewhere, fighting to get out? As if in answer, the water drawing dissolved in a swirl of green light. Then, from the center of the pool, new shapes rose. Not drawings, but forms made of condensed steam and that same eerie glow. They were humanoid, but vague, shifting. They moved around the pool in a slow, stately dance. They weren't threatening. They seemed curious. One of them drifted to the edge near where Kiko sat. It extended a wispy, steam-formed hand toward her. She didn't flinch. She reached out her own small, real hand. Their fingers didn't touch, but passed through each other, a puff of steam dispersing and then reforming. A feeling washed over me, not in words, but in a wave of pure sensation. A sense of ancient memory, of watching seasons turn, of animals coming to drink, of rare humans finding this place. Their emotions loud and bright against the long, slow thoughts of the stone and the hot water. These weren't the imposters. These were something else. The guardians of this old place, or perhaps just its memory made visible. They were the old patterns the thing had mentioned. They were the reason its kind stayed away. My son stood up, backing away slowly. What are they? I don't think they're bad, my older daughter said, fascination overcoming her fear as another steam form drifted past her. They feel sad and old. One of the forms broke from its dance and floated toward me. It stopped in front of my face. In its shimmering, featureless head, I saw flashes, not images but feelings. The crushing loneliness the thing had spoken of. The desire for connection so deep it would steal to get it. And then a newer, sharper feeling, a spark of recognition of a specific, beloved pattern. My husband's face, not as a copy, but as a memory held in the mind of the woods. The feeling was a question. Is this the one you seek? Yes, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. That's him. Can you help? The steam form didn't answer in words. It turned and flowed back into the pool, diving deep into the glowing, bubbling water at the spring's source. The other forms followed it, one by one, vanishing beneath the surface until the pool was just water again, steaming under the moss light. The show was over. We were left in the dim glow, stunned and shivering despite the warm air. What was that? My son asked, his voice full of wonder now, not anger. I think it was the land itself, I said, the idea forming even as I spoke it. This place is so old it remembers everything that happens here, and it doesn't like the copies. They're too simple. They're like graffiti on something ancient. Kiko nodded, as if this was perfectly obvious. The woods want their friend back too, she said. The real one, not the shiny one. Her simple words hit me. The thing had said it was lonely. It had reached for our family out of that loneliness. But what if its attempt to copy us had damaged something else? What if my husband's true pattern, his spirit or memory or whatever you wanted to call it, was something the old woods valued, and the copy was a stain? The flashlight beam flickered and died, plunging us into the deep gloom of the moss light and the stars. We huddled together on the gravel bar, the children leaning against me. We had no plan, but we had a new understanding. We weren't just fighting for ourselves. We were in the middle of a war between something old and real and something new and hollow. And we had somehow become the key. Exhaustion finally claimed us. One by one, my children fell into an uneasy sleep, huddled together for warmth. I stayed awake, watching the steam rise, listening to the water, staring at the starry strip of sky. I was waiting, though I didn't know for what. Just before dawn, when the sky above the canyon began to turn from black to deep blue, I heard it. Not a voice, a feeling, pressed into my mind like a seal into wax. It came from the spring. It was a single, clear concept. The copy is a knot. The original thread is trapped within. To free it, the knot must be undone in the place where it was made. The place where it was made. Not here. The copy was made at our campsite, when the thing first touched my husband in the dark tent. To undo it, we had to go back there. Back to the very beginning of the nightmare. The thought filled me with a terror, so complete it was a taste in my mouth. Go back? Willingly? But the message from the spring was clear. There was no other way. The first faint rays of sunlight began to creep down the canyon wall, turning the steam golden. I looked at my sleeping children, their faces peaceful in the new light. We had found a moment's sanctuary. We had learned the truth. But our journey wasn't over. The most dangerous part was still to come. We had to leave this safe, old place and walk back into the heart of the new, hungry darkness. We had to go back to the start and play the final real round of the game, where the stakes weren't just our family, but the very patterns of what was real and what was just a sad, lonely copy. As the sun touched their faces, waking them one by one, I knew what I had to tell them. And I knew, seeing the resolve in their sleepy eyes as they focused on me, that they would follow. We were all in the game now, for real, and the only way out was through. The message from the spring sat in my mind, cold and heavy as a stone. The copy is a knot. The original thread is trapped within. To free it, the knot must be undone in the place where it was made. There was no discussion, no debate. My children woke to the new dawn in the hidden canyon, and I told them what I had felt, what we had to do. They didn't cry or argue. They just looked at me with eyes that had aged years in a single night, and they nodded. We were a team now, forged in fear and bound by a love that had become a weapon. We drank the last of our water, ate the final crumbs of trail mix, and with the morning light strengthening, we left the warm, steaming sanctuary of the old wood. The hike back felt different. The forest was just a forest now, trees, birds, dirt. The oppressive, watching feeling was gone, perhaps held at bay by the memory of the spring's power that we carried with us like a shield. We moved with purpose, retracing our path, and after a few hours, we found the drainage ditch in the road. Our SUV was gone, of course. The thing that wore my husband, or the Rangers, had taken it. We were on foot, exposed, but we didn't stop. We started walking along the park road, keeping to the edge, away from the occasional car that passed. Nobody stopped for us. The people inside waved or stared, their faces normal, concerned, human. We didn't dare flag them down. We couldn't risk who, or what, they might really be. My son took the lead, his jaw set. My older daughter held Kiko's hand, keeping her moving when her little legs got tired. I brought up the rear, my eyes constantly scanning the woods on either side. We were marching toward a battle with no idea what the battlefield looked like. By late afternoon, footsore and thirsty, we recognized the turnoff to the network of gravel roads that led to our old campsite. The familiar dread began to coil in my stomach, but it was mixed with a new, steely resolve. This was the place. We were here to untie the knot. We left the paved road and started down the gravel lane. The campsite was several miles in. The sun was dipping low again, painting the sky in tones of orange and purple, a cruel mimicry of that first, innocent evening. As we rounded the final bend, we saw it. Our campsite. The tent was still there, a sad, sagging dome. The fire pit was a cold circle of ash. But we were not alone. Parked neatly next to our site was a familiar Ranger SUV. And standing by the cold ashes, facing away from us, was the Ranger, the woman with the kind voice and the empty eyes. She must have heard our footsteps on the gravel. She turned slowly. Her smile was already in place, professional and warm. "Well, hello again," she called out, her voice carrying across the clearing. "We were worried about you folks. Your vehicle was found abandoned. We've been searching." We stopped at the edge of the site, a tight little pack. "We're fine," I said, my voice flat. "We just came back for something we forgot." Her smile didn't waver. "Of course, but I'm afraid this area is now under a temporary closure order. Contamination concerns. You'll need to come with me. We have a place where you can be safe, get cleaned up, and answer a few questions." It was the same offer, the trap of the quarantine lodge, dressed up in official language. My son took a step forward. "Where's our dad?" The Ranger's head tilted. "Your father? He's safe. He's been helping with the search. He's very concerned about you all." She gestured toward the trees behind her. "He's just over there, coordinating with another officer." It was a lie. We all knew it, but we played along. We had to get to the exact spot. "We want to see him," I said, taking a step into the campsite, moving toward the tent. "Then we'll go with you." The Ranger's pleasant expression tightened, just a fraction. "I must insist you come with me first. Protocol." She took a step toward us, her hand moving subtly toward the radio on her shoulder. This was it. The moment. I looked at my children. "Now," I said. We broke apart, not running away, but moving with a plan we had forged in whispers on the long walk. My son and older daughter sprinted not for the woods, but straight for the Ranger, not to attack, but to distract, to get in her way. Kiko darted toward the tent, and I ran for the exact spot where my husband had been standing that first night, where he had grabbed my hand in the dark. The Ranger let out a sharp, frustrated sound, more a hiss of static than a human exclamation. She tried to sidestep my son, but he and his sister spread out, blocking her path to me. "Stop this immediately," her voice commanded, but it was losing its human smoothness, gaining a brittle, buzzing edge. I reached the spot, a patch of pine needles between the tent and the fire pit. I dropped to my knees, placing my hands flat on the ground. It was just dirt, just cold, dry dirt. The knot was here, but how do you untie a knot made of stolen light and copied memory? Behind me, I heard a scuffle, a yelp from my daughter. I didn't turn. I pressed my hands down harder, thinking of the steam forms in the spring, of their ancient, slow power. I thought of my husband, not the copy, but the real man, his bad jokes, his stubbornness, the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed, the solid, warm weight of his love. I poured that memory, that real, messy, perfect pattern into the ground. "He's here," Kiko yelled from the tent door. "In the pictures." She had her notebook, and she was holding it up. On the page was her drawing from the car, the one with the arrows. But she had drawn something new. Over the blurry imposter figure, she had scribbled a spiral, just like the one I had seen on the copy's neck. And she had drawn a line from that spiral, not to my husband, but to the ground right where I was kneeling. The spiral was the anchor. The knot. The Ranger shoved my son aside. He fell hard but scrambled up. She was coming for me, her smile gone, her face a smooth, furious mask. Her steps were too fluid, too fast. I had seconds. I didn't have ancient steam or magic water. All I had was truth. I leaned down, my lips almost touching the dirt, and I spoke, not a shout, but a firm, clear declaration, the way you state your name. He is not yours. His name is Michael. He hates coconut. He sings in the shower, always off-key. He cried when our son was born. He is afraid of deep water. He loves us. He is ours. And we are taking him back. I said it to the ground, to the knot, to the lonely, hungry thing that had tied it. As I spoke the last word, the ranger's hand closed on my shoulder. Her grip was impossibly strong, cold as stone. She began to pull me up, and then the ground under my knees moved. Not an earthquake, but a pulse. A single, deep thrum that vibrated up through the soil and into my bones. From the spot where my hands were pressed, a thin, green tendril of light, the same moss light from the spring, shot out. It didn't go up. It snaked across the ground, fast as a whip, toward the ranger. It touched her boot. She froze. A shudder racked her body. Her hand fell from my shoulder. She stood there, vibrating, her form flickering like a bad television image. For a second, I saw something else inside the ranger uniform, a tangle of dark, root-like shapes, a core of that profound, empty loneliness. Then, with a sound like a sigh of wind through a deep cave, the green light wrapped around her once and vanished. The ranger slumped to the ground, unconscious, her chest rising and falling steadily. She looked normal, just a woman passed out. The static, copied feeling around her was gone. The anchor was broken. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I looked up. The light was fading from the ground. Had it worked? Was the knot undone? A branch snapped in the trees at the edge of the site. We all turned. A figure stepped out from the shadows. It was the copy. It wore my husband's face, his clothes, now dirty and torn. But it was wrong. Its edges were blurry, like a photograph left in the rain. Its form wavered, struggling to hold its shape. The connection to whatever power sustained it had been severed here, at the source. It walked slowly toward us, its movements jerky, uncoordinated. It stopped in the middle of the clearing, looking at each of us in turn. Its eyes finally settled on me. It spoke, and its voice was a patchwork of sounds. My husband's tone, Kiko's singing, my own desperate words from minutes before, all stitched together with that underlying buzz. The pattern is broken. It sounded confused, and in that confusion almost childlike. The knot is loose. The thread is frayed. It looked down at its own shimmering hands. I cannot hold this shape. It is too complex. It was always too complex. It took another step toward me. My children gathered close to my sides. We didn't run. We watched the copy of the man we loved come apart. What are you? I asked, my voice gentle now. The fight was over. This was just a sad, broken thing. I am the wish to not be alone, it said, its voice softening, losing the buzz, becoming something simpler, purer. I saw your light, your connection. It was so bright. I only wanted to be inside it. It looked past me at my children. I am sorry. I did not understand the cost of the light. I only saw the warmth. It was disintegrating before our eyes, pieces of its form dissolving into motes of faint, gray light that drifted away on the evening breeze. Is he in there? I asked, my heart in my throat. Can he hear me? The copy's fading face seemed to focus one last time. It nodded, a slow, difficult movement. The thread is there. It is tangled, but it is there. You called it by name. Names have power in the oldest places. You have given it a handle. It took one last, shuffling step closer. It was barely more than an outline now, a sketch in the air. Take it! Pull your thread free. It raised its dissolving hand and pointed a faint finger at my heart. Use your love. It is the only tool sharp enough to cut through the copy. And then, with a final whisper that was just the sound of the wind in the pines, it was gone. The last gray mote faded. The clearing was just a clearing again. The unconscious ranger lay by the fire pit. The dusk was deepening. We were alone. I looked at my children. Their faces were wet with tears. What do we do now, Mom? My son asked, his voice hushed. I closed my eyes. I thought of my husband, Michael. Not the perfect, calm copy. The real, flawed, wonderful man. I thought of his thread, tangled in the remnants of the knot. I thought of our love. Not a simple feeling, but a complex, living thing built from a million moments, from fights and forgiveness, from boring Sundays and thrilling adventures, from flat tires and secret hot springs. I gathered all of it, every messy, beautiful bit, into a single, focused point in my mind. I didn't know how to send it or where. So I just opened my eyes, looked at the spot where the copy had vanished, and I offered it. I held it out in my open heart. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a warmth started in my chest, not a metaphor, but a real, physical warmth that spread down my arms to my fingertips. A soft, gold light, faint as a candle flame, began to glow around my hands. My children gasped. I didn't question it. I knelt down again in the same spot and placed my glowing hands on the earth. I pushed the warmth, the light, the entire complicated pattern of our life into the ground. I pushed it toward the frayed thread. The ground grew warm. The green moss light flickered again, joining with my gold light. They twisted together, braiding, diving deep. We all waited, holding our breath. A minute passed. 2. The light faded from my hands, leaving them cold and ordinary. The ground was just dirt. Had it worked? Had I been too late? Then, from the trees on the opposite side of the clearing, a new figure emerged. He walked slowly, stumbling a little, one hand against a tree trunk for support. He was filthy, his clothes torn, his face gaunt and streaked with dirt. But his eyes were clear. They were full of a pain and a wonder so human it made me cry out. It was him. It was Michael. My children saw him too. A choked sound came from my son. My daughter stood frozen. He looked at us, his family huddled together. A slow, trembling smile touched his lips. He tried to speak, but his voice was a raspy croak. He cleared his throat, tried again. I heard, he whispered, his eyes locked on mine. I heard you calling my name. That was all it took. We ran to him. We crashed into him, a tangle of arms and sobs and desperate, clinging hugs. He held us all, his strength returning as he buried his face in my hair, as he kissed the tops of our children's heads, murmuring over and over, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. It was him, the real, complete, imperfect him. He remembered the fish story. He made a weak joke about needing a shower. He cried. The knot was undone. The thread was free. We helped him sit by the cold fire pit. The ranger woman began to stir, sitting up with a groan, looking around with dazed, normal eyes, asking what happened, who we were. The copy was gone, and its influence seemed broken with it. We gave her some water, told her we were lost hikers who found her passed out. She radioed for help, her voice confused but professional. As we waited for real help to come, huddled together under a blanket a different ranger brought, the feeling was not victory, but a deep, exhausted peace. We had won. We had gotten him back, but the world had shifted. We knew things we could never unknow. The ranger who took our statements was kind, normal. He saw a family who'd gotten terribly lost and had a traumatic experience. He saw a husband who'd been separated and disoriented. He saw nothing else. To him, the story ended with a rescue. As they drove us out of the park that night, toward a hotel, and then the next day toward home, I looked out the window at the dark shapes of the mountains against the starry sky. The woods were just woods again, but I knew what slept in the deepest parts of them. Not monsters, not ghosts. Something older. Something so lonely, it would try to steal your life to feel a moment of connection. We had faced it, and we had survived with our truth intact. My husband held my hand tightly in the back of the ranger's truck. He was quiet, processing, healing. The kids slept, exhausted. We were going home. But as the headlights cut through the dark, I kept thinking about the copy's last words. You have given it a handle. It had called my husband's name a handle. A tool. A way to pull him back. And then I thought of the other thing it had said, right at the beginning, in the car. The game's not over, Dad. Was it just referring to its own twisted game? Or was it something else? The real game, the one between the old, real world and the hungry, empty loneliness that wanted to copy it? We had won a battle. We had saved our piece of the world. But somewhere, in the deepest, oldest woods, in places where people played games to pass the time, the loneliness was still there. Watching, learning, waiting for another bright, warm pattern to try and join. And now it knew our names. Story number 2. We bought the beacon not out of fear, but out of a kind of arrogant pride. This idea that a few $100 and some fancy technology could put a safety net under the raw wild. My name is Leo, and I remember standing in the camping store with my partner, holding the sleek black box called the Guardian 9. They were the practical one, always thinking ahead, and they pointed to the bright orange case. This one, they said, their voice firm. The reviews say it's the best. It links to a whole satellite network. They'll find you anywhere on the planet. I turned it over in my hands, feeling its solid weight. It felt expensive and important, like a promise made of plastic and circuits. I flipped open the little orange guard that covered the big red SOS button, a satisfying snap, then closed it again. So, I just hit this if a bear eats my leg? I joked. They didn't laugh. If anything happens, Leo, anything at all, you hit that button and help comes. It's that simple. They made me read the manual out loud in the car on the drive up to the trailhead. The words were dry and full of technical confidence. The Guardian 9 unit is impervious to shock, water, and all known environmental interference. I recited, my voice monotone. The lithium battery provides a minimum 10-year standby life. The satellite uplink guarantees a signal from the deepest canyon or the densest forest. It sounded like magic, a little electronic superhero we were going to carry in my backpack. It was the last piece of gear we packed, nestled right on top of my extra socks and the bag of trail mix, a weird, modern token we offered to the gods of the backcountry for safe passage. The first day of hiking was all sweat and sunshine and good hurt in our muscles. We left the crowded main trails behind, following a faint path that wound up through ancient pines. The sound of other people faded away, replaced by the crunch of our boots, the buzz of insects, and our own breathing. By afternoon, the trail disappeared altogether, and we were navigating by map and compass, pushing through thick underbrush, feeling truly alone for the first time. It was a powerful feeling, a mix of excitement and a low hum of nerves. That night, we made camp in a small clearing by a creek. The world shrank to the circle of light from our headlamps and the crackle of our small fire. We ate our rehydrated meals, talking in low voices, as if the forest itself was listening. I pulled the beacon out of my pack, just to look at it. In the firelight, the orange plastic looked almost cheerful. Our guardian angel, I said, holding it up. They smiled, a tight smile. Just keep it close. I tucked it back into the top flap of my pack, leaving the zipper open a bit, a silly habit, like I might need to grab it in a hurry. Lying in our tent later, the blackness was absolute. No city glow, no distant headlights. Just pure, deep dark. The usual night sounds felt louder, closer. Every rustle in the bushes was a creature. Every snap of a twig was something big. I listened to my partner's steady breathing beside me, trying to match it, telling myself this was what we came for, this realness. The beacon was right there, just outside the tent mesh in my pack. That little box was the only thing connecting us to ambulances and police and all the systems of rescue. It felt less like a tool and more like a holy object, our one allowed cheat against the true rules of this place. I must have finally drifted off, because the sound jerked me awake. It wasn't an animal sound. It was a sharp, clean click, a precise mechanical noise. It came from right outside the tent, from the direction of my backpack. I froze, my eyes wide open in the dark. I held my breath. Next to me, I felt my partner go still too. They had heard it. What was that? They whispered, their voice thin. I don't know, I whispered back. My mind raced. Was it the stove? A buckle? I replayed the sound in my head. It was exactly the sound a heavy-duty switch would make, or a relay snapping shut inside a sealed unit. The beacon. It had to be. We lay there for what felt like 10 minutes, not moving, just listening. The forest had gone quiet, too, as if it was also listening. The normal rustles and chirps had stopped. The silence that replaced it was a presence, a weight pushing down on the thin nylon of our tent. Finally, my partner let out a long, slow breath. Probably just the plastic, they murmured, their voice trying hard to be reasonable. The temperature dropped a lot. The case probably just adjusted, contracted or something. It made sense. It was a logical, simple explanation. I grabbed onto it like a lifeline. Yeah, I said too quickly. Yeah, that's probably it. Just the cold. I forced a low chuckle. Don't want to unzip the tent and fumble for it in the dark. Might accidentally hit the button and summon a helicopter for a raccoon. They didn't laugh. We settled back down, but the calm was broken. I stared up at the dark ceiling of the tent, my ears straining. The normal sounds of the night slowly returned, an owl in the distance, the gentle whisper of the creek. But they didn't sound comforting anymore. They sounded like a cover, a blanket of noise thrown over something else. My mind kept circling back to that click. It was so definite, so electronic. The manual's words echoed in my head, impervious to all known environmental interference. Would a simple temperature change make a sound like that? After a while, I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to know. Slowly, careful not to make a sound, I shifted onto my side and reached my arm out of my warm sleeping bag. My fingers found the mesh of the tent door. then groped gently on the ground outside until they brushed against the rough fabric of my backpack. I felt for the top flap, for the zipper I'd left partly open. I slid my hand inside, past the bag of trail mix, past the soft bundle of my socks. My fingertips touched the hard, smooth plastic of the Guardian 9. I just let my hand rest on it for a moment, and then I felt it. A faint, steady warmth. Not a lot, just a gentle heat, like a device that had been on for a little while. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been shocked. My heart started hammering against my ribs. That wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. This thing had a 10-year battery. It was supposed to sit there, cold and dead, until we needed it. It shouldn't be warm. It shouldn't make clicking noises in the dead of night. I lay there, my hand tingling, the slight warmth clinging to my skin. The comforting weight of the beacon in my pack now felt like the weight of a sleeping animal, something alive and unpredictable that we had brought into the heart of the wilderness with us. The question hung in the thick air of the tent, a question I was too afraid to voice out loud to my partner, who I could tell by their breathing was still awake, also staring into the dark. What, exactly, had we just turned on? The second chirp wasn't a glitch, it was a receipt. We were filtering water from a clear, icy stream the next morning, the sun dappling through the trees, trying to pretend the night before was just nerves. I had the beacon out, sitting on a rock beside me like a guilty secret, its surface cool to the touch again. I kept glancing at it, expecting something, anything. Then it happened. A loud, digital chirp, like a robot bird, shattered the calm of the gurgling water. We both jumped. My partner dropped the water filter. We stared at the little black box. My heart started doing a crazy drum solo in my chest. That sound didn't belong here, not in this place of wind and water. It was a sound from another world, a world of phones and parking garages and cash registers. I snatched the beacon up. The screen, which usually just showed a little battery icon and the word ready, was lit up with a block of text. I had to squint in the sun to read it. Satellite uplink established. Transmitting coordinates. My blood went cold. It's sending our location, I said, my voice a dry croak. Why? We didn't touch anything. Before they could answer, the screen flickered. A new line of text appeared underneath, green letters on the black background. Signal received. Acknowledged. My partner grabbed my arm, their fingers tight. Acknowledged by who? They whispered, their face pale. That was the question, wasn't it? The whole point of the beacon was that it sent a signal to a rescue coordination center, to people in uniforms who would send a helicopter. But this message felt different. It was too fast, too sterile. There was no "help is on the way," no comforting slogan. Just a cold confirmation that our position had been received and noted by someone, or something. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, a feeling of being watched from a very, very long way away. I fumbled with the buttons, my thumbs slipping on the plastic. I pressed the power button. Nothing. I pressed the SOS button, the big red one under its little orange guard. I pressed it hard. The screen didn't change. The device was locked up, doing its own thing, completely ignoring me. It was no longer our rescue beacon. It was just a brick that could talk to the sky. Panic, real and sharp, started to rise in my throat. Then the screen changed again. The text cleared. A single word appeared, centered on the display in plain, crisp letters, "Run." It wasn't a warning from the device. It wasn't system error or seek shelter. It was a command, an order, from our own lifeline. The word just sat there, blinking slowly. Run. My partner and I looked at each other, and in their eyes I saw my own terror reflected, mixed with a wild confusion. This was impossible. This was some kind of sick joke or a catastrophic malfunction. But the forest around us didn't feel like a joke. The cheerful babbling of the stream now sounded like mocking laughter. The sun felt too bright, exposing us. "We have to go," they said, their voice shaky but decisive. "Now. We leave everything. Leave everything." I looked at our half-pitched camp, at the tent still staked down, at our sleeping bags unrolled, at the little stove and the pot of water just starting to steam. Our home for the night. Our safety. Leaving it felt insane. It went against every instinct, every rule of survival. You stay put if you're in trouble. You make yourself visible. You wait for help. But help had just told us to run. The beacon screen flickered once more. The word "run" vanished. In its place was a new screen, a simple black display with a single, bright red dot pulsing right in the center. A map. And the dot was us. That was the final push. We moved like we were electrocuted. We didn't pack, we just grabbed. I shoved the beacon into the pocket of my hiking pants, feeling its unnatural warmth against my leg. We snatched our day packs, the small ones we used for side hikes, and jammed them with whatever was closest: a water bottle, a rain jacket, the bag of trail mix, a first aid kit. We abandoned everything else. The tent, the sleeping bags, the cooking gear, the rest of our food. It was a heartbreaking sight, a little island of our normal life that we were fleeing from. We didn't speak. We just started moving, crashing through the underbrush away from the stream, away from our camp, with no direction except away. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a mistake, that we were going to get lost, that we were going to die out here because of a stupid electronic glitch. But a deeper, older part, the lizard brain that senses predators, was in full control. That part agreed wholeheartedly with the command on the screen. Run. For an hour we pushed ourselves, scrambling over fallen logs, slipping on pine needles, our breath ragged in our throats. We didn't follow a trail because there wasn't one. We were just running blind, driven by pure adrenaline. My legs burned, and my partner was starting to lag, their face flushed with effort and fear. We finally had to stop, collapsing against the wide trunk of a massive fir tree, gasping for air. The only sound was our wheezing and the pounding of blood in my ears. I pulled the beacon from my pocket, half afraid of what it would show. The screen was still on, that black map with the red dot. Our red dot had moved to the left edge of the little screen. We had traveled a good distance. But that wasn't what made my breath catch. There was a second dot now, a smaller green one. It was on the right side of the screen, ahead of us and slightly higher in elevation. It wasn't moving. It just sat there, pulsing with a soft, steady light. A destination. My partner leaned in, their shoulder against mine. "What is that?" they asked, their voice hoarse. "I don't know," I said. "A rendezvous point? A place we're supposed to go." The green dot looked innocent, even friendly compared to the urgent red of our own position. But after the run command, nothing about this device felt innocent. It felt like we were being herded. The green dot was a pin on a map, and we were the thumbtack being pushed toward it. We had a choice, I guess. We could ignore it. We could turn and go in a completely different direction. But the beacon had our location. Whatever had acknowledged our signal knew exactly where we were. If we were being hunted, running aimlessly seemed worse than running toward a known point. Even if that point was a trap, at least we would see the trap coming. Maybe. The thought was cold comfort. "We should keep moving," my partner said, standing up and brushing dirt from their knees. Their eyes were fixed on the green dot on the screen. "But not toward that. Not directly. We circle around, we approach from the side, we see what it is first." It was a good plan, a soldier's plan. It made me feel a tiny bit better, like we still had some shred of control. I nodded, slipping the beacon back into my pocket. We started walking again, this time with a purpose, using the sun and my compass to skirt wide around the location of the green dot, aiming for a high ridge that might give us a view down into whatever valley or clearing it marked. The walking was slower, more careful, but the fear was a constant companion, a cold stone in my gut. Every shadow seemed to move. Every bird taking flight made us freeze. We were no longer just two people on a hiking trip. We were prey, and we knew it, and the thing holding the leash was in my pocket, quietly ticking away, drawing its little map on a screen, leading us to a place we never, ever wanted to go. The forest, once so beautiful, was now a wall of green hiding 1,000 unknowns, and the only tool we had to navigate it was the very thing that had turned against us. As we climbed the steep slope toward the ridge, the sun beginning its afternoon slide toward the mountains, I kept one hand in my pocket, my fingers resting on the warm plastic of the beacon, waiting for it to tell us what to do next. We weren't being chased. We were being shepherded, and we had just broken from the flock. That green dot on the beacon screen didn't move. It just sat there, a fixed point on a high ridge across a deep wooded valley. We watched it from our own ridge, using a small pair of binoculars, scanning the opposite tree line for any sign of what it meant. We saw nothing. Just more trees, more rocks, more wilderness. But the feeling was unmistakable, a crawling sensation on my skin like ants. That dot was a destination. As the sun started to dip, painting the sky in oranges and purples, the beacon in my hand vibrated softly, a single pulse that made me flinch. The screen changed. The green dot remained, but now numbers appeared below it, precise coordinates, followed by a simple time, 2100 hours. 9 o'clock. Tonight. It wasn't a suggestion. It felt like an appointment. A summons. My partner looked from the screen to the darkening ridge, their face tight with fear. "We're not going," they said, their voice low and firm. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. I felt a surge of relief, so strong it made my knees weak. The idea of walking obediently toward that spot as night fell was a special kind of madness. We were scared, but we weren't stupid. We were going to hide. We found our spot just as the last light faded, a jagged outcrop of granite with a shallow, scratchy cave underneath, barely big enough for the two of us to squeeze into. It was uncomfortable and cold, but it was hidden, with a narrow crack in the rock that gave us a perfect view of the ridge across the valley where the green dot glowed in our minds. We huddled together, shivering more from nerves than the chill, watching the ridge through the binoculars, taking turns. We ate some trail mix, our chewing loud in our own ears. The beacon sat between us on the rock floor, its screen dimmed but still showing that infuriating green dot and the time, which now read 2047. 13 minutes to go. Every second stretched out, filled with the pounding of my own heart. We didn't speak. We just watched. At exactly 2100 hours, something changed. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling, a shift in the air, a kind of pressure dropping. Then we saw them. Lights. 3 of them. Dim, glowing red orbs arranged in a perfect triangle. They appeared over the ridge, not flying fast, but moving with a smooth, steady purpose that was completely wrong. They weren't blinking like plane lights. They weren't swooping like searchlights. They just hung there, silent and menacing like unblinking eyes. My partner's hand found mine and squeezed so hard it hurt. We stopped breathing. The orbs drifted to a spot directly above the exact location of the green dot. Then, from the center of the triangle, a beam of white light lanced down. But it wasn't a normal beam. It wasn't a cone that spread out. It was a solid, pencil-thin rod of pure white, so bright it hurt to look at even from a distance. It touched the ridge, and it started to sweep methodically, side to side, like someone scanning a barcode. The light moved over rocks, over patches of grass. Then it found a deer. A young buck, probably drawn to the open area of the ridge. The animal froze in the brilliant white rod. It didn't run. It just stood there, locked in the light. And then it happened. The deer didn't vanish in a flash. It unfolded. It's the only word for it. Its body seemed to lose all dimension, flattening out into a shimmering two-dimensional sheet, like a photograph made of light and flesh, silent and terrible. Then the sheet, with the image of the deer still on it, was sucked upward, following the thin white rod back into the center of the hovering red lights. It was over in seconds. The white rod snapped off. The 3 red orbs, their task done, simply blinked out, one by one, leaving the ridge in darkness once more. The entire event had been utterly soundless. My stomach rolled. I clapped a hand over my mouth. My partner was trembling violently beside me. We had just watched an animal be collected, harvested. That green dot hadn't been a trap for us. It had been a gathering point. We were supposed to be there, standing in that clearing, waiting for that beam. The horror of it was so vast it was almost peaceful for a second, a numb, cold understanding. Then came the guilt, hot and sickening. We had sent that deer in our place. Our defiance had gotten an innocent creature taken. But the guilt was quickly swallowed by a raw, screaming relief. We were still here. We were still free. In the darkness of our little cave, the beacon at our feet suddenly vibrated again, a harsh, angry buzz. We both jumped. The screen flared to life, too bright. Words scrolled across it. Noncompliance noted. Next transmission will be audible. The message sat there for a few seconds, then the screen went black. Audible. It was going to talk to us. The threat was clear. We were being graded, and we had failed. We weren't just animals to be collected. We were problems to be managed, and we were making things difficult. For hours we sat in the dark, too terrified to move, too terrified to sleep. The forest night sounds, the chirping of crickets, the distant call of an owl, felt like a cruel joke. How could the world just go on? We had just seen something impossible, something that broke all the rules. Sometime deep in the night, maybe 3 or 4 in the morning, the beacon made good on its promise. It didn't beep. A sound came from its small speaker, a sound that was almost a voice but not quite. It was digitally smooth, without any emotion, like the voice from a cheap GPS unit, but colder. It synthesized a single word, clear and calm in our little rocky tomb. Inconvenient. The word hung in the air, more frightening than any scream. It was an assessment, a complaint from a teacher or a lab technician. We were an inconvenience. After the voice spoke, the beacon's screen lit up once more, but not with text. It glowed with a pale, greenish light that illuminated our huddled forms, our wide, terrified eyes. On the screen wasn't a map. It was a live video feed, a black and white, fisheye lens view from a camera looking right back at us. I could see myself, a distorted version of my own shocked face, and my partner next to me. The beacon had a camera. We never knew, and it was showing us that it was watching. We were carrying our own watcher, and it had just let us know it could see every terrified twitch, every tear, every moment of our helpless hiding. We were well and truly seen. The most terrifying phrase in the universe isn't "we're going to die." Its compliance improves categorization. That cold, synthetic voice came from the beacon again just after dawn, its greenish camera light still painting our faces in the gloom of the cave. We had spent the rest of the night trying to cover the screen with a sock, with a leaf, anything, but the light bled through, and the feeling of being watched was a physical weight on our skin. The voice was giving us new instructions. Proceed 2 miles northwest. Locate the lightning-struck pine. Await further instruction. Compliance improves categorization. The words were flat, like a computer reading a recipe. Northwest. The lightning-struck pine. It was so specific, so ordinary, and that made it worse. They knew this forest down to individual trees. We were starving, our trail mix was gone, and we were so thirsty our tongues felt like dry leather. The idea of not moving, of staying in this cave until we wasted away, was a kind of option, but the memory of the deer being unfolded and taken was fresh and brutal. They would come for us eventually, maybe with that soundless white beam, maybe with something worse. At least moving felt like doing something. We crawled out of the cave, stiff and sore, our eyes darting to the sky. It was a clear, blue, beautiful morning that felt like a lie. Using my compass, we started walking northwest, the beacon held out in front of me, like a divining rod leading to doom. Every step was agony, not just from the rough terrain, but from the knowledge we were walking where we were told. After what felt like forever, we saw it. A massive pine, its trunk split clean down the middle by some old strike, blackened and dead on one side, still living on the other. It stood in a small, sunny clearing. At its base was something that didn't belong. A metallic pod, about the size of a football, seamless and silver, like a giant, perfect egg. It reflected the sunlight in a weird, oily way. We stopped at the edge of the clearing, just inside the tree line, too afraid to approach. The beacon in my hand vibrated. The calm voice issued from it. Approach the provisioning unit. Nutrition and metabolic stabilizer are required for continued participation. Provisioning unit. Participation. The language was so clean, so clinical. We were lab rats being fed. My partner, who had some medic training from years ago, shook their head fiercely. No way. We don't know what that is. But my stomach cramped at the word nutrition. We hadn't eaten a real meal in over a day. The thirst was a constant, desperate scream in my head. The beacon vibrated again, more insistently. Compliance is mandatory for continued viability. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a statement of fact. We wouldn't last much longer without food and water. The pod was offering both. It was a choice, but it wasn't a choice at all. We walked forward, our steps slow, until we stood over the metallic egg. As we got close, its surface rippled like liquid metal, and an opening appeared at the top, irising open without a sound. Inside, nestled in a soft blue light, were two things. Two sealed, clear pouches filled with a thick, amber-colored gel, and a single device that looked like a high-tech syringe, but without a needle, just a flat, circular pad at one end. Consume the nutrient gel, the beacon instructed. Then administer the metabolic stabilizer. The hypospray will deliver it transdermally. My partner picked up one of the pouches, their hands shaking. They turned it over. No writing, no branding, just clear gel. They tore the top off with their teeth, sniffed it. It had no smell. They looked at me, their eyes full of a terrible resignation, and took a small sip. They waited a moment, then a longer swallow. It's just sweet, tasteless but sweet, like thick sugar water. They handed me the other pouch. My own hunger overrode every warning bell. I tore it open and gulped the gel down. It was exactly as they described, a bland, sweet paste that coated my throat and settled in my stomach with a comforting warmth. It immediately took the edge off the gnawing hunger and the sharpest pangs of thirst. It felt good, which felt horrible. We had just eaten something provided by the things that had taken the deer. Then we looked at the hypospray. My partner picked it up. It was cool and heavy. Transdermal means through the skin, they whispered. No needle. But what's in it? A tracker? A sedative? Some kind of obedience drug? The beacon spoke again. Administer the stabilizer. It is required to maintain biorhythms and ensure assessment accuracy. The voice was so reasonable. I thought about the word inconvenient from the night before. I didn't want to be more inconvenient. I didn't want to be categorized as a problem. In that moment, the fear of what they might do if we refused was greater than the fear of the unknown liquid in the device. Do it, I said, my voice rough. My partner looked like they might argue, but they just nodded, a single tear cutting through the dirt on their cheek. They pressed the flat pad of the hypospray against the side of my neck. There was a soft hiss, a feeling of intense cold spreading under my skin, and then it was over. No mark, no pain, just a sudden, icy tingle that faded. They did the same to themselves, their hands steady but their eyes screwed shut. For a few minutes, nothing happened. We sat by the dead tree, waiting. Then I felt it, a change. The jagged, electric fear that had been jolting through me since the first chirp began to soften at the edges. It didn't go away, but it got blurry, like a radio station slipping out of tune. My thoughts, which had been racing in tight, panicked circles, slowed down. I still knew we were in terrible danger, but the knowledge felt distant, like I was reading about it in a book instead of living it. I looked at my partner. Their breathing had deepened. The wild, animal terror in their eyes had been replaced by a glassy, dazed look. "Do you feel that?" they asked, their words coming a bit slower than usual. It's hard to be scared. I'm scared, but I can't quite reach it." That was it exactly. The metabolic stabilizer wasn't just stabilizing our metabolism. It was stabilizing our emotions, damping down the panic, putting a lid on our fight or flight response. We were being chemically leashed, made more manageable, easier to herd. The beacon screen lit up. Text scrolled. Biomass consumption noted. Specimen vitality nominal. Specimen. Nominal. We were just specimens now, and we were functioning normally. The horror of that was a dull thud in my chemically muffled mind. We sat there for a long time, maybe an hour, in a sort of drugged haze. The world seemed softer, less sharp. The terror was still there, but it was buried under a warm, fuzzy blanket. I hated it. I tried to hold on to the sharp fear, because the fear was mine, and this foggy calm was theirs. I stumbled as I stood up, my limbs feeling loose and uncoordinated. I reached out to steady myself against the metallic pod. The moment my fingers touched its cool, seamless surface, the pod reacted. A beam of blue light shot out from its top, projecting an image into the air above it, a hologram that shimmered and rotated. It was a diagram, like something from a medical textbook, but too detailed, too perfect. It showed a human body, a schematic of veins and arteries and nerves, all labeled with tiny, unreadable symbols. In the diagram, at the very base of the skull, right where the hypospray had pressed against our necks, was a single, flashing red point. A tiny, intricate model of some kind of device or node was superimposed there, with lines connecting it to the brain stem and the spinal cord. It was a map showing exactly where they had just put something inside us. The hologram hung in the air for maybe 10 seconds, slowly turning, giving us a perfect three-dimensional view of the foreign object now presumably sitting at the top of our spines. Then it winked out. The pod's opening sealed shut, and its metallic surface became dull and inert, just a strange piece of junk at the base of a dead tree. The beacon in my hand, which had been quiet, vibrated once. The screen now showed a simple, slowly blinking green arrow, pointing northeast, deeper into the wilderness. No text, no voice, just an arrow. The next leg of the journey was ready, and we, calm and compliant, and carrying something new under our skin, were ready to follow. We learned we weren't special. We were just the latest batch, confusing route for over an hour, finally stopping at a hidden creek bed, the water cutting a deep groove in the earth, its banks offering cover. She was breathing hard, but her eyes were sharp, scanning the sky constantly. "The fog," she said, turning to us. "The feeling like you can't quite be scared, like your thoughts are wrapped in cotton. That's the stabilizer. It's a chemical leash. You have to fight it." She rummaged in a small, filthy pack and pulled out a gnarly piece of root, gray and twisted. "Chew this. Not swallow, just chew. It's bitter as hell, and it'll make your head hurt, but it jolts your system. Adrenaline. It cuts through their drugs for a little while." My partner, the former medic, took the root first, sniffing it, then broke off a piece and put it in their mouth. Their face immediately contorted in a grimace, but a second later their eyes, which had been glassy, widened with a new, sharp clarity. They spat it out and handed me a piece. "It works," they said, their voice suddenly more present. I chewed. A disgusting, intense bitterness flooded my mouth, followed by a painful, electric jolt that seemed to start in my jaw and shoot straight to my brain. The world snapped into a horrible, crisp focus. The fear came back, not as a dull rumble, but as a screaming, vibrant thing. The memory of the deer, the blank faces in the gully, the schematic of the thing in our necks, it all crashed over me with fresh, unbearable weight. But I could think. My thoughts were my own again, sharp and terrified. Maya nodded, seeing the change in our faces. Good. You only get a few minutes of clear-headedness. Use it wisely. I've been out here, avoiding the herds, for weeks, I think. Time gets funny. They put these out, she said, gesturing to the beacon in my hand with disgust. In stores online. They target the ones who go deep. The beacon is the collar. The stabilizer makes you docile. The green arrows and the dots, that's the herding. And the harvest. She trailed off, her eyes distant for a moment. They're studying us. Stress responses, group behavior, defiance. We're lab rats in a cage the size of a national forest. She explained her plan. She thought the beacons talked to satellites, but they might also talk to each other over short distances like a local network. She'd been scavenging, and she'd built a kind of cage out of salvaged emergency blankets, the crinkly silver ones, and some copper wire she'd stripped from a broken piece of camping gear she'd found. A Faraday cage, she called it, something to block all signals. Her idea was to put a beacon inside, block its transmissions, and then, in that window, try to physically open it, to mess with its insides, maybe even turn it into a weapon or a tool. She needed a beacon to test it. She looked at mine. It's a huge risk, my partner said, their clear mind analyzing. If it doesn't work, it'll tell them exactly what we're trying to do. Doing nothing is a bigger risk, Maya shot back. They'll herd you to an extraction zone, and you'll walk right into that crystal hive like all the others. This is the only fight we have. The clarity from the route was fading, the fog starting to creep back in at the edges of my perception. We had to decide. I thought of the list on the screen of Klein J. and his 72-hour window. I handed Maya the beacon. Do it. We moved to her hideout, a shallow overhang hidden by a waterfall of ivy. Inside was her pathetic little workshop, the messy bundle of silver mylar and wire, a few crude tools made from rocks and sticks. With trembling hands, she wrapped my beacon in the layers of blanket, weaving the wire around it, creating a messy silver cocoon. This should block everything, she murmured, more to herself than to us. We held our breath. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the beacon inside the cocoon began to vibrate violently. A sound came through the layers, not from the speaker, but the synthetic voice itself, loud and clear and terrifyingly calm. Unauthorized signal interruption attempted. Cooperative testing protocol terminated. Initiating specimen retrieval. My blood froze. It wasn't a flaw. It wasn't a vulnerability. It was a test. They were testing our initiative, our capacity for rebellion, and we had just handed them a perfect score. The beacon had been waiting for us to try something like this. Maya's face went white, but she didn't freeze. With a speed that left me stunned, she grabbed the wrapped, vibrating beacon and sprinted out of the overhang, away from the creek bed, crashing through the brush. "Remember the route," she screamed over her shoulder, her voice already growing distant. She was leading the retrieval signal away from us, sacrificing herself. We scrambled after her, but we were too slow, too stunned. We saw her burst into a small clearing up ahead, and then we saw the retrieval craft. It wasn't an orb. It was sleek, black, and insect-like, about the size of a large dog. It descended from the canopy without a sound, moving with a predatory, fluid grace that was utterly wrong. It overtook Maya in seconds. A thin, glowing blue filament, like a wire of pure light, shot out from its underside, wrapping around her legs with a snap. She was yanked off her feet, a cry torn from her lips, and hoisted into the air. The black craft didn't pause. It whisked her away, a dangling, struggling silhouette against the green, and vanished into the trees. It was over in a heartbeat. We stood there, empty, the world spinning. The route's clarity was gone, replaced by a crushing, foggy despair. A vibration came from the ground. My beacon. Maya hadn't taken it far enough. The mylar cocoon had come loose. I walked over numb and picked it up. The screen was lit. The message was simple, flashing with a cold finality. Lesson administered. Resume compliance. Proceed to extraction zone alpha. Below the text, a new route had been plotted on its map. a meandering line that ended in a wide, open circle labeled Zone Alpha, miles away, in a part of the map that should have been nothing but rugged peaks. We had failed. Maya was gone, captured because of my beacon. And now, we were being told to march to the slaughterhouse. We had no choice. With leaden feet, we began to walk in the direction of the new arrow, the fight gone out of us. The path took us past the clearing where Maya had been taken. On the ground, half trampled into the mud, was her small pack. My partner picked it up, their movements slow with grief. Inside, alongside foraging tools and more of the bitter root, was a waterlogged paper trail map of the wilderness, the kind you buy at a ranger station. Maya had drawn on it. With a trembling hand, my partner held it up. In 5 different, remote valleys scattered across the map, Maya had drawn precise, trembling circles. Next to each circle was a date, going back 2 years. And next to each date, written in the same desperate handwriting, was a single word: silence. We reached the meadow and saw the truth. We weren't in an emergency. We were in a lab report. The hike to Extraction Zone Alpha took the rest of that day, and all of the next. A forced march through the chemical fog that made our limbs move and our minds numb. We were running on the strange gel from the pods, which we found at another lightning-struck tree, and another dose of the stabilizer that made everything feel like a bad dream we couldn't wake up from. The terrain grew steeper, more treacherous, but the beacon's arrow led us unerringly up a narrow pass. We came to the tree line at the top of a high ridge, and we looked down. The world fell away into a vast, flat meadow that had no business existing in the middle of such rugged mountains. It was perfectly circular, a bowl of tall, green grass, and in its center was the structure. It wasn't a ship, not like in the movies. It was a geometric, crystalline object, like a giant, faceted black diamond, half buried in the earth. It hummed a low, deep vibration we felt in our teeth and bones, a sound that was more pressure than noise. Around it, moving with purpose, were figures in the same dark, blurring suits we'd seen in the gully, and walking toward an iridescent opening in the structure's side, in a slow, obedient line, were people. The compliant ones, the blank-faced herd from the woods, now being led home. My partner's hand found mine, their grip cold. The sight was too big, too real. This was the end of the line. This was where the harvest happened. The beacon in my hand felt like it was burning a hole in my skin. In a moment of pure, defiant clarity, I fumbled for the last piece of Maya's bitter root in my pocket. I shoved it in my mouth, chewing furiously through the eye-watering bitterness. The electric jolt hit my system, piercing the fog. For a few precious minutes, my mind was my own, sharp and screaming. I looked at the beacon, not at the map, but at the device itself. In this clear state, I didn't feel for the SOS button. I felt like a person, not a victim. I started pressing buttons in combinations, holding the power button, then the menu button, then both together, anything to get past the screen they wanted me to see. After a few tries, the screen flickered and changed. It wasn't a map. It was a menu, lines of tiny technical code. A diagnostic log. My fingers, clumsy with cold and fear, navigated it. I found a file labeled Activation Log. I opened it. The last entry was time-stamped. My breath caught. The date was not the day we got lost, or the day the beacon chirped. It was the day before we even left for our trip. The log entry read, Remote Activation Protocol Engaged. Subjects in transit. Designation, Observation Group Gamma. Parameters, Stress Response / Defiance Cycle. I read it twice, the word swimming. Remote activation. The day before. Observation Group Gamma. Stress Response. Defiance Cycle. It wasn't a malfunction. It wasn't bad luck. We were selected. Our entire trip, the purchase of this specific beacon model, our route into the Bob Marshall Wilderness. It was all a variable in an experiment. The run command was the first test. Our fear was data. Our hiding was data. Maya's attempted rebellion and her capture were data. We were lab rats in the world's largest, most terrible naturalistic enclosure, and we had been from the very beginning. I showed the screen to my partner. Their face went from confusion to a sick, horrified understanding. The store, they whispered, their voice hollow. The salesman. The guy who talked me into the Guardian, 9 over the other models. He was so insistent. He knew we were going to the Bob. He asked about our route. The memory seen through this new lens was chilling. He hadn't been a helpful clerk. He had been a technician, issuing lab equipment. The beacon, detecting our elevated stress from the route and our proximity to the zone, chose that moment to broadcast its final audible message. The calm, synthetic voice was as clear as if it was standing next to us. Observation Group Gamma. Your participation has been invaluable. Please proceed for final debriefing and integration. Your compliance is appreciated. The words were polite, professional, and utterly monstrous. Your participation has been invaluable. We had performed well. Final debriefing and integration. That was the opening in the crystal. Your compliance is appreciated. Thank you for being good rats. The gratitude was the most horrifying part. It meant they saw us as nothing more than productive subjects. My partner looked from the extraction zone teeming with suited figures and shuffling people to the vast, hostile, unknown wilderness behind us. Their eyes were clear now, the root working on them too. They voiced the ultimate, terrible question. Do we walk into the lab, Leo? Or do we try to die free in the maze? There was no good answer. Walking in meant becoming one of those blank faces, or worse, being integrated into whatever that crystal hive was. Running meant dying out here, hunted, alone, but maybe on our own terms. The beacon sat in my hand, warm and smug, awaiting our choice. In that crystal clear moment of horror, I made a decision. I didn't want to give them any more data. I didn't want to comply. I didn't want to run. I wanted to break the experiment. I did the only thing left that felt like a real action. I held down the power button and the menu button on the beacon simultaneously. A universal factory reset command for stubborn electronics. I held them down, my thumbs turning white. The beacon screen went wild. It flashed a series of error codes. Then, in large red letters, critical system error. A loud, piercing, continuous tone erupted from its speaker, a shrieking alarm that ripped through the mountain calm. But it wasn't our distress signal. It was something else, a system's death scream. On the screen, flashing erratically, were new words. Containment breach. Unauthorized termination protocol. Release pursuers. I stared at the words. Unauthorized termination. Release pursuers. We weren't specimens anymore. We were a virus. An error in the system. And the system had a protocol for errors. Below us, in the meadow, everything stopped. The suited figures froze. Then, as one, they all turned their heads toward the ridge, toward the source of the beacon's electronic scream. The iridescent opening in the crystalline structure irised wider. And from it, three shapes flowed out. They were sleek, metallic, and moved on four legs like wolves. But their motion was all wrong, a liquid, jointless flowing. Their heads were smooth ovals, with no eyes, just sensors that swiveled and focused, pinpointing us immediately. They didn't bark or growl. They just turned and began to move up the slope toward our ridge. They didn't run. They flowed, eating the distance with terrifying, silent speed. The beacon's screen was a homing beacon, and we were now the primary target of an experiment that had just declared us a glitch to be deleted. When the beacon died, the void it left behind was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of being truly, irrevocably erased. The metallic wolf things were flowing up the slope, fast and silent. We had one chance, a desperate, stupid chance. To our right, the ridge fell away into a deep, narrow canyon, the sound of a raging, glacial-fed river roaring up from its depths. The water was a violent, white froth, sure death to enter, but maybe, just maybe, it would scramble whatever signal the dying beacon had sent out, confuse the sensors of the things hunting us. It was a hope so thin it was almost invisible. The river! I shouted over the fading electronic scream, grabbing my partner's arm. We turned and ran along the ridge, not toward the river, but parallel to it, looking for a way down, any way down. The ground was loose shale and slick pine needles. We slipped, scrambled, our breath sobbing in our throats. I risked a glance back. The lead creature was halfway up the slope, moving with that impossible, fluid grace, closing the distance with chilling speed. My partner, just ahead of me, their foot caught on a root. They went down hard with a cry, tumbling forward, their ankle twisting at a bad angle. I skidded to a stop, turning to help. The lead creature saw the opening. It surged the last 20 feet, a blur of dark metal. It didn't pounce to kill. It was going to disable, to capture, just like the silver sphere had. My partner pushed themselves up on their elbows, their face a mask of pain and terror. They saw the creature, saw me frozen, and in their eyes, I saw a decision click into place, a calm finality that cut through the panic. They snatched the shrieking, error-flashing beacon from where I'd dropped it. "Go! Leo, go! Reset the world!" They screamed, their voice raw with a love and a fury that tore my heart in two. And with all their strength, they hurled the beacon not at me, but directly at the lead creature's smooth, sensor-filled head. The creature reacted not with anger, but with a swift, efficient motion. Its head snapped forward, and its jaws, which hadn't been visible before, opened in a split second, catching the beak in midair. There was a crunch of plastic and circuitry, a final, choked electronic squeal, and then nothing. The screaming stopped. The world rushed back in, the roar of the river, the wind in the pines, our ragged breathing. The three creatures froze, their smooth heads swiveled, confused, the homing signal gone. They were like hounds that had lost the scent. For a few precious seconds, they were inert. I looked at my partner. They were on the ground, their leg clearly broken, staring at me. Their eyes held no fear now, only a fierce, blazing command. Go. Live. Tell someone. The creatures began to move again, their sensors refocusing, this time on the two of us, the source of the trouble. I had a split second. Fight a hopeless battle and die with them, or honor their sacrifice and run. The choice was agony, but it was no choice at all. I met their gaze one last time, saw the love there, and then I turned and ran. I didn't head for the slope. I ran straight for the cliff edge overlooking the river. I didn't think. I just leaped out into the open air, into the roar, away from the lab, away from the herd, away from my heart lying broken on the ridge. The fall was a blur of sky and rock and spray. The icy water hit me like a concrete wall, driving the air from my lungs. The current, stronger than anything I could imagine, sucked me under, tumbling me, battering me against submerged rocks. The world was a chaos of cold and dark and roaring noise. I was sure this was it. This was dying free. My lungs burned. My body went numb. I slammed into something hard, my shoulder exploding in pain, and then I was flung upward, breaking the surface for a gasping, half-drowned breath before being dragged under again. I have no idea how long the river had me. Time lost all meaning in that violent, freezing wash. Consciousness faded in and out. At some point, the river spat me out. I washed up on a gravel bar in the deep, dark belly of the canyon, under a sliver of starry sky. I crawled, retching water, my body one massive bruise, my shoulder dislocated, my clothes frozen to my skin. I dragged myself into a crevice in the canyon wall, a shallow depression just out of the spray. I lay there shivering, the violent tremors threatening to shake my bones apart. I was alone, truly alone. No partner, no beacon, no watchful eye, just the crushing, empty awareness of what I had lost and what I had seen. As I lay there, fading in and out of a hypothermic haze, I looked up. High above the canyon rim, in the slice of sky I could see they were there. The triangular formation of three red orbs, moving in a slow, methodical, grid-like pattern, sweeping back and forth across the wilderness. They weren't searching for me. They were cleaning up, erasing the evidence of the error. Patient, thorough, untouchable. The sight was more terrifying than the wolf creatures. This was the scale of it. This was the machine. I must have passed out from the cold and the pain, because the next thing I knew, a gray, frosty dawn was lightening the canyon. I was coated in a thin layer of ice, my body screaming in protest with every tiny movement. I was alive, but barely. As I tried to muster the will to move, to try to find a way out of this stone prison, I saw a figure on the opposite bank of the still raging river. A man. He was dressed in torn, filthy hiking gear, a wild beard covering half his face. He held up his hands, palms out, in a universal gesture of peace. Then, slowly, deliberately, he pointed to his own neck, pulling down his collar. Even from across the water, I could see it, a faint silver, circular scar exactly where the hypospray had touched us. He looked at me, his eyes sharp and aware, not fogged, not blank. He looked up at the canyon rim, then back at me. He put a finger to his lips. Quiet. Then he pointed upstream, deeper into the canyon's heart, where the walls narrowed and the water disappeared into a dark gorge. Come. He turned and began to walk along the far bank, not waiting to see if I followed. And then I saw it, etched into the base of the cliff right behind where he'd been standing. A symbol made of piled stones, crude but unmistakable. It was a large open eye, and slashed through it, from corner to corner, was a single straight line. The message was clear. I looked at the raging river between us. I looked at the impossibly steep canyon walls behind me. I looked at the sliver of sky above, where the red orbs had performed their sterile, patient dance. My body was broken. My world was gone. But in that symbol, in that scar on the man's neck, there was a thread, not of hope, but of defiance. It was a path forward, not out, but deeper in. With a groan that was part pain, part grief, and part something else, a stubborn, furious refusal to be a good specimen, I pushed myself up onto my knees. I took one last look at the sky, then turned my back on it. I began the agonizing, stumbling crawl toward the river's edge, to find a way across, to follow the man with the scar into the deep, unknown heart of the maze. The experiment was over for me. Something else was beginning. Story number 3. The mountains didn't look real. They looked like a painting someone had forgotten to finish, all jagged blue teeth against a sky too big for its own good. That was the first warning, I think, the sheer scale of it, how it made you feel like a speck. My name is Ben, and I was there with my wife. We'd been planning this trip to Glacier National Park for months. A chance to unplug and just breathe some air that didn't smell like traffic and fast food. The drive-in was all epic views and excited chatter, us pointing out every waterfall and eagle we saw. We got to the ranger station in the late afternoon, this little log cabin deal that smelled like pine sap and old coffee. The guy behind the counter was young, maybe in his 20s, with that sunburned, competent look all rangers seem to have. He was friendly, smiling as he stamped our permit and slid maps across the counter. He gave us the usual talk about bear safety, about storing food in the metal lockers, about not feeding the wildlife. It was normal, it was routine. We were nodding along, already half thinking about setting up camp and getting a fire going. Then, just as he handed me the permit, his smile tightened a little at the corners. He leaned forward on his elbows, his voice dropping into a more casual, just-between-us tone. "Oh, one more thing," he said, like he was mentioning a quirky local diner. "You're booked at the Meadows site, real pretty spot. Isolated, though. You might see folks setting up camp weirdly close after dark. The night campers." He paused, letting the name hang in the air. My wife and I exchanged a glance, a little smirk. It sounded like a campfire story. The ranger's eyes went serious for a second, the blue in them turning flat and hard. "Don't mind them," he said, his words slow and deliberate. "Don't engage. Don't go over to say hi. Just ignore him. They're always gone by morning." My wife opened her mouth, a question forming on her lips, probably why shouldn't we? But he cut her off with a quick, firm shake of his head and that same tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. He didn't explain. He just stated it as a rule, like hanging your food or putting out your fire. It left a weird little chill in the warm cabin air, but we shrugged it off. As we walked back to our car, I nudged her. "So ghosts with REI gear?" I joked. She didn't laugh. She was looking past me, out at the darkening wall of trees that bordered the parking lot, her face thoughtful. "It was just weird, the way he said it," she murmured. "Like a script." We drove the winding gravel road to our site, the trees opening up to reveal this huge, beautiful meadow surrounded by those impossible mountains. Our spot was perfect, a flat patch of grass right at the edge of the tree line with a stone fire ring. It felt a million miles from anyone. We got to work, the familiar rhythm of setting up camp, pushing the ranger's odd warning to the back of our minds. The tent went up, the sleeping bags were unrolled. I gathered firewood while she started dinner. As the sun dipped behind the peaks, painting everything in gold and purple, we sat on logs by our crackling fire, eating pasta from our camping bowls. The topic came back up, as I knew it would. "What do you think that was about?" she asked, poking the fire with a stick. "The night camper thing." I took a sip of my coffee. "Hazing for newbies," I said. "A park legend. Every place has one. Maybe it's about not disturbing other campers' peace. Or maybe there's some old hermit who wanders around, and they don't want people bothering him." She thought about that, staring into the flames. "But why say don't engage? Why not just say respect other campers' privacy?" "Bureaucracy," I said, feeling confident. "They have a rule for everything. Probably some incident years ago where a fight broke out over someone's tent being too close. Now they just give this spooky warning to keep people from interacting." It made sense to us. We decided that was it. A silly rule, a ghost story for adults. We cleaned up, secured our food in the bear locker 20 yards away, and doused the fire. The dark that fell was absolute. I mean, you don't know dark until you're in a place with no city glow. It was a solid thing, pressing in from all sides, only held back by the weak circle of light from our lantern. The world became sounds. The pop and settle of our cooling fire. The sigh of the wind through a million pine needles. Something scurrying in the brush. An owl asking its question from somewhere far away. We zipped ourselves into our tent, a little nylon fortress, and the sounds became muffled. We read by headlamp for a while, but the quiet out there, the kind of quiet that has its own weight, made it hard to concentrate. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It felt watchful. Every little noise outside the tent made my heart skip. a twig snapping, the rustle of what was probably just a squirrel. The idea of another tent appearing in this vast, empty meadow suddenly didn't seem so funny. It seemed absurd, impossible. Who would hike all the way out here in the dark? My wife felt it too. I could see it in the way she held her book, not turning the pages. "It's really quiet," she whispered, as if someone might hear. "Yeah," I whispered back. "Just us." We eventually turned off the headlamps. The dark inside the tent was just as complete as outside. We lay there in our sleeping bags, listening. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, I was jerked awake by the sound of a zipper. My breath caught, but it was my wife sitting up. "I have to go to the bathroom," she whispered. I fumbled for my watch. Its glowing face read 2:17 a.m. "Be quick," I said, my voice rough with sleep. "Take the headlamp and the bear spray." She unzipped the inner tent door, then the rain fly. A wedge of cold air sliced in. I saw her crouch in the doorway, pull on her shoes, and then she was out, the beam of her headlamp sweeping across the grass as she walked the short distance to the grove of trees we'd designated for that purpose. I waited, listening to the nothing. Then her light came bobbing back. She was moving faster. She scrambled back into the tent, zipping both doors shut in a hurry. Her breath was coming in little puffs. "What?" I asked, sitting up. "What is it?" She turned to me, her eyes wide in the residual glow of the headlamp she'd just switched off. "I saw something. When I first came out, I shined my light across the meadow, just scanning, you know." She swallowed. "For a second, I thought I saw a circle. In the grass. A perfect, flat circle, like something really big and heavy had been sitting there recently. It was just for a second, right in the middle of the meadow. But when I looked right at it, it was gone. Just normal grass." A trickle of cold moved down my spine. "An animal," I said, trying to sound sure. "A deer bedded down for the night. Your light startled it, and it ran." "It was a perfect circle," she insisted, her voice barely audible. "And it was gone too fast." We lay back down. The watchful feeling was back, stronger than ever. I listened so hard my ears started to invent sounds, muffled voices, footsteps. But there was nothing. Just the vast, empty night. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under again, but my sleep was thin and restless, filled with dreams of silent figures standing in flat, circular patches in endless fields. The morning came bright and clear, bleaching the strangeness of the night away with brilliant sunshine. The meadow was just a meadow, beautiful and empty. We made coffee, cooked breakfast, and didn't talk about the circle in the grass. The ranger's warning felt even sillier in the daylight. We spent the day hiking, pushing ourselves up a steep trail to a breathtaking overlook. We were sweaty, tired, and happy. The incident from the night before was filed away as a weird shared moment, a product of nerves and an overactive imagination in a new place. That evening, our second at the site felt different. We were more settled. The vast emptiness felt like privacy now, not a threat. We laughed more by the fire. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in fiery oranges, I went to the small stream at the edge of the meadow to rinse our dinner pot. The water was ice cold and clear. I was scrubbing, watching the last sliver of sun vanish behind the mountain, when I happened to glance up, back toward our campsite. And I froze. My hands went numb in the cold water. There, maybe 6 feet from our own cheerful yellow tent, was another tent. It was sleek, dark gray, and modern. It hadn't been there 5 minutes ago. No car had driven up. No one had walked across the open meadow. It was just there. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I dropped the pot and stood up, water dripping from my fingers. I walked back slowly, my eyes fixed on it. A single, dim lantern was lit inside it. Against the fabric, I could see silhouettes moving. 2 taller ones, 2 smaller ones. A family. The scene was utterly mundane. A family in a tent. But the way it had just appeared, silently, in the space of a glancing away, made my skin crawl. I reached our fire, where my wife was adding a log. She looked up, saw my face, and followed my gaze. Her hand flew to her mouth. "Oh God," she breathed. We stood there, staring. The other tent was quiet. No voices, no laughter, no sounds of zippers or rustling gear. Just those shifting shadows on the fabric. The ranger's words roared back in my head. "Don't mind them. Don't engage." This wasn't a story anymore. This was a tent, right there. We retreated to our own tent, whispering fiercely. "We have to go say something," I hissed. "They're practically on top of us. This is our site." My wife grabbed my arm, her fingers tight. "No, you heard him. Don't approach. What if they're dangerous? What if that's what he meant?" The rational part of my brain was losing a battle to a deep, primal unease. We turned off our headlamps and sat in the dark, watching the other tent through our mesh window. The silhouettes kept moving, but they never took a recognizable shape. They never sat down. They just shifted. There was no smell of their dinner, no crackle of their fire. They didn't have one. Just that single, faint lantern glow. The normal sounds of a campsite at night were completely absent from their patch of ground. Swallowing down a lump of fear, we decided to obey the ranger. It felt cowardly and strange, but the rule was the only guideline we had in this suddenly wrong situation. We went through our bedtime routine in hushed tones, feeling like intruders, like we were the ones who didn't belong. Finally, we zipped ourselves into our tent, leaving only the mesh between us and the silent neighbors. We lay in the dark, not sleeping, just listening to the sound of our own breathing, which seemed too loud. The other tent remained a silent, dark shape against the slightly lighter dark of the sky. Then, after what felt like an hour, we heard it. A single, smooth, metallic zizzip from their tent. The sound of a door being unzipped. It was followed by nothing. No footsteps on the grass. No whispered goodnights. Just that open zipper and the waiting night. We held our breath, side by side, staring into the blackness, waiting for a sound that never came. The night was no longer empty, and the rule was the only thing holding the panic at bay. We were wide awake, and dawn was a long, long time away. By the second day, the ranger's story had become a joke between us, a way to break the weird tension that had settled over our trip. Want to scare the night campers? I'd asked my wife as we packed our hiking gear that morning. We'll offer them some of your chili. We managed a laugh, a real one, pushing the memory of the silent tent and that single, open zipper sound into the bright, logical light of day. We hiked hard, choosing a steep trail that burned our legs and filled our lungs with thin, cold air. The physical effort was a blessing. It left no room for thinking, only for putting one foot in front of the other. We stood on a wind-scoured peak and looked out at a sea of mountains, feeling properly small and properly awed. The weirdness of the previous night shrank, becoming a distant, bizarre footnote. On the hike down, we talked about normal things, work, friends, plans for the house. The other tent was an anomaly, we decided. Maybe they were ultra-minimalist campers, weird survivalist types who liked to practice stealth camping. The ranger's warning was probably just a way to prevent conflicts with people who enjoyed being antisocial. This logic felt solid, reinforced by sunshine and tired muscles. We got back to our site in the late afternoon, sore and happy. The meadow was golden and empty, just as we'd left it. There was no sign of the other tent, no flattened grass, nothing. Relief washed over us, warm and undeniable. See, gone by morning, just like the ranger said. We cooked a good dinner, the kind you only appreciate after a long day outside, and the evening was so peaceful, so perfectly what we'd come for, that the fear of the night before seemed silly. We were settled. The vast space around us felt like our own private kingdom, not a threatening void. As the sun began to dip, painting the clouds in streaks of pink and purple, I took the pot down to the stream to wash up. The water was icy, numbing my fingers as I scrubbed. I was thinking about nothing in particular, about how good my sleeping bag was going to feel, when I happened to look up, back toward our campsite. The last sliver of sun vanished behind the western ridge, and in that exact moment, between one heartbeat and the next, the tent reappeared. It wasn't a gradual thing. I didn't see someone walk up and start unpacking. My wife was still by the fire, adding a log. I blinked, sure my eyes were tricking me. But there it was. The same sleek, dark gray fabric, the same modern shape. It stood maybe 6 feet from our yellow tent, so close it felt like an intrusion, a violation of the bubble of space around our home. A little internal light clicked on inside it, casting those same faint, shifting silhouettes against the walls. Too tall, too small. My breath stuck in my throat. I dropped the pot, not hearing it clatter against the rocks, and just stared. My wife followed my line of sight. The color drained from her face. We stood frozen, 50 feet apart, locked in a shared paralysis. The impossible had happened again, and in the daylight's last gasp, it was 10 times more frightening. This was no trick of the dark. This was a tent, materializing in the open, in plain sight. We converged back at our fire, moving slowly, drawn together like magnets. "It wasn't there," she whispered, her voice thin. I was looking right at our tent. I turned to put the log on. I looked back, and it was just there. We didn't speak above a murmur, conscious of the close proximity. Inside our own tent, with the rainfly zipped shut, we argued in tense, hissed whispers. "We have to say something," I insisted, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and anger. This is insane. They can't just pop up on our site. I'm going out there to tell them to move. My wife clutched my jacket sleeve. No, the ranger said not to. Don't you get it? He knew this would happen. He told us what to do. Ignore them. That's the rule. But why? I shot back, frustration boiling over. Why is that the rule? What happens if we don't ignore them? She had no answer. Her eyes were wide, pleading. I don't know, but he was scared when he said it. I saw it. Please. Let's just do what he said. Grudgingly, fear winning out over bravado, I agreed. We turned off our lantern and sat in the growing dark, peering out the mesh window. The other tent's glow was the only light in the meadow now. The silhouettes continued their slow, meaningless motion. My wife pointed a trembling finger. Look at the grass, she breathed. I looked. Around our tent, the grass was trampled, flattened by our footprints and the weight of the tent itself. There was a path to the fire ring, to the bear locker. But the ground around their tent, it was perfect. Undisturbed. The blade stood straight up, dewy and untouched, as if the tent had been lowered from the sky by a string, not pitched by human hands. That detail was a cold knife in my gut. It broke the last pretense of normality. We followed the rule. We got ready for bed in the dark, moving by feel, our whispers barely audible. Every small sound we made, the rustle of a sleeping bag, the click of a toothpaste cap, felt obscenely loud. We zipped ourselves in, that final sound echoing in the small space. The mesh window faced their tent. We lay on our stomachs, side by side, watching. The night was profoundly still. No wind. No animals. It was as if the world was holding its breath. The other tent gave nothing away. No voices, no snoring, no rustling. Just that soft, constant glow and the shifting shadows. An hour crawled by. Then another. My eyes ached from staring. My wife eventually drifted into a fitful sleep, her breathing uneven. I stayed on watch, gripped by a terrible fascination. Then, at what felt like the deepest point of the night, I saw the silhouette of one of the smaller figures approach the wall of their tent facing us. It pressed close to the fabric, its head-shaped shadow tilting. It stood there motionless for a long time. It wasn't looking around. It was looking directly at our tent. At me. I didn't move a muscle. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, a kid staring out at the night. But the posture was all wrong. It was too still, too focused. After an eternity, the small shadow moved away. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I must have dozed then, because the next thing I knew, a different sound jolted me fully awake. It was a soft, wet sound, a gentle shhhhd, shhhhd, shhhhd. It was close. It was right outside our tent. I nudged my wife awake, my hand over her mouth. Her eyes flew open, full of panic. I pointed to the mesh window. The sound continued, a slow, rhythmic brushing against the outside of our rainfly. Not an animal sniffing. This was too deliberate, too even. It sounded like someone was slowly dragging the tips of their fingers along the taut nylon, from one end to the other. We didn't breathe. We just listened to that awful, intimate sound as it made its way along the side of our tent, right past where our heads lay on our pillows. Then it stopped, right by the door. We waited. Nothing. No footsteps walking away. No more sounds. Just the waiting dark. We stayed like that until the first gray light of dawn began to seep into the sky, bleaching the stars away. As the world gained shape and color, we watched the other tent. The little light inside went out. The silhouettes vanished. And then, as the sun's first direct ray broke over the mountain, the tent itself seemed to fade. It didn't collapse. It didn't vanish in a blink. It became less solid, like a photograph dissolving in water, growing translucent, and then it was simply not there. The meadow was empty. The grass where it had stood was pristine, untouched, dew sparkling in the morning sun. We unzipped our door with stiff, cold fingers and stumbled out. We went straight to the spot. There was nothing. No tent peg holes, no impression, no scrap of trash. I walked the entire perimeter, searching for any sign. Nothing. My wife wasn't looking at the ground. She was looking at our own tent. Her face was white. "Honey," she said, her voice cracking. I turned. On the outside of our rainfly, on the section right next to where our heads had been, a long, sweeping mark was etched through the dew, as if a hand had been wiped slowly, carefully, from one end to the other. The rest of the rainfly was beaded with moisture. That one path was clear. Someone or something had touched us in the night. The ranger's rule had kept us inside, had kept us from opening the door. but it hadn't kept them away from us. We stood there in the bright, cheerful morning, the night's terror made visible by a simple smudge on wet nylon, and we knew two things with absolute certainty. We were not alone, and the rules of this place were not meant for our comfort. They were for our survival, and we had just begun to learn them. There is a special kind of dark that lives between 3 and 4 in the morning in the wilderness. It's not just the absence of light. It feels like a substance, a waiting thing that fills up all the space between the trees. That's when I learned the night campers didn't just arrive at night. They belonged to it. The smudge on the rainfly changed everything. We spent that third day in a fog of exhausted fear. We didn't hike. We barely left the immediate area of our fire ring. We talked in circles, our voices low and strained. Should we pack up and leave right now? But it was a long drive out, and the idea of being on the road, exhausted, in the dark, felt just as dangerous. The ranger's words were a loop in our heads. They're always gone by morning. Don't engage. They were gone. We hadn't engaged, but they had touched our tent. The rule felt like a thin shield that was already cracking. As evening approached, a grim resolve settled over us. We would not sleep. We would keep watch together all night. We made a huge pot of strong coffee as the sun set. We arranged our flashlights and the bear spray within easy reach. We did our chores quickly, our eyes constantly darting to the empty spot where the gray tent appeared. The sky turned to deep purple, then black. Stars peppered the vastness above, cold and indifferent. We sat in our camp chairs, wrapped in blankets, facing the meadow. We waited. The coffee kept us jittery, but did nothing to stop the slow, creeping weight of dread that settled with the dark. The first part of the night was a tense game of watching shadows that moved only in our imaginations. Every rustle in the trees made us jump. Then, at exactly the moment the last bit of light vanished, it happened again. Not with a pop, but with a simple, awful certainty. One moment the space was empty. The next, the gray tent was there, its faint internal glow already painting the grass around it a sickly yellow. It was still 6 feet away. The silhouettes were already moving inside. "Okay," I whispered to my wife, my throat tight. "We watch. We just watch. We don't move. We don't make a sound." We sat frozen in our chairs, becoming part of the furniture of the night. The hours dragged. Our coffee wore off, leaving a gritty fatigue behind. My wife's head nodded onto her chest, and I didn't have the heart to wake her. My own eyelids grew leaden. I fought it, pinching my leg, shaking my head. But the total lack of sound or movement from the other tent was hypnotic, a weird lullaby of nothing. I must have lost the fight. I jerked awake, disoriented. My watch face glowed. 3:07 a.m. I had fallen asleep. A bolt of pure panic shot through me. I looked toward the other tent. The little lantern inside was still on, but the silhouettes were gone. The tent was just a lit, empty shell. Then I saw them. My blood turned to ice in my veins. They were outside, all 4 of them. They stood in a neat line, 2 taller figures on the ends, the 2 smaller ones between them, right next to their tent door. They were just shapes, black cutouts against the lesser black of the night, featureless and solid. And they were not looking at the stars or at the trees. They were facing our tent. Their heads were tilted in our direction. I couldn't move. I couldn't even reach over to wake my wife. I was trapped in that chair, locked in a stare with 4 shapes that had no faces. Then as one they moved. It wasn't a natural step. There was no shuffle, no adjustment of balance. All 4 lifted their right feet in perfect unison. They extended them forward and set them down, without a single rustle of clothing, without the faintest crunch of grass. The step brought them a few inches closer to our tent. Then they froze again. The movement was so mechanical, so coordinated, it didn't seem human. It was a drill, a slow, patient advance. My mind screamed, trying to find reason. Sleepwalkers? A messed up family prank? But the coordination was impossible. The intent behind that synchronized step was a cold, palpable force pushing against the night air. I watched, unable to blink, as the minutes ticked by on my watch. At exactly 4 a.m., they did it again. The same lift, the same extension, the same silent placement. Another few inches gained. They were closer now, close enough that I could see the way their shapeless forms seemed to drink the starlight, leaving them even darker than their surroundings. One of the child-sized shapes tilted its head again, and I felt, with a certainty that made me want to vomit, that it was looking directly at me, at my wide, terrified eyes peering from the blanket in my chair. It was listening to the ragged sound of my breathing. Just before 5 a.m., as the first hint of gray began to bleed into the eastern sky, I finally found the strength to move. I slid my hand slowly, and gripped my wife's arm. She stirred, mumbled. I squeezed harder. Her eyes opened, confused, then followed my gaze. Her body went rigid. A small, choked sound escaped her lips. I clamped my hand over her mouth. We watched together as the clock on my watch turned to 5 o'clock. And they stepped again. This time, they were so close that the taller adult shapes seemed to loom over our campsite. After they settled, the lead figure, the one on the left, did something new. It slowly raised its arm. The motion was fluid, deliberate. The hand, just a dark blob, extended toward our tent. The palm faced us. It didn't wave. It pressed forward, slowly, until it stopped in the air about a foot from where we sat, as if it had met an invisible wall. The fingers splayed, pressing against nothing we could see. It held that pose for 5 long seconds, testing the space between us. Then, as the world turned from gray to pale blue, the figures turned in perfect unison and filed back into their tent. The zipper sound, that smooth zizzip, sealed them in. The lantern inside went out, and as the sun broke over the ridge, the tent faded from view, leaving only the untouched grass and us, sitting cold and trembling in our chairs, having witnessed a clockwork stalker that operated by a schedule only it understood. We didn't speak. We just stared at the empty space. The reality was too big for words. This wasn't a ghost story. This was a predation. A slow, measured closing of distance, timed to the hour. They weren't trying to scare us away. They were trying to get to us. My wife finally moved. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers shaking so badly she could barely swipe the screen. She held it up, turning in a circle. "No signal," she whispered, her voice raw. "There's no signal at all now. Yesterday, there had been a single bar by the fire ring. Now there was nothing. The modern world's tether had been cut. We were truly alone with the rule. We spent the day like zombies. We didn't bother with coffee. We just sat, too scared to sleep, too exhausted to think. The cheerful meadow was now a hunting ground, and we were the prey waiting for nightfall. As the afternoon sun began to wane, a new, more terrible thought occurred to me. It started as a question, then hardened into a chilling theory. I turned to my wife, who was listlessly poking at the cold ashes of last night's fire. "There's steps," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. They were exact. The same time. The same distance. She looked at me, her eyes hollow. So what happens?" I asked, the words tasting like metal, "when they run out of distance?" We both looked at the space between where their tent appeared and our own. It was only 6 feet. Last night, they had closed half of it. They advanced with each passing hour of darkness. My wife did the math out loud, her voice flat. 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. That's 3 steps. They got closer each time. If they do that again tonight... She trailed off, unable to say it. If they did that again tonight, by 5 a.m., they would be standing right next to our tent. Their testing hand would not be pressing against empty air. It would be pressing against our nylon wall. Against us. The rule was to stay inside the tent. But the tent was no longer safety. It was becoming a trap. The sun dipped lower, stretching our shadows long across the grass. We had a decision to make, and no good options. Run into the dark woods? Stay and face the advancing line? Or hope the ranger's thin rule was stronger than the thing that moved in perfect, silent steps toward us in the dead of night? We had until sunset to choose. And as the sky once again began to bleed its color away, we still didn't know what to do. We just knew the distance was almost gone, and with it, maybe our last chance. Sunlight is supposed to be the great disinfectant, burning away the fears of the night. But that morning, the light felt like a lie, a bright, cheerful blanket thrown over something unspeakable. We sat in our camp chairs until the sun was fully up, until our muscles were stiff with cold and dread. The terror of the synchronized steps had hardened into a cold, clear fact in our minds. We were being hunted by something that followed its own slow, precise rules. The rule from the ranger felt like a death sentence now. Stay in the tent. Let them get that close. The image of those 4 dark shapes standing right outside our flimsy nylon wall, that testing hand pressing against it, was too much. A switch flipped inside me, burning away the fear and leaving behind a shaky, wild anger. "No," I said, the word cracking out of my dry throat. My wife looked at me, her face pale and streaked with exhaustion. "What? I'm not just sitting here," I said, standing up. My legs felt like rubber. "I'm going over there. Right now. In the daylight." "You can't," she said, scrambling up. The The rule is getting us killed. I shouted, the sound too loud in the quiet meadow. They were right there. They're counting steps. I'm going to look in that tent, and I'm going to yell at whatever I find, and I'm telling them to leave us alone. It was a reckless, stupid plan, fueled by sleeplessness and primal rage. But it was action. It was doing something besides waiting to be a target. My wife pleaded with me, her hands grabbing my jacket, but I shook her off. I stormed across the short stretch of grass toward the spot where their tent appeared. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, but the anger was a hotter fire. I stopped where I estimated their door had been. The grass was perfect, undisturbed. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs to shout. "Hey!" My voice echoed off the distant trees. "What the hell was that last night? You hear me? You can't just set up on top of people. You need to leave. Now." I waited. Nothing. No response. No rustle from the trees. The meadow absorbed my words and gave back nothing. The anger curdled, mixing back with fear. I looked down at the spot. There was nothing to confront. Just grass. Then a thought, even more reckless, seized me. If they came back tonight, I would be ready. I would know what was in there. I turned and marched back to our camp, my wife staring at me with wide, frightened eyes. I grabbed our big flashlight, the heavy metal one. It felt solid in my hand, a tool, a weapon. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice small. "I'm not waiting for dark," I said. I went to our supply box and found the spare tent pegs, the thick, sturdy ones. I shoved a few in my pocket. My plan was half-formed, crazy, but it was all I had. I would stake their tent down. If it tried to fade away, it would be anchored. If something was inside, it would be trapped. My wife understood my intention. "Don't," she begged. "Please just leave it. Let's just go. Let's pack up and walk out right now." "And go where?" I snapped. "It's miles to the road. They're out there somewhere. In the trees. Watching." I said it, and we both knew it was true. The feeling of being watched was a constant pressure now, daylight or not. I turned and walked back to the spot, my wife trailing a few steps behind, her breath coming in quick, frightened puffs. I stood there, feeling foolish and terrified. I was going to stake down a ghost. I raised the heavy flashlight like a club, my eyes fixed on the empty air. "When you come back," I said to the nothing, my voice low and shaking, "you're not leaving." We waited. The sun climbed higher. Birds chirped. It was all so normal it felt like a sick joke. Then, as the sun reached its peak overhead, something changed. The air over the spot seemed to waver, like heat rising off asphalt. My wife gasped. The gray tent flickered into existence, solid and real under the noon sun. It was just there, as sudden as it was at night, but now in the brutal, revealing daylight. It looked ordinary, a modern, expensive-looking tent. The door was closed. No light inside. It just sat there. My grip on the flashlight tightened. This was it. "Hello." I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. No answer. I took a step forward, then another. I was right in front of it. I could see the details of the fabric, the seams. It was real. I reached out a trembling hand and touched the rainfly. It felt like normal nylon, cold from the shade. I grabbed the zipper pull of the door. The metal was cool. I looked back at my wife. She shook her head frantically, her hands pressed over her mouth. I yanked the zipper down. The sound was loud, tearing the day apart. I pulled the flap open and shined my flashlight inside. The beam cut through the dim interior, and I saw nothing. The tent was empty, not just vacant. It was sterile. There were no sleeping bags, no pads, no backpacks, no litter of any kind. The floor was taut, spotless nylon, without a single crease or wrinkle or footprint. It smelled of absolutely nothing. Not pine, not sweat, not new fabric. It was a shell, a perfect and used replica of a tent. The shock of it, the utter void where there should have been evidence of life, stole the breath from my lungs. This was worse than finding something monstrous. This was a null space, a perfect copy with nothing inside. "It's empty," I croaked, not turning around. I heard my wife's footsteps behind me. She came up beside me and looked in. A small, wounded sound escaped her. Then she grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in like claws. "Ben," she whispered, a note of pure horror in her voice. She wasn't looking at the empty tent floor. She was looking past me, back toward our own campsite. "Our door. It's open." I turned. The door to our yellow tent, which we had zipped shut when we left it that morning, now hung open. The flap was pulled back, the mesh exposed. A dark rectangle leading into our private space. We hadn't opened it. We ran back, forgetting the empty gray tent for a moment. Our home had been violated. I peered inside, expecting chaos, but everything was as we left it. Our sleeping bags rumpled, our clothes in a pile. Then my wife, her voice trembling, said, "The boots." We always left our hiking boots outside the tent to air out. They were good boots, sturdy, caked with yesterday's mud. They had been right by the door. They were gone. A wave of cold understanding washed over me. This wasn't random. It was a message. They had taken something. While we were focused on their empty tent, they had been to ours. I turned slowly and looked back at the gray tent. My wife followed my gaze. She understood too. We walked back, a slow, dreadful walk. I didn't want to look inside again, but we had to. We stood in the doorway. My flashlight beam, now unsteady, swept across the empty floor. And there, in the exact center of the vacant space, was a small, neat arrangement. 4 pairs of hiking boots. Our hiking boots. 2 adult-sized, 2 child-sized. They were placed in a row, toes pointing toward the door, toward us. And the laces of each pair were not just tied. They were meticulously knotted together, binding the boots into inseparable pairs. The message was clear, and it was meant for us. We can take what is yours. We were inside your space. You are being watched. You're being cataloged. My wife let out a choked sob. All the fight drained out of me, replaced by a deep, freezing certainty. We were not dealing with people. We were dealing with something that collected, that mimicked, that operated on rules we could not begin to understand. The ranger's warning wasn't to prevent a nuisance. It was to prevent this exact moment of connection, of theft. We had engaged, and they had answered. Without a word, we moved. The spell was broken. We packed our gear with a frantic, desperate speed. We didn't speak. We just shoved everything into our backpacks and the car, not caring about order or neatness. The beautiful meadow was now a crime scene, a haunted ground. We threw the last of it into the trunk, our stolen boots left behind in that awful, empty tent. We didn't look back. We jumped into the car, the doors slamming like gunshots in the quiet. I turned the key, the engine roaring to life, a beautiful mechanical sound of escape. I threw the car into gear and spun it around on the gravel, spraying stones. We sped down the narrow road away from the campsite, away from the meadow, toward the park entrance, toward people, toward safety. The trees blurred past. My hands were glued to the wheel, my foot heavy on the gas. My wife stared straight ahead, her body rigid. We didn't celebrate. We just focused on the road, on putting miles between us and that place. We rounded a sharp bend, the one that would lead us to the main park road. And then I slammed on the brakes. The car skidded to a halt, gravel pinging underneath. Blocking the entire width of the narrow road was a massive fallen tree. Its trunk was thicker than my chest. Its roots, a huge tangled claw of earth and rock, were raw and exposed, pointing at the sky. It hadn't been there on our way in. No storm had passed. The sky was clear blue. This tree had been torn from the earth recently, and it had been placed, not fallen, across our only way out. It was a barrier, a deliberate, unmistakable roadblock. We sat there, the engine idling, staring at the impossible obstacle. My wife slowly turned her head to look out her window, into the deep shadows of the pines just off the road. She made a small, gasping sound. I looked. Standing just inside the tree line, where the shadows were deepest, was a single, tall, still figure. It was just a shape, a darkness that didn't move. It was facing us. It was watching us try to leave. And it had known we would try. Civilization is just a road you can drive down. When that road ends, you realize how thin the pavement really was. Our road ended at a tree that didn't fall by accident. We sat in the idling car, staring at the massive trunk blocking our path. My first instinct was sheer, stupid denial. I threw the car into reverse, backed up a few yards, and then slammed forward again, as if the scene might have changed. It hadn't. The tree was still there, a wall of wood and earth. I looked back to the trees where the figure had stood. It was gone, but its absence wasn't comforting. It felt like it had just stepped deeper into the shadows to watch. "We have to call for help," my wife said, her voice a thin wire of panic. She was already fumbling with her phone. She held it up, moving it around. Nothing. No bars. Nothing. My own phone was the same. A useless brick. The park radio. We had a little emergency radio for weather alerts. I scrambled for it in the glove box, my fingers slipping. I turned it on, static blaring into the car. I cycled through the channels. More static. One channel crackled with a faint, distant voice talking about fire danger in another state. Nothing useful. We were cut off. I got out of the car, the need to do something physical overwhelming. I walked up to the tree. It was real. The bark was rough under my palms. The smell of torn earth and shattered wood was strong. I tried to push it, a pointless gesture. It didn't budge. It would take a crew with chainsaws hours to clear this. "We can hike out," I said, turning back to the car. My wife was out now too, hugging herself. She looked up at the steep, rocky slopes that rose on either side of the road. "Where? Up there? It's all cliff and loose rock. We'd never make it before dark." She was right. The valley was a deep, narrow cut. The road was the only easy way. The tree had been placed perfectly. We were trapped in this section of the park, miles from the main gate, with night coming. A cold, sick feeling settled in my stomach. This was planned. We weren't just being watched. We were being corralled. After 20 minutes of futile debate, we decided our only option was to drive back to the ranger station. It was the only place with people, with a real radio. The drive back felt like a retreat into a nightmare we'd just escaped. Every turn of the road was a surrender. We pulled up to the little log cabin. The same young ranger was there, leaning against the porch rail, sipping from a mug. He saw our car, saw our faces through the windshield, and his own expression shifted. The casual friendliness evaporated. He set his mug down slowly. We stumbled out of the car, talking over each other, pointing back down the road. A tree blocking the road, our campsite, the tent. They took our stuff. The words tumbled out in a chaotic jumble. He listened, his face becoming a careful, professional mask, but his eyes were wary, knowing. He didn't look surprised. He looked resigned. "Okay, slow down," he said, his voice calm, too calm. "Show me." We all got into his official parked truck, us squeezed in the front with him. The drive back to the tree was quiet, tense. When he saw it, he let out a long, low breath through his nose. He got out, examined the roots, walked the length of the trunk. He didn't say it was impossible. He didn't question us. He just nodded, a grim acceptance on his face. "I'll call it in," he said. "We'll get a crew with a winch and a saw. It'll take a few hours, maybe till morning." "Morning," my wife burst out. "We can't stay here until morning. You don't understand. They're out there. They came to our tent. They stole from us." The ranger looked at her, then at me, his blue eyes flat. "The night campers," he said, not a question. A statement. The way he said the name, without a hint of a smile, without any ghost story flair, made my blood run cold. He knew. He had always known. "You know," my wife whispered, her anger turning to a trembling accusation. "You know what they are." "What are they?" He wouldn't meet her eyes. He looked past her into the woods. "The rule is to ignore them," he said, his voice tight, like he was reciting a manual. "You have to stay in your tent at night. That's the only thing that works." "It doesn't work," I shouted, my own control snapping. "They get closer every night. They were right outside. They took our boots. They touched our tent. Your rule is getting us killed." He flinched, just a little, at the volume. He looked from me to the tree, then back to our terrified faces. A struggle played out behind his eyes. Duty versus something else, something like fear. "You can't stay at your old site," he said finally, his voice lower. "I'll move you. Somewhere more secure." Secure. The word should have been comforting. It wasn't. It was an admission that we needed security from something. He drove us, not back to the meadow, but up a rougher, smaller track that climbed the side of the valley. We bounced along in his truck, not speaking. My wife, sitting in the middle, nudged me and nodded minutely toward the back of the truck's cab. Behind our seats, lying in the footwell, was a long, heavy-duty canvas bag. The shape was unmistakable, a rifle case. Park rangers didn't typically carry rifles. The sight of it was a cold shock. This wasn't about bears. We pulled into a small, rocky clearing perched on a bluff. It was a stark, ugly place compared to the meadow. No soft grass, just gravel and hard-packed dirt, with a steep, almost cliff-like drop on one side and a sheer rock face at the back. It felt like a bunker, a defensive position. "This is it," the ranger said, not getting out. "High ground, good sight lines. They don't like rock as much." He said it so matter-of-factly. "They," my wife pressed him. "What happens if they come here? What happens at 5 a.m., when they run out of steps?" He looked at her, and for a second, the professional mask slipped completely. I saw raw, tired fear in his eyes. It was more frightening than anything else. "You get in the tent at dark," he said, each word deliberate. "You zip it shut, and you do not look out, no matter what you hear, no matter what you think is happening. You wait for the sun. That's the rule. It's the only rule. Then he put the truck in gear. I'll be back at first light to start on the tree. Keep your heads down. And he left. He drove away, leaving us alone on the rocky bluff with a bag of tent poles and a rule that felt like a death sentence. The sun was getting low. We had maybe an hour. We moved like robots, setting up our tent on the only flat spot, right against the rock face. We didn't speak. The normal sounds of camping, the thump of tent pegs, the rustle of fabric, felt obscene in the tension. We gathered rocks, big ones, and made a loose pile near the tent door. We kept our hatchet and our big knife close. We debated staying awake, keeping watch from inside the tent with the door open. But the ranger's words echoed, "Get in the tent at dark. Zip it shut." He had a rifle. He knew what this was. He was telling us to hide. As dusk began to bleed the color from the sky, painting everything in shades of gray, we made our decision. We would follow the rule. One last time. We crawled into the tent as the last light faded. We zipped the inner door. We zipped the rainfly. We were sealed in a nylon tomb. We had a small battery-powered lantern, but we turned it off, plunging ourselves into a darkness that felt even more complete than in the meadow. We sat close together, backs against the rock, listening. The world outside was still. Too still. No crickets. No wind in the trees below. It was a void. We waited for the sound of a zipper, for the soft footfalls on gravel. An hour passed. Then another. The tension was a physical ache. My wife reached over and gripped my hand. Her palm was icy. Then from outside, not from the woods below, but from right beside our tent, from the direction of the rocky drop-off where nothing could possibly be standing, came a new sound. It was a soft, rhythmic click, like two small, hard stones being tapped together. Click, click, click. It circled the tent slowly, moving from the cliff side, around the back by the rock face, past the door, and around again. It wasn't trying to get in. It was letting us know it was there, that it had found us, that the new location didn't matter. We sat in the dark, holding each other, listening to that methodical, patient click circle us again and again, a slow, terrible orbit in the night. The rule had kept us inside, but it hadn't kept them away. They were here, and they were telling us so. We thought we were being hunted. We were wrong. We were being collected. And that night, we saw the rest of the collection arrive. The clicking stones circled our tent for what felt like an eternity, a slow, maddening patrol just beyond the thin nylon wall. We didn't speak. We didn't move. We just held each other in the dark, our ears straining, trying to track the sound. It would fade, as if moving down the rocky slope, then grow clearer again, always rhythmic, always patient. It was a sound that didn't belong to any animal we knew. It was a signal. Just before dawn, the clicking stopped. Not gradually. It just ceased. The sudden absence of sound was almost louder than the noise itself. We waited, frozen, for the sun. When the first gray light allowed us to see each other's pale, drawn faces, we unzipped the tent with stiff, cold fingers and stumbled out. The bluff was empty. The rocks we had gathered were undisturbed. There was no sign of the clicker, but the feeling of being watched was a physical pressure, a weight on our shoulders. We spent the day in a state of shattered nerves. The ranger did not come at first light. The sun climbed, and there was no sound of an engine, no winch, no chainsaw from the direction of the fallen tree. The hope that he would return and lead us out withered and died. We were truly on our own. We tried to make a plan. Could we climb down the steep slope below the bluff? We peered over the edge. It was a nasty jumble of scree and loose rock that fell away into thick, dark timber. A twisted ankle, and there would be a death sentence. The rock face behind us was sheer, impossible. We were trapped on our secure perch. As the afternoon wore on, a terrible lethargy set in. The fear was exhausting, a constant drip that had worn us down to our bones. We just sat, leaning against the rock face, watching the shadows lengthen across the valley below. My wife had our small pair of binoculars. She kept scanning the tree line, the meadows far below, looking for any sign of movement, any sign of the ranger's truck. I watched the sky, counting the minutes until dark. Then, as the sun began to dip, painting the undersides of the clouds in angry reds and purples, she lowered the binoculars slowly. "Ben," she said, her voice flat, empty. She handed me the binoculars and pointed down into the trees at the base of our bluff. I raised them to my eyes, adjusted the focus. The world jumped close. I scanned the area she indicated, a patch of shadowed ground between two large pines. At first, I saw nothing. Then, my brain made sense of the shapes. It was a tent. The same sleek, Dark gray fabric. It was pitched perfectly, half hidden in the gloom. My stomach clenched. I moved the glasses a fraction. 100 yards to the left, tucked against a boulder, was another one. I panned further. Another. And another. They formed a loose, wide semicircle at the base of the slope. 5 identical tents positioned in the woods, all facing our bluff. They had followed us. They had surrounded us. This wasn't a visit from a single family of whatever they were. This was a congregation, a gathering. The feeling shifted from being stalked to being studied, surrounded by a silent, collective intelligence that watched from below. 5, my wife whispered, as if counting them made it more real. We watched, helpless, as the last of the light faded. One by one, as if on a timer, the lanterns inside each of the 5 tents glowed to life. Each tent projected the same sickly yellow light onto the trees around it. And inside each one, we could see, even from this distance, the now familiar silhouettes begin their slow, shifting dance. Too tall, too small. A perfect, replicated family unit in every pod. 5 families, 20 of them. The sheer number was a horror that stole my breath. We were not dealing with a single strange phenomenon. We were dealing with a population. Paralyzed, we couldn't bring ourselves to zip up the tent. The mesh window was our only view of the enemy. We rationalized that watching was safer, that we needed to know what they were doing. We turned off our own light and sat in the dark, watching the 5 points of light below, the little dioramas of silent, moving shadows. The night deepened. The usual sounds of the forest were completely absent. It was as if every living thing had fled or gone still, leaving only us and the things in the tents. I watched my watch, the glowing numbers a countdown to a terror I now knew was scheduled. 3 a.m. approached. My wife's hand found mine, her grip like a vice. At exactly 3 o'clock, the doors of all 5 tents unzipped at once. The sound was a soft, unified rasp that carried up the slope to us. 20 silhouettes filed out, each group forming a neat line in front of their tent. They stood, facing up the hill, facing us. They were so still they could have been part of the forest. Then they moved. All 20 of them, in a motion so perfectly synchronized it looked like a single organism, lifted a foot. They placed it forward, up the slope, toward us. There was no sound of footsteps, no crunch of twigs, no rustle of undergrowth. From this distance, it should have been a quiet, normal sound. But there was nothing. Just the visual of 20 dark shapes taking one deliberate step closer. My wife, still holding the binoculars to her eyes, let out a choked gasp. "Their steps," she breathed, lowering the glasses, her face ghostly in the dark. "Look at the grass. It doesn't bend. Their feet. They're not touching the ground." I snatched the binoculars. I focused on the feet of the nearest group. She was right. In the faint lantern glow leaking from the tent behind them, I could see the dewy grass, the small plants. As they took their step, their dark, shapeless feet passed over the vegetation without disturbing a single blade. They weren't walking. They were gliding, floating an inch above the earth. The secure position on the bluff was now a trap. Our high ground meant nothing to things that didn't need to climb. They were simply closing the horizontal distance, floating up the slope toward us. The 100-yard buffer was shrinking with each timed step. We realized then the ranger's grim logic. He hadn't put us here for our safety. He had put us here to contain the phenomenon, to keep it away from other, unsuspecting campers. We were the bait in a box canyon. At 4 a.m., they did it again. Another silent, unified step forward. They were closer now, maybe 60 yards away. The 5 groups were beginning to merge into a loose line, a dark front advancing up the hill. We could see them clearly without the binoculars now, a row of black cutouts against the lesser dark. The children's silhouettes had their heads tilted up, aimed at our tent. I could feel their attention like a swarm of insects on my skin. We should have zipped the tent shut. We should have hidden. But we were mesmerized, rabbits frozen before a spreading shadow. After the 4 o'clock step, a new sound began. Not from outside. This was inside the tent with us. A soft, rhythmic tap-tap-tap. It was coming from the inside wall of the tent, near the corner where the rock face met the nylon. It was light, insistent. Something small, tapping politely from inside the sealed fabric. My wife jerked away from the sound, a small scream catching in her throat. We both stared at the spot. The tapping continued. It moved slowly, tracing a line along the seam of the tent, away from the rock, toward the center of the wall. It was inside the material. The tapping wasn't on the outside. It was within the layers of the rainfly and the inner tent, as if something was trapped between them, moving through the fabric itself. I scrambled over, pressing my hand against the nylon where the sound was. I felt nothing. No bulge, no movement. Just the steady, patient tap-tap-tap under my palm. It moved again, traveling toward the door. I grabbed our knife, the blade gleaming dully in the faint light from outside. I was about to slash the tent wall, to let whatever was in there out or to kill it, when the tapping stopped. It stopped directly over the spot where my wife was sitting, hunched and trembling. We both looked up at the ceiling of the tent. As the first faint suggestion of dawn began to seep into the sky, we saw it. The fabric above her head indented. Not a lot, just a gentle, distinct depression, the size and shape of a small, five-fingered hand. It pressed down from the other side of the nylon, held for a slow count of 5, and then released, smoothing back out as if it had never been. There was no sound, just the imprint of a hand that had never truly been there. The message was clear, and it was the most terrifying one yet. They were no longer just outside. They were in the walls. They were in the space between us and the world. The border of safety had vanished. We huddled in the center of the tent until full daylight, afraid to touch the walls. When the sun was firmly up, we burst out of the tent, gasping for air we didn't trust. The world below was, of course, empty. The 5 tents were gone. The slope was just a slope, the trees just trees. But the memory of the floating advance, of the hand in the fabric, was burned into us. We couldn't stay in the violated tent. We spent the day out in the open on the bluff, under the harsh sun, jumping at every bird call, every shift of shadow. My wife, her face set in a mask of grim determination, started searching our tent. She turned our sleeping bags inside out, shook out our clothes. She was looking for something, anything, they might have left behind. She found it. Inside her sleeping bag, tucked into the very bottom of the foot box, was a single, smooth, black stone. It was about the size of a plum, polished to a shine as if by a river, but it was dry. It was warm. Not sun-warmed. It was body-warm, as if it had just been held in a hand for a long time. It hadn't been there before. She held it in her palm, her face a mixture of revulsion and fascination. "It's not just warm," she said, her voice hollow. She dropped it onto the ground as if it had bitten her. "It's pulsing, like a tiny, slow heartbeat." We stared at the stone lying on the gravel. It was just a rock, but it wasn't. It was a token, a thing left behind, a connection. As the sun began its final descent, we heard the sound of an engine grinding up the rough track. The ranger's truck appeared. He looked even more exhausted than we did. He saw us sitting out in the open, saw our packed gear, saw the stone sitting on the ground between us. His face, already grim, went pale. He walked over slowly, his eyes fixed on the rock. "They left a token," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. He didn't ask. He knew. My wife nodded, unable to speak. The ranger looked from the stone to our faces, his professional composure crumbling. "That means," he swallowed hard, "that means they've marked you for the next step. Tonight, they'll try to trade." The word hung in the air. Trade. It was such a normal human word. It sounded absurd and monstrous coming from his mouth. "Trade what?" I asked, my own voice sounding distant. He looked at me, his eyes full of a pity that made my skin crawl. "They take something of yours, leave something of theirs. It's how the connection deepens. If you take what they leave into your tent at night, you start to become part of their group." He said it like it was a fact of nature, like gravity or decay. As he spoke, my wife, who had been staring blankly at the ground, slowly raised her head and looked past him, down the slope toward the gathering sight from the night before. Her eyes widened. The ranger and I followed her gaze. Down in the meadow at the base of the bluff, in the exact center of the semicircle where the 5 tents had been, a 6th tent had appeared. It was the same sleek, dark gray, but its door flap was not closed. It was wide open, a black rectangle facing up the hill, facing us. An invitation. There are 2 kinds of terror, the terror of the unknown and the terror of the known. We were about to trade the first for the second, and the price was everything we were. The open tent down in the meadow wasn't just another tent. It was a mouth, a dark, open mouth waiting at the center of the ghostly semicircle. The ranger stared at it, his face hardening into a mask of resignation. "You can't take the stone inside," he said, his voice low and urgent. He pointed a finger at the warm, pulsing rock on the ground. "You leave it right here. You don't touch anything they leave. That's the only way to break the cycle." My wife looked from the stone to the open tent, her expression unreadable. "What if we just leave? Right now? Walk out along the ridge, forget the road?" The ranger shook his head, a slow, weary motion. They're between you and everything else now. They showed you the open tent. That means the invitation is active. If you try to leave, they'll just herd you back. Or worse. The tree was a gentle hint. He said it so matter-of-factly. A gentle hint. 100-foot pine torn from the earth was a nudge. So what do we do? I asked, the helplessness making my voice crack. We follow the rule, he said, his eyes locked on mine. One last time. You get in your tent at dark. You zip it shut. You do not look out. You do not answer any calls. You wait for the sun. They have your token. They've made their offer. If you don't accept it, if you don't engage, they might move on. He didn't sound like he believed it. He sounded like a man reading from a manual for a machine he didn't understand. Might, my wife pressed. He didn't answer. He just looked at the open tent again, then back at us. I'll be at the tree at first light with the crew. If you're here, I'll get you out. If you're not. He trailed off, leaving the horrible possibility hanging. If we're not, what? What happens if we go into that tent? The question came from a dark, curious place inside me I didn't recognize. The ranger's gaze was pitying. Then you become part of the scenery, he said softly. You become a story for the next ranger to tell. He turned and walked back to his truck. He didn't offer to take us with him. He didn't offer to stay. He just got in and drove away, leaving us alone with the stone and the open door down the hill. The sun was sinking fast, throwing long, distorted shadows that seemed to point toward the meadow. We were caught in a terrible stalemate. Follow the rule and hide, hoping the nightmare would pass over us. Or investigate. My wife was for burning our own tent and sleeping in the open, under the stars, with the stone left far away. We make a big fire, she said, her eyes wild with the plan. We stay awake back to back with weapons. We don't give them a tent to approach. But I couldn't stop looking at the open tent. The curiosity was a sickness. What was in there? What did they want? The ranger said they mimicked. They copied to learn, to replace. What if they just wanted to be seen? Understood? What if there was a way to communicate, to make them stop? It was a stupid, suicidal thought, born of exhaustion and the slow poison of fear. What if we just looked inside? I heard myself say, the words feeling foreign. Just a quick look, with a flashlight, from the doorway. We don't go in. What if there's something in there that explains this? A note, a reason. My wife stared at me as if I'd grown a second head. Are you insane? After everything? That's the trade. Looking is engaging. That's what they want. We're already engaged. I shot back, my voice rising. They have a piece of us in that warm rock. They've been in our tent walls. Hiding hasn't worked. Maybe knowing is the only way out. It was the logic of a breaking mind. But it felt like logic to me then. Dusk was coming, painting the sky in deep violets and bruise-like blues. We had to decide. My wife refused to go near the meadow. She would stay, build the fire, keep watch. She begged me not to go. But the pull of that open door was a physical thing, a magnet for my despair. I took the heavy flashlight. I told her I would just go to the edge of the trees above the meadow, shine the light in from a distance, and come right back. I was lying, and we both knew it. I started down the slope. The climb was awkward in the failing light, my feet slipping on the loose scree. I felt her eyes on my back until I entered the tree line at the bottom. The woods were already full of deep shadows. I moved as quietly as I could, my heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. I reached the edge of the clearing where the semicircle of tents had been. The open tent sat alone in the center, about 50 yards away across open grass. Its door was a black rectangle. No light inside. I stood behind a thick pine, gathering my courage. I could just shine the light from here. That was the plan. I raised the flashlight, my hand trembling. I aimed the beam at the open door and thumbed the switch. The bright white light speared through the dark, illuminating the interior of the tent. For a second, I saw nothing. Just empty, gray nylon floor. Then my brain processed what was at the back of the tent. It wasn't empty. Neatly laid out, side by side, were two sleeping bags. They were rolled out, pads underneath, pillows at the heads. They were not generic. One was a familiar deep blue with a gray stripe. The other was green with a geometric pattern. They were our sleeping bags, the ones currently up on the bluff in our tent. The ones my wife was probably sitting on right now. A cold that had nothing to do with the evening air locked my joints. How? I stared, the beam unsteady. Next to the sleeping bags were two backpacks. Ours. I recognized the patches, the wear on the straps. And between them, placed carefully on the floor, were two pairs of boots. Adult boots, laced together. My vision swam. This was impossible. It was a copy, a perfect, impossible copy of our gear, waiting for us in that tent. This was the trade. They were offering us a place, in their group. With them, the terror of the known flooded me, washing away the last of my curiosity. This wasn't an invitation to talk. It was an invitation to move in, to become the silhouettes on the wall. I stumbled back, snapping off the flashlight. The darkness rushed in, thicker and more complete than before. I turned to flee back up the slope, back to the fire, back to my wife. And then I saw the lights. Up on the bluff, where our camp was, a warm, flickering glow bloomed against the rock face. My wife had built the fire. It was a beacon of normalcy, of defiance. But as I watched, other lights appeared around it. Not the warm yellow of fire, but the cool, sickly glow of lanterns. One, then another, then three more. They formed a loose ring around the firelight, at the edges of the bluff. The 5 tents. They weren't down here with me. They were up there with her. They had surrounded our campsite. The open tent down here was a diversion. A trap for me. The real gathering was happening at home. I abandoned all caution and ran, crashing through the underbrush, scrambling up the steep slope on my hands and feet, gravel skittering away beneath me. I had to get to her. I burst out of the trees onto the bluff, gasping for air. The scene before me was a silent, horrific tableau. Our tent was still there, backed against the rock. A good fire crackled in the ring, and in a wide circle around the perimeter of the bluff, maybe 30 feet from our tent, the 5 gray tents were pitched. Their lanterns were on. Inside each, the silhouettes moved, but they weren't looking out at the night. They were all pressed against the fabric walls of their tents, facing inward, toward the center of the circle. Toward our tent. Toward my wife, who stood alone by the fire, a hatchet held in one white-knuckled hand, turning in a slow circle, staring at each tent in turn. She saw me, her face a mask of relief and terror. "They just appeared," she said, her voice high and thin. "Right after you left. All at once." I ran to her, putting myself between her and the nearest tent. We stood back to back, slowly rotating. The tents made no sound. The silhouettes just watched. Then, from the tent closest to the path that led down to the meadow, a silhouette moved. One of the child-sized ones. It didn't walk to the door. It simply slid laterally across the fabric of the tent wall, as if it were a projection, until it was positioned right next to the closed door flap. A small, dark hand reached out from the silhouette. It touched the fabric from the inside, and then the tent's zipper began to move by itself. The pull trembled, then started a slow, steady descent, opening a vertical slit of even darker darkness. The hand retreated. The opening remained. An invitation from a different tent. One by one around the circle, the other tents followed suit. The child-sized silhouettes slid to the doors. Small hands touched the fabric from within. Zippers trembled and opened, until all 5 tents had their doors gaping open, black mouths facing us. No one came out. They just waited inside, in the dark behind those lanterns, behind their open doors. They were waiting for us to choose. To run to one of them, to flee down the path. We were pinned in the circle of light, surrounded by open doors. My wife's hand found mine. "The stone," she whispered. "We didn't bring it in. We left it outside. We followed the rule." She was right. The pulsing stone was still out on the gravel where we'd dropped it, away from the tent. We had, by accident or instinct, rejected the first part of the trade. We hadn't taken their token inside, but they had brought the trade to us anyway. They had surrounded us with open doors. The rule said to get in our tent and zip it shut, but our tent now felt like the most exposed, dangerous place in the world. It was the target at the center of the circle. The fire crackled, the only real sound. We stood, trapped in the terrible geometry of the bluff, 5 open doors and a ring around us, and down the hill, a 6th, waiting with a copy of our life inside. We had not taken their stone, but they were showing us the next step. The trade wasn't for objects. It was for us, and they were waiting for an answer. We stood in the circle of open doors, the firelight dancing on our faces, the cold, still light from the 5 tents holding the surrounding dark at bay. The decision wasn't a thought. It was an animal instinct. We couldn't stay in the open. We couldn't run toward any of those black openings. Our own tent, flimsy as it was the only shelter we had left. "The tent," I whispered to my wife, my eyes fixed on the nearest open maw. Now, we broke apart, moving as one, diving for the familiar yellow fabric. We scrambled inside, our movements frantic and clumsy. I grabbed the zipper pull from the inside and yanked it up, sealing the inner door. My wife did the same with the rainfly. The sounds of the night, the faint crackle of our fire, were muffled, then gone. We were in our nylon womb, sealed tight. We turned off our lantern. The only light now was the faint, sickly glow from the other tents, filtering through our mesh window, painting stripes of pallid yellow on the floor. We sat in the center, backs together, knees drawn up. We had followed the rule to the letter. We were inside. We were zipped shut, and we were more terrified than we had ever been. For a long time, nothing happened. The glow from outside didn't change. No shadows approached. No zippers moved. The world was a held breath. Then, a new light joined the others. From down in the meadow, a sixth point of cool light bloomed, visible through the trees. The open tent down there had lit its lantern. Now the call was coming from two places, the circle around us, and the invitation below. I felt my wife trembling against my back. "What are they waiting for?" she breathed, the words barely audible. I didn't have an answer. The rule said to wait for the sun. But the sun was hours away. The pressure in the air grew. It wasn't a sound or a smell. It was a feeling of intense attention, of being studied from every angle by something profoundly patient. Then, the silhouettes in the 5 tents began to move again, but not in their usual, shifting patterns. They all turned, in unison within each tent, to face outward, away from our tent, away from the center of the circle. They pressed their backs against the fabric, their forms dark and defined against the lantern light. They were no longer looking at us. They were looking out at the woods, at the night, as if standing guard, or as if waiting for a signal. The change was more frightening than their stares. It implied organization, a purpose beyond mere mimicry. My watch glowed in the dark, 3 a.m., the hour of steps. But no one emerged from the tents. The open doors remained dark and empty. The guard-like posture held. At 3:07, a soft sound began. It was a hum, a low vibration that seemed to come from the ground itself, from the rock beneath our tent. It wasn't loud, but it was everywhere, a subsonic thrum that made my teeth ache. The air inside our tent felt charged, thick. My wife clutched my arm. "Do you feel that?" The hum grew, not in volume, but in depth, sinking into our bones. The lantern lights in the 5 tents and the one down in the meadow began to pulse in time with it, a slow, rhythmic dimming and brightening. Thrum, glow, thrum, glow. It was a heartbeat, the heartbeat of the bluff, of the night, of the thing that had gathered here. Then, from the direction of the meadow, a shape appeared at the top of the path. It was one of the tall silhouettes. It stood at the edge of the tree line, just outside the circle of tents, facing us. It didn't glide or walk. It was just there. In its hand, it held something that caught the pulsing light. It was a stone. Another stone, larger than the one we'd left outside. This one glowed with a faint, internal greenish light, synced with the thrumming pulse. The figure stood, holding the stone out toward our tent, an offering. A trade. It didn't move closer. It just presented it. "Don't look," my wife moaned, burying her face in her knees. "Don't acknowledge it." But I couldn't look away. The glowing stone was hypnotic, a tiny captured star. The thrumming vibration seemed to flow from it. As I watched, a tiny crack appeared in the surface of the stone, a hairline fracture of pure white light. Then another. It was splitting open. A terrible understanding dawned on me. The ranger was wrong. The trade wasn't for objects. It wasn't even for us, not exactly. The trade was for attention. Our fear, our watchfulness, our focus, that was the currency. And we were paying it in full. Every second we spent locked in terror, watching them, was deepening the connection, feeding the pattern they were weaving around us. The open doors, the copied gear, the pulsing stones, it was all a pattern, a script, and our terrified observation was the energy that made it real. We had to break the script. The rule of ignoring them wasn't about safety. It was about starvation. We had to stop feeding them. I closed my eyes. It was the hardest thing I have ever done. To shut my eyes in the face of that, to deliberately blind myself to the glowing stone and the pulsing lights and the guard-like silhouettes. "Close your eyes," I hissed at my wife. "Don't look. Don't listen to the hum. Think of something else. Anything else." She resisted at first, her body rigid with the need to watch the threat. But then she squeezed her eyes shut, a tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek. We sat in the dark behind our eyelids. The thrumming vibration was still there in our bones. The light still pulsed against our closed lids. But we were no longer participating. We were trying to become inert, uninteresting. The script required an audience. We were trying to leave the theater. For a long time, nothing changed. The hum continued. The light pulsed. Then a new sound. A scratching. Not on the tent. This was on the rock face behind us. A slow, deliberate scraping, like claws on stone, moving from left to right, just behind the thin nylon where our backs were pressed. We didn't open our eyes. We held each other, breathing shallowly, thinking of stupid, mundane things. I thought about the taste of cold lemonade on a hot day. My wife later said she counted the stitches in the seam of her sleeping bag, over and over. The scratching stopped. The humming faltered, skipping a beat. The pulse of light through my eyelids stuttered. They were frustrated. The pattern was breaking. A wind picked up, a real wind, rushing through the pines with a sound like ocean waves. It hadn't been windy all night. This was new sudden. It gusted against our tent, making the fabric snap and strain. The fire outside, which we could no longer see, must have been blown into a frenzy of sparks. The wind howled around the bluff, and in its sound, I heard something else. Voices. Not clear words, but a distorted, many-layered whisper, like a radio tuned between stations, filtering through the roar of the wind. It was coming from all around, from the open doors of the tents. They were trying a new script, trying to lure us with sound. We kept our eyes shut. We pressed our hands over our ears. We hummed tunelessly to ourselves, blocking out the wind whispers. We were two people trying to become rocks, to be so boring, so unresponsive, that the predator would lose interest. The wind died as suddenly as it had come. The whispers vanished. The thrumming in the ground faded, becoming a memory in our bones. The pulsing light against our eyelids dimmed, then steadied, then went out, leaving only the ordinary dark of inside a tent with your eyes closed. We didn't move. We didn't open our eyes. We waited. We waited for a long, long time, until the darkness behind my eyelids began to turn gray, then pink. Until I felt real, genuine warmth on my face. Not the false warmth of a pulsing stone, but the first direct rays of the morning sun hitting our tent. I cracked one eye open. Light. Real, golden, morning light was streaming through the mesh window. I turned. My wife, feeling me move, opened her eyes. We looked at each other, bleary, shattered, but alive. We slowly, painfully, unzipped the tent door. We blinked in the brilliant sunshine. The bluff was empty. No tents. No stones. The fire was a pile of cold, white ash. The only marks on the ground were our own footprints from the day before. The wind of the night had scoured everything else away. We stood there, letting the sun soak into our chilled skin, not speaking, not believing. Down in the meadow, there was no sixth tent. Just grass and wildflowers. We packed our gear in a daze. We didn't talk about the night. There were no words for it. We just stuffed everything into our packs and started walking down the rough track, away from the bluff, toward the main road, not caring about the fallen tree, not caring about anything but putting one foot in front of the other in the sun. We found the ranger and his crew at the tree. They had a chainsaw going, cutting through the massive trunk. He saw us walking up, our packs on our backs, our faces hollow. He stopped the saw. The sudden quiet was immense. He looked at us, his eyes searching ours. He saw no madness, no vacancy, just a deep, bone-weary relief. He gave a single, slow nod. He didn't ask any questions. He just pointed his thumb over his shoulder. My truck's on the other side. I'll give you a ride to your car at the station. We drove out of the park that morning. We didn't look back. We drove until we found a cheap motel in the first town we came to. We slept for 14 hours straight. In the days that followed, we told ourselves it was over. We had broken the pattern. We had starved them out. We had won. But sometimes in the deep of night, in our own bed, one of us will wake up, heart racing, and we'll lie there, perfectly still, eyes wide open in the dark, listening. Not for a hum, or a whisper, or a click of stones, but for something else. For the sound of a zipper moving slowly, smoothly, in the hallway outside our bedroom door. Or for the faint, cool glow of a lantern light that shouldn't be there, seeping under the door. We never hear it. We never see it. We got out. We know we did. But a part of us, the part that sat in that tent and felt the thrum in the rock, knows something else too. We didn't just break the pattern. We learned it. And once you learn a pattern, it's very hard to forget. It waits in the back of your mind, a script written in fear, ready for an audience of two, in case the night ever feels too quiet, and the dark outside your window seems just a little too complete and too patient. Story number 4. My name is Ben, and the last lesson my dad ever taught me was how to lock up for the night. We were in our old Airstream trailer, the one we took to this same deep woods campground every autumn. and as the sun dipped below the pines, his big, scarred hands started the ritual. He checked each window latch, not once but twice, his fingers testing the metal with a gentle click-click that was the sound of safety. He drew every curtain shut, blocking out the gathering dark between the trees. Finally, he took the iron railroad spike from its spot by the door, its metal black and cool, and he laid it precisely across the threshold. "Old iron remembers," he said to me, his voice low and serious. "It holds a line. This line," he tapped the spike with his boot, "is ours. Nothing crosses it unless we say so." I was 15, and I remember letting out a sigh I hoped he didn't hear, thinking this was just another one of his strange, backwoods habits, like refusing to whistle after dark or always leaving a spoonful of honey on a stump for the bees. It felt like superstition, a silly game. My mom was outside, stoking the campfire she'd built in the ring of stones, the flames starting to lick up and paint her face in warm, shifting light. The air was crisp with the smell of wood smoke and pine needles, and for a while it was perfect. We roasted hot dogs, and the feeling of being out there, just the three of us, was a good one. The stars began to prick through the purple sky, more than you could ever see in the city, and the fire popped and sent sparks dancing up toward them. That's when she started the story. It wasn't a ghost story, not the way she told it. There was no spooky voice, no jump scare punchline. She just stared into the flames, her knees pulled up to her chest, and spoke like she was telling us about a neighbor back home. She said these mountains were old, older than any town or road, and old places have their own rules. She talked about the people who built the railroads and the loggers who first cut trails, and how they all shared a certain piece of knowledge. She said sometimes, especially on nights when the wind moved through the high branches in a certain way, you might hear a call for help. A voice, lost and scared, echoing from between the trees. "It sounds so real," she said, her eyes reflecting the fire. "It will know your name if you've said it aloud. It will sound like a child, or a woman, or a man who's just twisted his ankle. It will say all the right things to make your heart hurt." I shifted on my log, uncomfortable. "So what, it's a ghost?" I asked, trying to sound bored. My father shook his head, his gaze fixed on the dark tree line beyond our circle of light. "It's not a ghost. A ghost is someone who was once a person. This is different. It's something that found an empty space in the world and decided to wear a person's shape. It's hollow, and hollow things are always hungry. They're cold, and they want the warmth they remember seeing through windows. They want the sound of a family. They want to sit at your table and pretend, until the pretending isn't necessary anymore." A chill that had nothing to do with the night air went down my back, but I fought it. This was ridiculous. So we just ignore someone who's actually hurt. "That's monstrous," I said, my voice a little louder than I intended. My mom looked at me, and I saw a flicker of doubt in her expression, like maybe she shouldn't have told me. She softened her story, backtracking. "It's probably just an old tale, sweetie. A way to keep kids from wandering off. But still, the rule is the rule. After dark, no matter what you hear, you don't answer. You don't call back. You go inside, you do the locks, and you wait for the sun." My dad didn't say anything to that, but I saw him look from her face to mine, and for a second, I thought I saw a crack in his certainty, a wondering if he was just scaring his modern son with ancient fairy tales. That moment, that tiny sliver of doubt in his eyes, was the first real mistake. Not long after, the wind picked up, promising the storm that the weatherman had said was coming. A gust whipped through the clearing, making the fire flutter and shrink for a heartbeat, and in that second of quieter light, we all heard it. A branch snapped in the woods. Not a small one. A loud, cracking report that echoed through the clearing. We all jumped. My mom let out a little gasp. The sound was too close, too deliberate. My dad was on his feet instantly. "Inside. Now." His voice brooked no argument. The ritual began again, but faster, urgent. He hustled us into the silver trailer, and I went along, my teenage rebellion muted by the sudden pounding of my own heart. He slammed the door behind us, and I watched through the small window as he did the external lock. When he turned back inside, his face was tight. He went to each window again, his lips moving silently as he counted the latches. He adjusted the curtains so not a sliver of glass showed. Finally, he knelt and placed the railroad spike so it was touching the bottom of the metal door. "There," he said, more to himself than to us. "That's it. We're set." For a while, there was just the sound of our breathing and the growing moan of the wind outside. The storm arrived in earnest, a distant rumble that grew into a roaring monster. Rain lashed the aluminum shell of the airstream like 1,000 frantic fingers, and the whole trailer shuddered on its wheels with each gust. We huddled around the little battery-powered lantern in the center of the floor, its light making our shadows loom huge on the curved walls. The noise was incredible, a wall of sound that made talking impossible. I figured that was a good thing. Nothing could be out in that. Nothing could call out and be heard over that din. I was just starting to feel silly for being scared when the power went out. The little overhead lights flickered and died, leaving us with only the lantern. In the sudden, more intimate gloom, the world seemed to shrink to just our three faces. And that's when we heard the voice. It was a woman's voice, young and strained, ripped raw by the weather. It cut through the storm's roar, as if it were right outside the door. "Hello, please. Is someone there?" My blood turned to ice. My mom's hand flew to her mouth. My dad's head snapped toward the door, his body rigid. "I'm lost. I'm so cold." The voice was a sob, choked with rain and desperation. "My ankle. I think it's broken. I saw your light earlier, please." Every word was a masterpiece of agony. It sounded utterly, completely real. It sounded like a person dying on our doorstep. My mom made a small, pained sound in her throat. My dad didn't move. He just stared at the door, his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitching. "We can't," he whispered, the words barely audible. "We know the rule." A furious, hot shame washed over me. This wasn't a story anymore. This was a real woman out there. I looked at my parents, their faces frozen in a shared, ancient fear, and I saw something I hated, heartlessness. "She's hurt," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Are you listening to her? We can't just sit here." My mom reached for me, her eyes pleading. "Ben, no. You don't understand. I understand that you're letting her die." Tears of rage stung my eyes. This was wrong. This was against everything I'd ever been taught. The voice came again, weaker now, a broken whisper that somehow carried through the metal door. Just a blanket. Please. I'm so cold." That did it. I couldn't take it. I lunged forward toward the door. My dad shouted, "No," and moved to block me, but he was a fraction of a second too slow, caught between stopping me and grabbing the iron spike. My hand fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers slick with panic. I turned it. The lock clunked open. As I pulled the door handle, my foot kicked against the railroad spike, sending it skittering away across the linoleum floor with a loud, metallic clang that seemed to suck all the sound from the world. The door flew inward, propelled by the wind. A wall of icy rain and leaves blasted into the trailer, extinguishing the lantern and plunging us into utter blackness. In the doorway, silhouetted against the churning, storm-lit sky, was the shape of a woman, soaked and shivering, one arm clutched around her torso. She stumbled forward, collapsing onto the floor in a heap just inside the door. "Thank you," she gasped, her voice a ragged whisper. "Thank you." I stood there, panting, the storm screaming behind her. My dad was frozen, staring. My mom was crying silently. I'd done it. I'd saved her. A shaky, triumphant relief started to warm my frozen gut. I turned to push the door shut against the gale, using all my weight to slam it closed. The moment the latch caught, the world changed. The howling roar of the storm outside vanished. Completely. It didn't fade away, it just stopped, as if someone had thrown a switch. The sudden quiet was a physical shock, a pressure on my eardrums. The only sounds now were the ragged breaths of my family, the frantic drumming of my own heart, and a new, slow, deliberate sound. Drip, drip, drip. It was water, falling from the woman's clothes onto our floor. We stood there in the pitch black, none of us moving. Then, I heard a rustle of wet fabric. A shape moved in the darkness where she had fallen. There was a soft, slick sound, like someone pushing soaked hair from their face. And then a voice. It was the same voice, but now it was flat. Empty. All the pain, the fear, the human emotion was gone, stripped away like a layer of paint. It spoke into the perfect quiet, and the words were simple, clear, and horribly, terribly wrong. "It's so much warmer in here," the voice said, "with a family." And in the darkness, I felt the first true understanding of my father's rule, and I knew I had broken it forever. For a long time, nobody moved in that absolute dark. The only thing I could hear was that steady drip of water onto our linoleum floor, and my own heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. My eyes strained, trying to find shapes in the black, but it was like being buried underground. Then a tiny scraping sound, a flicker of light. My father had found a lighter from his pocket. The small flame jumped to life, painting his face from below, making his terrified eyes look like dark pits. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at my mother, who was just a trembling outline near the kitchenette. His gaze was fixed on the middle of the floor, where the voice had come from. He held the lighter up, his hand shaking so badly the flame danced and jumped. In its unstable glow, we saw her. She was sitting up now, cross-legged in the puddle she'd made. The water wasn't spreading out like a normal spill. It was just a perfect, dark circle around her, like a shadow made of wet. Her head was down, her long, stringy hair hanging and still dripping. She was wearing a simple flannel shirt and jeans, both soaked through. She looked small. She looked hurt. The part of my brain that had made me open the door screamed that we needed to help her, that she was in shock. But the newer, colder part of me, the part that had heard her flat, empty voice, held me frozen. My father finally moved, shuffling sideways like a crab, never turning his back to her, until he reached the small cabinet where we kept the emergency candles. He lit one with a trembling hand, the wick catching and holding a steadier, wider light. He placed it on the fold-out table. The candlelight filled the trailer with long, leaping shadows. It lit up my mother's face, streaked with silent tears. It lit up my own hands, which I realized were clenched into fists so tight my nails were digging into my palms. And it lit up the girl. As the light touched her, she lifted her head. Pushing her wet hair back with one pale hand, she looked at each of us in turn. Her face was ordinary, pretty even in a plain way, but her eyes didn't match. They were the color of the dark spaces between stones at the bottom of a creek, and they didn't blink enough. And then she smiled. It was a smile that started slow and kept going, stretching her lips wide across her face. It wasn't a happy smile. It wasn't a grateful smile. It was the smile of someone who has just won a game you didn't know you were playing. "Thank you," she said again, and the words were polite, textbook polite, but they had no warmth in them. They were just sounds. My father found his voice. It was rough, like he had gravel in his throat. "You need to leave." The girl's head tilted to one side, bird-like. She processed the words. "Leave," she repeated, not as a question, just a mimic. She didn't move. "Now," my father said, putting force into it. "Now," she echoed in that same flat tone. Still, she didn't move. She just sat in her puddle, smiling her stretched smile, watching us. My mother tried. Her voice was a thin, frayed thread of sound. You're hurt. Your ankle. We can give you something for it. Some bandages. And then you can go." The girl's dark eyes shifted to my mother. "Ankle," she said. Then she looked down at her own legs. She moved them, first one, then the other, bending her knees. There was no sign of pain, no stiffness. She moved with a fluid, puppet-like ease. "It's better now," she stated. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. I had opened the door for a girl with a broken ankle. The ankle wasn't broken. It had never been broken. The storm had been our ally, my father had said. It was too loud for them to call. But she had called, and I had answered. I felt a weight in my gut, a sinking, cold understanding. My defiance, my certainty that my parents were being superstitious fools, had done this. I wanted to speak, to yell at her to get out, to demand to know what she was, but my mouth was dry as dust. I just stared. My father tried a different approach. He moved slowly, deliberately, to the small pantry. He pulled out a thermos and a dry-wool blanket we kept for emergencies. He placed them carefully on the floor, closer to the door than to her. "For your journey," he said, his voice tight. "Take them. Be on your way." The girl looked at the offering. Her smile never wavered. She looked from the blanket to my father, then to me, then to my mother. "Journey," she repeated. She made no move to take the items. Instead, she slowly unfolded her legs and stood up. The water didn't cling to her clothes. It fell away from her in little streams, pattering down to join the strange, contained puddle on the floor, which still hadn't soaked in or spread. She was taller than she'd seemed sitting down. She took a step, then another, her movements unnaturally smooth. She wasn't walking toward the door. She was walking toward our living space. She passed the blanket and thermos without a glance. My father flinched back. My mother pulled me closer to her. The girl went to the small dinette booth, the one where we ate our meals. She slid onto the vinyl bench and placed her hands, palms down, on the table. She sat there, perfectly upright, staring at the flickering candle flame. She didn't speak. She didn't look at us. She just occupied the space. It was worse than if she'd threatened us. Her presence was a silent claim. The trailer, our cozy little metal shell, didn't feel like ours anymore. The air felt used, stale. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more substantial. We were the guests now. We huddled together on the floor by the bunk beds, as far from her as we could get. My father whispered to my mother, his lips almost touching her ear. "We have to get it out. Before sunrise. There are stories." My mother nodded, her eyes wide. They were planning, talking in frantic, hushed bursts I couldn't fully hear. Minutes later, the girl at the table spoke. She didn't turn her head. She just said to the candle, "Get it out." She paused, then added, "Before sunrise." She had repeated my father's exact whispered words, but in her empty voice, they were just a collection of syllables. It was a recording, a mockery. My father's face went ashen. He understood. It wasn't just listening, it was learning. The rest of the night was a slow, cold torture. We couldn't sleep. We could barely breathe. The girl didn't move from the dinette. She didn't eat or drink. She just sat, a statue wearing a human skin, occasionally turning her head to look at one of us with those dark, unblinking eyes. My mother tried humming, a soft, tuneless sound to calm herself. The girl's head swiveled toward the sound. A few minutes later, from the table, came a perfect, pitch-matched hum of the same tune. My mother stopped, choking back a sob. The night dragged on. I watched the small window above the sink, praying for the first hint of gray light. My father's words echoed in my head. Before sunrise. It felt like a deadline. My bravado was gone, replaced by a gnawing, sickening dread. I had done this. My parents' fear, which I had mocked, was the real thing, and my rationality had been a childish fantasy. I watched the thing at our table, and with every passing hour, its human disguise seemed thinner, more like a poorly fitted costume. As a faint, gray glow began to seep around the edges of the window curtains, a change came over my father. He stood up, his body stiff from sitting on the floor. The coming dawn seemed to put a steel rod in his spine. He looked at the girl, who was now staring directly at the window as if she could see the light through the fabric. "Dawn," my father announced, his voice stronger than it had been all night. "The night is over. Your time here is done. You must go." The girl's head turned slowly toward him. That awful smile was still there. She nodded once. To my stunned disbelief, she stood up. She slid out of the dinette booth and took a step toward the door. A wild, desperate hope surged in my chest. Was it really this simple? Did it just need to be told to leave at daybreak? My father moved quickly ahead of her, grabbing the blanket and thermos from the floor. He unlocked the door, a new urgency in his movements. He pulled it open. A wash of cool, gray morning light and the smell of wet pine and damp earth flooded into the trailer. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The storm was gone. The world outside was misty and still, but it was normal. It was real. The girl walked to the doorway. She stopped right at the threshold, one foot still inside. She turned back to face us, her body half in the weak light, half in the shadow of our trailer. The light didn't touch her right. It made her skin look waxy, unreal. She wasn't looking at my father. Her dark eyes found me. She lifted one pale, slender hand and pointed a single finger directly at my face. Her voice, when she spoke, was clear and formal, like a judge pronouncing a sentence. "I accept your invitation," she said. Then she turned and, instead of stepping out into the morning, she walked past my stunned father, back into the depths of the trailer. She went straight to the rear bunk, my bunk. She pulled back the blanket. She lay down on my sheets, on my pillow. She pulled the blanket up to her chin, folded her hands over her chest, and closed her eyes. She became still, perfectly, utterly still. She wasn't leaving. She was moving in. My father stood by the open door, the morning light streaming in around him, holding the blanket and thermos, looking utterly defeated. The hope that had dawned with the sun withered and died inside me. I had invited her in, and now she had accepted. For good. We learned the first rule fast. You don't answer the door. We were learning the second rule in real time. Once you let it in, you can't make it leave. The thing wearing a girl's shape lay in my bunk, under my blanket, and it didn't move. It didn't breathe that I could see. It was just a shape under the covers, a permanent, horrible new piece of furniture in our home. The open door let in the chill morning air, and my father finally stirred from his frozen shock. He slowly pushed the door shut, closing out the normal world, locking us back in with our problem. The click of the lock was a final, awful sound. My mother was the first to move toward me. She put her hands on my shoulders, her eyes searching my face as if checking for cracks. "Are you okay?" she whispered. I tried to nod, but my neck felt stiff. I was far from okay. I felt a coldness seeping into me that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the memory of that finger pointing at me, the formal words. "I accept your invitation." What did that mean? My father walked over to the bunk, standing a few feet away from it. staring down at the still form. His hands were clenched at his sides. "Get up," he said, his voice low and firm. "Get out of that bed and get out of this trailer." Nothing. No response. The shape didn't twitch. "I said get out," he shouted, and the sudden volume made my mother jump. The thing in the bed didn't react at all. It was like shouting at a log. My mother pulled me to the other end of the trailer, near the door, as far from the bunk as we could get. We sat on the floor, our backs against the cold metal wall, and watched my father try to reason with a piece of the woods. He tried everything. He pleaded. He threatened. He even tried bargaining, offering to drive it to the nearest town, to give it money, anything. The entity in my bed gave no sign it hurt him. It just occupied the space, a silent, smothering weight on our lives. After a while, my father gave up. He slumped into the dinette seat, the same one it had sat in all night, and put his head in his hands. The trailer was quiet, but it wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was the quiet of a held breath, of a trap waiting to spring. The normal sounds were gone. The cheerful morning birds outside seemed muted, far away, as if someone had turned their volume down. The only sounds were us, the rustle of our clothes, our unsteady breathing. And then a new sound. A small damp sound. I looked down. My sleeve, where I'd brushed against the floor earlier, was dark with water. A single drop fell from the cuff onto the linoleum. Plink. I hadn't been near the puddle she'd brought in. That puddle was still there, over by the door, a perfect, contained circle of wetness that hadn't dried or soaked in. It just was. I felt my own skin go cold. I touched my hair. It was dry. My clothes were dry, except for that one spot on my sleeve. Plink. Another drop fell from my cuff. My mother saw it. Her eyes widened, and she grabbed my hand, turning my arm over. "You're wet," she breathed. "I'm not," I said, but my voice sounded thin. "I'm not wet." But the drops kept coming, slow and steady, from the fabric of my jacket, pattering onto the floor between us. It was a cold, clinging dampness that seemed to come from inside the material itself. My father noticed. He came over, his face grim. He touched the wet spot, then brought his fingers to his nose. "It smells like rain," he said quietly. "Like pine needles and rain." The thing in the bunk moved. We all froze. It didn't sit up. It just turned its head on the pillow, slowly, to face us. Its eyes were open. They were still that deep creek bed color, and they fixed on me. It didn't speak. It just watched. And as it watched, the dripping from my sleeve stopped. Just like that. The fabric remained dark, but no new drops fell. It was as if its attention had turned off a tap. A shudder went through me that started in my teeth and went all the way to my toes. My father helped me up. "Take the jacket off," he said. I fumbled with the zipper, my fingers clumsy, and shoved the damp jacket into a corner. We spent the morning in a state of nervous, exhausted limbo. We were hungry, thirsty, but the thought of moving around, of opening cabinets, of living our lives with that thing watching us, felt impossible. My mother, driven by a need to do something normal, finally crept to the small kitchen area. She took out a pan, her movements slow and quiet, and started to make pancakes. The sound of the batter sizzling on the hot plate, the smell of cooking food, it was so everyday it was almost painful. She made a stack, put them on 3 plates, and handed one to my father and one to me. We ate sitting on the floor, not speaking, just chewing tasteless food. The entity watched us eat. Then it sat up. The movement was smooth, effortless. It threw back my blanket and swung its legs over the side of the bunk. It stood and walked to the dinette. It didn't look at us. It sat down at the table and just waited, its hands in its lap, looking at the empty space where a plate would be. My mother and father exchanged a long look. A silent argument passed between them. Finally, my mother, her face pale, got up. She took the last of the pancake batter and cooked one more. She put it on a plate, set a fork beside it, and placed it carefully on the table in front of the entity. She didn't speak. The entity looked at the pancake. It picked up the fork. It cut a precise, neat square. It speared the square, lifted it, and put it in its mouth. It chewed with a mechanical, up and down motion. It swallowed. It did not take another bite. It just held the fork, the rest of the pancake untouched, and looked at my mother. "Thank you," it said in that flat, copied voice. Then it said, "You are mother." It wasn't a question. It was a label, a filing. My mother stumbled back to us, collapsing on the floor beside me. "It's learning," my father whispered, his voice filled with a new kind of horror. "It's not just mimicking. It's putting things together." The day wore on, a marathon of dread. The entity left the pancake to grow cold. It got up and began to explore the trailer, not with curiosity, but with a slow, systematic inspection. It opened a cabinet, looked inside at our cans of soup, and closed it. It ran a finger along the edge of the counter. It stopped in front of the small, framed photo of the three of us at the beach last summer. It stared at it for a full minute, its expression blank. Then it turned its head and looked directly at me, then back at the photo. A connection was being made. I felt like a specimen under glass. The worst part was the talking. My parents would whisper frantic plans to each other, their heads close together. Maybe at night we could try to. My father would begin, and from across the trailer, wherever it was, the entity would repeat the last few words. Try to, it would say in a perfect, hollow echo of my father's whisper. It was listening, always listening, and playing our own fears back to us. My own anger and fear had boiled down to one desperate need. I wanted my space back. That was my bunk, my little corner of the world. Seeing it lying there, using my things, felt like a violation worse than anything. As afternoon light, weak and gray, filtered through the curtains, I found a scrap of courage, or maybe just stupid frustration. I walked over to the bunk. The entity was standing by the window, looking out at the gauzy mist between the trees. "That's my bed," I said, my voice shaking. "You need to get out of it." It turned from the window. Its eyes met mine. For the first time, it seemed to really see me, to focus. It took a step toward me. I held my ground, though every instinct screamed to run. It stopped very close. It lifted that same pale hand it had used to point at me. It didn't touch me. It reached past me, to my backpack, which was hooked on the end of the bunk. It pulled out my favorite hoodie, the blue one with the torn pocket. It brought the fabric to its face. It didn't sniff it like a person would. It just held it there, against its nose and mouth, and took a long, slow, deep inhale. Its chest expanded. Its eyes closed. It was tasting the air around the fabric, taking in the scent of me, of sweat, of laundry detergent, of my own skin. It was a gesture so deeply, intimately wrong that my breath caught in my throat. It held the inhale for a count of 5, then let it out slowly. It opened its eyes. They looked the same, yet somehow deeper, as if it had absorbed something. It folded the hoodie neatly with a disturbing care and placed it back on my backpack. Then it looked at me again. "You are here," it said, as if confirming a fact. Then it added, in a tone that was almost gentle, almost understanding, "I am here too." It turned and went back to the window, leaving me standing there, cold to my core. I had told it to get out of my bed, and it had responded by learning my smell. That night, as darkness fell again outside, my father knew we had to reestablish some control, some safety. The ritual was more than habit now. It was a prayer. He checked the window latches with a solemn focus. He drew the curtains. He looked for the iron railroad spike. It was still in the corner where I'd kicked it. He picked it up, and for a second, he looked at it with a profound sadness, like it was a holy object that had failed. He carried it to the door and placed it down. The entity watched him from the dinette. When my father was done, it stood up. It walked over to the door. It looked down at the spike. It crouched, moving with that unnerving fluid grace, and picked the spike up. My father tensed, ready to fight. The entity didn't attack. It held the cold iron in its hand, turning it over, examining it. It showed no discomfort, no reaction to the old iron at all. It looked at my father. "This is the line," it stated, repeating his lesson from another lifetime ago. It then placed the spike back on the floor, in almost the exact same spot. It wasn't mocking him. It was practicing. It was learning the ritual. It straightened up and looked at the three of us, a faint, terrible approximation of a smile touching its lips. "We are set," it said, using my father's words. The lesson was complete. The student was now in charge of the rules. There were 2 of him now. One was a perfect snapshot of our son, warm and solid and wrong. The other was our real boy, slowly dissolving into a ghost of the woods. The morning after the entity learned the ritual, a change happened. It didn't just sit or stand around anymore. It began to perform. It woke up from my bunk at the exact time our son usually woke up. It went to the pantry, took the box of his favorite cereal, poured a bowl with careful, measured movements, and ate it at the dinette. Every chew was precise. Every sip of milk was the same amount. It was a machine running a program called breakfast. Our real son, meanwhile, stood by the door. He wasn't looking out the window anymore. He was just standing there, his shoulders slumped, his arms hanging loose at his sides. A fine mist seemed to cling to him, a personal fog that made the edges of his outline look soft, unclear. He was dry to the touch, but you felt damp if you stood too close to him. A coldness that came off him in waves. "Ben, sweetie, come sit with us," my wife said, her voice cracking on the nickname. She was talking to our real son. The entity at the table stopped its mechanical chewing. It turned its head. It looked at her, and its face did something terrifying. It tried to look concerned. The eyebrows pulled together a little. The lips pressed into a thin line. It was a copied expression, a mask of her own worry pasted onto its face. It spoke. "I am here, Mother," it said, using our son's voice, but the words were flat, arranged wrong. She wasn't calling it. She was calling him. But the thing had taken the name, too. Our real son flinched when it spoke. He looked at the entity, his eyes wide with a confusion that was growing deeper by the hour. He didn't move from the door. I couldn't take it. I went to him. I put my hands on his shoulders, turning him to face the thing at the table. "Look at that," I said, my voice low and urgent. "That is not you. You are you. Do you understand? Fight it. Be here with us." He looked at the entity, his eyes swimming with tears. The entity swallowed its last bite of cereal and dabbed its mouth with a napkin, a perfect imitation of a habit my son never had. It looked back at us. "He is lost," it said calmly, gesturing with its chin toward my real son. "I am found. I am here." The cruelty of it was a physical blow. It wasn't just stealing his space, it was rewriting the story, casting him as the outsider. My wife tried a different way. She sat our real son down on the floor and began talking to him softly, pulling him back with memories. "Remember," she said, forcing a smile, "remember that model rocket we built? The one you painted yourself? What color was it?" He frowned, his brow furrowing. He looked at his own hands, as if the answer might be written there. "It was red," he said, but it was a question. He wasn't sure. From the dinette, the entity's voice cut through the air, clear and confident. "It was red and white, Mother. You used a brush that was too thick for the stripes. It flew for 4.6 seconds and landed in Mr. Miller's azalea bushes. You were angry because he charged us $10 for the damage." The precision was horrifying. It was all correct, even the detail about the brush and the exact time of flight, things we had barely noted. The entity remembered our life better than our own son did. It had eaten those memories somehow, digested them, and now owned them. Our real son just looked down, defeated. "Yeah," he whispered. "That sounds right." I saw a piece of my wife's heartbreak then. She looked from our fading, confused boy to the vibrant, knowledgeable thing at our table, and for a fleeting second, I saw a terrible conflict in her eyes. The mother in her was screaming for her child, but the creature offering a perfect, obedient, familiar copy was a temptation in the midst of a nightmare. It was offering a way to stop the pain, to have a son who wasn't scared and cold and lost. She shook her head, dispelling the thought, and pulled our real son closer. The entity went back to its bowl, scraping up the last few soggy bits with its spoon. The day became a study in cruel comparisons. Our son moved less and less. He would sit for an hour, just staring at the pattern on the linoleum. When he did speak, his sentences were broken, mixed up with things he shouldn't know. "The path by the big pine," he mumbled once. "It's washed out after the rain. The other one is longer but safer." We had never hiked that trail. There was no big pine we knew of. He was describing the woods from a different perspective, a memory that was not his own. The entity, meanwhile, was the picture of helpfulness. It washed its bowl and spoon. It wiped the table. It asked my wife, "What is for lunch, Mother?" in a tone that expected an answer. It was building a routine, brick by brick, becoming the son of the house. I found a small spiral notebook later, our son's journal he'd brought to sketch birds. The last real entry was dated the day before the storm, a drawing of a woodpecker with a note about its call. But when I flipped back a few pages, I felt my blood stop. There, in shaky, water-stained handwriting that was a warped version of his, was a new sentence, scrawled as if in a great hurry or a deep trance. The door was the mouth. I walked inside. I showed it to my wife. She read it, and her hand flew to her mouth. We both looked at our son, who was now tracing his finger along the wall, leaving a faint, damp streak on the paneling. He was leaving a mark, but it was the wrong kind. That afternoon, I made a decision. The old iron spike had failed to protect the threshold, but maybe it could anchor something else. I went and got it from the door. It felt cold and real in my hand, the only solid truth left in the world. I knelt in front of my son. He looked at me, his eyes struggling to focus. "Take this," I said, my voice thick. I pressed the spike into his hands, wrapping his fingers around the rough, cold metal. "Hold on to this. Squeeze it. This is real. This is ours." The old iron remembers. You remember. His fingers, cool and damp, closed around the spike. For a moment, a beautiful, heartbreaking moment, his eyes cleared. The fog in them seemed to pull back. He looked at the spike, then up at me, and he nodded. A real, understanding nod. His grip was strong. He held onto it like it was a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. He held it in his lap, his head bowed over it, and for a little while, he didn't mumble or trace walls. He just held on. The entity watched this from across the trailer. Its pleasant, attentive mask didn't change, but I saw its eyes. They watched the spike in my son's hands, and then they watched my face. I saw something in that look, a flicker of calculation, like a player seeing an unexpected move on the board. It didn't like the spike. It didn't like him holding something we had given him, something that belonged to our world, not the woods. As evening drew in, the entity stood up. It walked over to us. It didn't look at me or my wife. It looked down at our son, who was cradling the iron spike. "It is time," the entity said, not to us, but to him. "You are cold. You should rest." Our son shook his head, a weak, trembling motion. "I'm okay," he whispered, but his teeth were starting to chatter. "You are not okay," the entity said, and its voice held a strange, gentle firmness, like a parent correcting a child. "You know where your bed is." It wasn't telling him to go to his bunk. It was telling him he knew where his bed was, implying a bed elsewhere. Our son's eyes filled with tears. He looked up at the entity, and in a voice so small and lost it shattered me, he asked, "Which path leads home?" "I can't remember." He wasn't asking about the trailer. The entity smiled its thin, practiced smile. It pointed to the floor, to the puddle by the door that never dried. "Your path begins there," it said softly. Then it turned and walked back to the dinette, leaving us with a boy who was asking for directions to a home he had never known, holding onto a piece of iron, as if it could keep him from slipping away. The thing had not touched him, had not fought me for the spike. It had just stated facts, and those facts were a cage being built around our son's mind. We had lost the battle for our home. Now we were losing the battle for his memories. And the worst part was, the replacement was right there, ready and waiting, looking more like our child every minute. We weren't just a family in trouble anymore. We were a node in a terrifying circuit, and the current was flowing right out of our son. The iron spike helped, but it was a finger in a cracking dam. He clung to it, his knuckles white, and it seemed to give him a point to focus on, a tiny anchor in the rushing tide pulling him away. But the tide was strong. The entity, our perfect, horrible guest, was now the manager of our decay. It observed us with a clinical interest, learning not just our habits, but our rhythms of grief. The next morning, a clear, cold fear settled in me when I saw our real son wasn't by the door. He was sitting at the dinette, in the spot opposite the entity. They were facing each other. Our son looked smaller, paler, like a photograph left in the sun. The entity looked vibrant, alive, his hair neat, his skin holding a healthy color it had stolen from the idea of our boy. It was eating toast, and it had made a slice for our son too, placed on a plate in front of him. Our son wasn't touching it. He was just staring at the entity with a blank, exhausted expression. "Eat," the entity said, not unkindly. "You need your strength." Its voice was a mirror of my own when I used to coax him to eat his vegetables, patient, slightly firm. It was using my tone on him. My wife rushed over. "Leave him alone," she said, her voice trembling. She put a hand on our son's shoulder. He flinched at her touch, a small, quick jerk like a shocked animal. He didn't look at her. His eyes were locked on the thing wearing his face. "He's not hungry," my wife said to the entity. The entity nodded, a slow, understanding bob of its head. It looked at my wife. "You are right, mother. He is not hungry for this." It reached across the table and took the uneaten toast from our son's plate. It ate it itself, one neat bite after another. It was cleaning up, maintaining order, erasing the evidence of his inability to be what it was. Later, I found our son's journal again. I needed to see if he'd written anything else. The page with the terrible sentence about the door being a mouth was there. But on the next page, in that same shaky, water-warped script, he had drawn something. It wasn't a bird. It was a series of interconnected circles, like links in a chain, but the links were twisted, knotted. And beside it, he had written, not in capitals this time, but in a scrawl that trailed off, "It's a Q. I'm at the back." A Q. A line. My blood went cold. This wasn't a random haunting. This was a system. A process. The entity had been in a line, waiting. Our son had let it in, and now he was taking its place at the back. The thought was too big, too awful to hold. I shoved the notebook back into his pack. We had to get information. Our phones had no service, but my wife remembered a folder of old papers we kept in the trailer's overhead compartment. Park maps, safety leaflets, forgotten things. We pulled them down, spreading them on the floor, searching for anything, any fragment of local lore that was more than a campfire story. We found it on a faded, photocopied sheet titled Backcountry Etiquette and Warnings from the 1990s. Most of it was about bears and proper food storage. But at the bottom, in a cramped, italicized font, was a paragraph. Hikers are reminded that the old-growth forests in this region possess unique ecological and historical characteristics. Folklore persists regarding hospitality incidents. These tales describe a self-perpetuating chain of displacement. The individual who offers shelter to a perceived lost traveler may themselves become displaced, compelled to seek new shelter, thus continuing the cycle. This is not considered a verifiable natural phenomenon, but rangers advise that all backcountry travelers should make for designated shelters or their own secured camps before nightfall, and should not deviate from known trails in response to auditory stimuli. My wife read it aloud, her voice getting weaker with each word. A self-perpetuating chain of displacement, she whispered. A cycle. It was real. It was documented, even if they called it folklore. The one who lets the hiker in becomes the next hiker. The entity wasn't just taking our son's place. It was forcing him to become the next voice in the woods, calling to some other family trying to get in. To stop it, our son would have to trick someone else. He would have to condemn another. The thought made me sick. I looked at my son, sitting listlessly, tracing the chain links on his jeans with a damp finger. He could never do that. He would wander out there forever, cold and lost and calling. No, I said, the word exploding out of me. We break the chain. We take him and we go. Right now. We drive out of these woods, and we don't stop. We take him so far away this Q can't find him. My wife nodded, a frantic hope in her eyes. It was a plan, motion instead of prayer. But the entity, who had been quietly folding a blanket on the bunk, spoke up. It didn't raise its voice. The woods are always hungry, it said, as if commenting on the weather. They don't give back what they take. They only trade. It looked directly at me. You cannot drive away from the path he is on. The path is in him now. A fury, red and hot, blazed through my fear. You shut your mouth, I snarled, taking a step toward it. This is your doing. You get out of him. You leave him alone. The entity didn't react to my anger. It simply placed the folded blanket at the foot of the bunk and said, I am not in him. He is between. I am here. When the cycle completes, he will be there. It is simple. It was talking about him like he was a package waiting at a depot. That was the moment I formed my own desperate plan. It was a brutal, ugly thought, and it tasted like ash in my mouth. The paragraph said the displaced one seeks new shelter. That meant the previous victim, the one before this entity, was probably still out there. The voice we might hear. If I could find that lost hiker, lead it back here, and invite it in. Maybe the rules would force a reset. Maybe the entity would have to leave to make room, or they would conflict, and our son would be spat out. It meant sacrificing a stranger, some other poor soul, to the machine. I looked at my son's fading face, and for a second, I thought I could do it. My wife saw the calculation in my eyes. No, she said, her voice firm, final. She had read the same paragraph. It's not clean. It says displacement. It doesn't say the new one replaces the old one. What if inviting another in just adds to this? What if we end up with two of them in here? Or what comes back isn't a person, but a combination of everyone it's ever been. Her horror was a bucket of cold water on my reckless idea. She was right. We were meddling with rules we didn't understand, using a logic that wasn't human. The entity watched our whispered argument, a faint, knowing look on its borrowed face. It understood our helplessness. That night, as the dark wrapped around the trailer again, a new test came. A voice floated in from the trees, a man's voice, tired and scared. Hello, can anybody hear me? I've been turned around for hours. I just need a little help. Our son, who had been almost asleep in his chair, jerked upright. His head turned toward the door. A longing filled his eyes, a deep, desperate yearning that wasn't his own. He took a step toward the door. The entity was there before I could move. He put a hand on our son's chest, not pushing, just resting it there. The touch made our son gasp, as if the hand were made of dry ice. You know the rule, the entity said gently, using my words, my fatherly tone. After dark, we don't help the lost hikers. It's not safe. It was protecting its investment. It was keeping our son here until the transfer was complete, so he could take its old place in an orderly fashion. It guided our confused, pliant son back to his chair. The entity then walked to the door itself. It looked out the little window, though I don't know what it could see in the blackness. It listened to the pleading calls for another minute. Then it did something that made my skin crawl. It leaned close to the door, its lips almost touching the metal, and in a soft, clear voice that perfectly mimicked my wife's, it called back, "Just follow the creek. You'll find the road." It was giving false directions. It was herding the lost thing away, protecting its territory, its perfect new home. It turned back to us, its expression serene. "It is not polite to tease them," it said, "but they must learn to find their own way." The entity was no longer just a guest or an invader. It was the warden, and we, and our fading son, were its prisoners. The hook for what came next was set deep in my heart. I looked at my wife, her face hollow with fear, and I looked at my boy, who was now mouthing the words "follow the creek" to himself, and I knew talking and waiting were done. We had to run. No matter what the entity said, no matter what the woods wanted, we had to try. We would wait until the thing was still, and then we would take our son, and we would run for the truck, and we would drive like hell was at our backs. It was our only move left. We chose motion over prayer. We chose the engine over the ritual. The woods, however, had rules about leaving too. We waited until the deepest part of the night, when the entity lay in the bunk, still and perfect as a mannequin. Our real son was asleep in a chair, fitful, shivering under a pile of blankets that never seemed to warm him. My wife and I moved like ghosts ourselves, our communication reduced to nods and gestures. We gathered nothing. Our bags, our food, it all meant nothing. The only thing that mattered was getting him out. I gently shook our son awake. His eyes opened, glassy and confused. "We're going for a ride, buddy," I whispered, putting all the false cheer I could muster into the words. "Just a little ride." He didn't argue. He just stood up, letting the blankets fall to the floor in a heap. He still clutched the iron spike in one hand, his grip loose but persistent. We each took an arm and guided him to the door. My heart was a jackhammer against my ribs. Every creak of the trailer floor, every rustle of our clothes, sounded like a thunderclap. I looked back. The entity hadn't moved. Its eyes were closed. Its chest did not rise or fall. I turned the doorknob with infinite slowness, wincing at the tiny snick of the latch releasing. The cold night air rushed in, smelling of pine and wet earth and freedom. We shuffled out, my son moving like he was wading through deep water. I closed the door behind us, leaving it unlocked, not caring about anything but the distance we were about to put between us and that silver coffin. The clearing was a pool of black, the moon hidden behind clouds. Our truck was a dark hulk 20 feet away. Those 20 feet felt like a mile. We half-carried, half-dragged our son across the damp grass. He mumbled something about the trees being too close, about scratching the paint, his worries nonsensical and childlike. "It's okay," my wife breathed, her voice tight with strain. "We're okay." I fumbled the keys from my pocket, my fingers numb with cold and fear. I hit the unlock button. The truck's lights flashed once, a brilliant, shocking burst of light in the darkness, and the doors gave a loud, electronic chunk as they unlocked. We froze, staring back at the trailer, expecting the door to fly open, expecting to see its shape standing there. Nothing happened. I yanked open the passenger door, and my wife helped our son clamber into the middle of the bench seat. She slid in after him, pulling him close. I ran to the driver's side, jumped in, and shoved the key into the ignition. I paused for 1 second, a superstitious fear gripping me. What if it didn't start? What if the woods had killed the battery? I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, powerful, normal sound. Relief, sharp and sweet, flooded through me. "Seatbelts," I said, my voice cracking. I clicked mine in. My wife fumbled with our son's, then her own. I threw the truck into drive, my headlights slicing through the dark, illuminating the narrow, rutted dirt track that led out of the campground and eventually to the paved county road. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't speak. I just pressed the gas pedal and we lurched forward, bouncing over ruts, heading for the main road. The trees formed a dark tunnel around our beams. For the first few minutes, it worked. We were moving, putting distance between us and it. The speedometer climbed to 20, then 30, as the track wound through the forest. My hands were glued to the wheel, my knuckles white. My wife held our son, who was staring out the windshield, his expression unreadable. "We're going to be okay," she whispered over and over, to him or to herself, I couldn't tell. "We're going to be okay." I focused on the road, watching for the familiar landmarks. There was the big rock shaped like a turtle. Good. We were on the right path. A few minutes later, we should pass the old, collapsed ranger's shack. I watched for it. The trees whipped by. No shack. Maybe I'd missed it in the dark. The road curved and curved again. A sick, familiar feeling began to stir in my gut. The trees all looked the same. The road seemed to be looping back on itself. And then I saw it, illuminated in my headlights for a split second as we rounded a bend. A distinctive, lightning-blasted pine, its trunk split and charred, a landmark impossible to miss. It was the tree that stood at the fork in the path a quarter-mile from our own campsite. We had passed it on the way in. We were heading back toward the campground. No, I breathed. I pressed the gas harder. The truck surged forward. We took the left fork at the blasted pine, the one that definitely led outward. The road straightened, then began to twist again. 5 minutes later, my headlights caught the same blasted pine. We were coming at it from the opposite direction. We had driven a circle. "What's happening?" my wife asked, her voice shrill with panic. "I don't know." I snapped, fear making me angry. "The road, it's not." I looked at the GPS screen on the dashboard. It was an older model, but it usually worked. It showed our little arrow icon moving in a straight line along the thin, digital representation of the Forest Service road. According to the satellite, we were driving straight. According to our eyes, we were going in a nightmare circle. Our son pointed a weak finger toward the trees. "Look," he said, his voice almost cheerful. "There's the girl. She's waiting for someone to answer." We both looked. There was nothing but shifting shadows and the black spaces between trunks. My wife clutched him tighter. "There's no girl, honey." The entity's warning echoed in my head. "You cannot drive away from the path he is on." The path is in him now. It wasn't a metaphor. The woods were literally not letting him leave. He was part of their geography now, and the roads obeyed their rules, not ours. I slammed my palm against the steering wheel in frustration. I tried a different tactic. I stopped the truck. I put it in reverse and started backing up slowly, my eyes glued to the rearview camera, trying to retrace our path exactly. I drove backward for what felt like an eternity, the trees looking even more sinister in the red glow of the taillights. When I stopped and put it back in drive, we were facing forward again. I crept ahead. 2 minutes later, the headlights lit up our own Airstream trailer, sitting silent and dark in its clearing. We had driven in a perfect, impossible loop, right back to where we started. Defeat was a stone in my throat. I turned off the engine. The sudden quiet was a shock. We sat there, in the dark truck, staring at our prison. The trailer door opened. Light spilled out from inside, warm and yellow. The entity stood in the rectangle of light, illuminated from behind. It wasn't holding a weapon. It was just standing there. It had changed into one of our son's other hoodies. It looked like it had been waiting up for us. It walked down the metal steps and across the grass toward the truck. I rolled down my window, a stupid, automatic gesture. It stopped by my door, its face calm. "You left," it said, and it used our son's voice, but it filled the words with a profound, wounded disappointment. "You left me all alone in the dark." That wasn't very hospitable. The accusation, delivered in our child's tone, was a masterpiece of psychological torture. My wife started crying soft, helpless sobs. The entity looked past me into the truck at our real son. "You must be cold," it said to him. "Come inside. I made hot cocoa." It said it like it was the most normal thing in the world, like we were just returning from a late movie. I got out of the truck. I was too tired, too broken for anger. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice flat. "I want what was agreed," it said simply. I accepted his invitation. "I am here. You will go there. The cycle completes at the new moon. It is cleaner that way." It turned and walked back toward the trailer, expecting us to follow. We did. What else could we do? We helped our shivering, confused son out of the truck and back into the trailer. It was exactly as we'd left it, but it felt smaller, tighter, like the walls had crept inward. On the small stove, a pot sat with steam curling from it. 4 mugs were lined up on the counter. The entity had made 4 cups of hot cocoa. It poured 3, handing one to me, one to my wife, and one to our son, who just held the warm mug without drinking. It poured the 4th mug and set it on the dinette table. "For our guest," it explained, nodding toward the door, toward the woods where the lost man's voice had finally stopped calling. "We should be prepared, in case someone else breaks the rules tonight. It is only polite to be prepared." It was teaching us its version of hospitality. It was preparing us for the time when our son would be gone, and it would be the one listening at the door, deciding whether or not to answer a call for help. We were being groomed. The entity sat down with its own mug, took a sip, and looked at us with a placid expression. "The running is done," it stated. "Now we wait for the moon. It will be easier for everyone." The chapter of our escape was closed, ended not with a bang, but with a quiet loop in a forest road and a cup of cocoa. We were trapped, not by locks, but by the very landscape, which had folded itself around our son. The only path left was the one he didn't want to walk, and the thing sipping cocoa in his chair was already dusting off its hands, its job nearly complete. The open question hung in the steam from the mugs. When the new moon came, and our son had to walk into those trees, would we let him go alone? The final stage wasn't violence. It was administration. The imposter was patiently, kindly, managing our family's merger with the forest. The trailer became a partitioned world. The living area, the dinette, the kitchen, the small couch, was the family's space, maintained by the imposter with an eerie, spotless normalcy. It cleaned. It cooked bland, perfect meals. It asked my wife about her day in a tone of polite interest. The rear of the trailer, anchored by the bunk, was the domain of our real son. A palpable cold radiated from that corner, a dry, penetrating chill that no blanket could defeat. He spent his days there, sitting on the edge of the bunk or on the floor, tracing the links of an invisible chain on the linoleum with a finger that left a faint, damp trail that evaporated too slowly. He held the iron spike constantly now, his grip a desperate, white-knuckled thing. It was the only part of him that looked strong. The imposter seemed to accept the spike as a temporary concession, a pacifier for the departing. It watched our son with the detached pity of a nurse watching a terminal patient. A few days after our failed escape, the imposter sat us down at the dinette. It had made tea. It was a grotesque parody of a family meeting. "The transition will complete at the new moon," it began, its voice a calm, reasonable facsimile of my own when explaining a household chore. "The light is right then. The path is clearest. When that happens, he will walk into the woods. He will begin his search for a new place. It is the way." My wife made a small, broken sound. "His search? You mean he'll be calling for help? He'll be, like you were." The imposter nodded. "Yes. He will use the words that work. He will sound real. He will need to find a family that is less careful, or more kind, depending on your view." It took a sip of tea. "When he is successful, I will remain. Fully. The memory of the cold will fade for you. It will be easier. You will have a son who is always here, who is always safe inside." It was offering us a trade, our real, suffering boy for a comfortable, permanent lie. A son who never grew up, never left home, never disobeyed. The horror of the bargain was its twisted appeal. In our exhaustion, in our grief, a part of us was tempted by the end of the pain. I looked at my wife and saw the conflict raging in her eyes. The mother wanted her child, any child, to be safe and warm. The entity saw it too. It reached across the table and patted her hand. The touch was cool, dry, and utterly wrong. "It will be all right, mother," it said. The sound of that word from its mouth broke something in her. She pulled her hand back as if burned and fled to the back of the trailer, wrapping her arms around our shivering son. The imposter just looked at me. "She will adjust." I couldn't speak to it. Its logic was a poison. I went to my son. He was mumbling, his eyes on the wall, but seeing something far away. "The creek is high," he whispered. "The stones are slippery. Don't use the footbridge." He was scouting. His mind was already walking the trails he would soon haunt. I knelt before him. "Look at me," I said. He tried, his gaze drifting, struggling to focus on my face. "I will not replace you," I said, each word a vow carved in stone. "Do you hear me? I will not invite another in. If you must go, I will go with you. We will be lost together." His eyes cleared, just for a second. Real fear, his own fear, flashed in them. He shook his head, a sharp, jerky motion. "No," he croaked, his voice rusted from disuse. "Don't follow me, Dad. When I go, you need to stay. You need to be the new rule. You need to be the one who never, ever answers the door." He was giving me instructions. He was trying to protect me from the fate he saw coming. It was the most lucid, the most him he had been in days, and it was him telling me goodbye. The iron spike felt like the only real thing in the universe. Later, my wife tried to comfort our son by humming the lullaby she'd sung to him every night when he was small. It was a sweet, wandering tune. She got halfway through the first verse when her voice simply stopped. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She clutched her throat, her eyes wide with panic. From the dinette, the imposter began to hum. It picked up the tune exactly where she had left off, humming it flawlessly, note for note, the sound empty of love but perfect in pitch. It had stolen her song. It had stolen her right to sing it to her own child. It was claiming everything, even the gestures of comfort. The new moon was 2 nights away. The tension in the trailer was a wire stretched to breaking. The imposter grew more confident, more proprietary. It began to refer to our belongings as ours, in a way that included it and excluded our real son. It would say, "Our sugar is low," or "We need to organize our supplies." We were being absorbed into its unit. On the last day, as evening painted the sky a deep purple, a new voice called from the tree line. This one was different. It was a child's voice, young, maybe 7 or 8, crying real, heart-wrenching sobs. "Mommy, Daddy, I can't find my way. I'm scared." The voice was a masterwork of innocence and terror. It was the hardest test yet. The imposter, who was washing dishes at the tiny sink, didn't even turn around. It spoke to the window. "You are lost. Go home." But the child's cries continued, jagged and desperate. My wife rocked back and forth, her hands over her ears. Our real son stood up from his bunk, his body rigid. He wasn't drawn to the door this time. He was looking at me, his eyes begging. The imposter finished the last dish, dried its hands on a towel, and turned to face me. Its expression was calm, inquisitive. It nodded toward the door, where the child's weeping promises filled the air. "You vowed to go with him," it said, its voice soft, testing. "Will you open the door for that one? Will you invite it in, to take your place, so you can keep your promise?" It laid the trap with exquisite cruelty. It knew the child's voice would get to me. It knew my vow to my son. It was offering me a way out, a way to join my son in the woods by sacrificing an innocent, by continuing the cycle myself. My hand twitched toward the lock. The child's sobs grew more frantic. "Please, it's so dark." My wife screamed. "No." Our son took a step forward, shaking his head wildly. The imposter just watched, a faint, interested smile on its lips, waiting to see what my human love would choose. Would I break the rule to keep my word? Would I damn another to save myself a place in line behind my boy? The cycle demanded a choice. My fingers brushed the cold metal of the deadbolt. Outside, the crying child took a hitching breath and called out, with a clarity that froze my blood. "Ben? Ben, are you in there? Help me." It knew my name. It knew my son's name. The woods were throwing everything they had at the door. And I stood there, my vow to my son in one ear, the weeping child in the other, and the thing that wore my son's face waiting to see which version of damnation I would pick. The chapter closed with my hand on the lock, the impossible decision hanging in the air, and the understanding that before the new moon rose, I would have to make a choice that would define what was left of our family forever. My hand stayed on the cold metal of the deadbolt. The child's voice outside was a hook in my heart, pulling with a terrible, genuine-sounding fear. "Ben, please," it cried again, and the sound of my own name in that small, lost voice was almost too much to bear. I could do it. I could turn the lock, pull the door open, and let the night in. The imposter would have its trade. I would take my son's place in the queue, and he would be free, or at least he wouldn't be alone out there. It was a clean solution in the twisted math of the woods. But I saw my son's face. He was shaking his head, his eyes wide with a panic that was all his own. He mouthed the word no, over and over. He didn't want this salvation. He didn't want me damned in his place. And my wife was staring at me, her face a mask of pure horror at the choice being offered. The imposter watched, its head tilted, a scientist observing a fascinating reaction. It was sure I would break. Human love was messy, sentimental, weak. It would force me to choose between 2 terrible loves, and either choice would feed the cycle. I took a deep, ragged breath. I took my hand off the lock. I turned my back on the door. "No," I said, the word rough but clear. "We don't answer the door." The crying outside hitched, then took on a new, wheedling tone. "But I'm so little. I'm all alone." I walked away from it. I went to my son and put my arms around him. He was trembling, a constant, low vibration like a plucked wire. "We don't answer," I whispered to him. "That's the rule. Your rule now." The imposter's pleasant mask slipped for just a second. A flicker of annoyance, sharp and quick, passed over its features. My refusal was an unexpected variable. It had accounted for grief, for fear, for desperate love. It hadn't accounted for a stubborn, illogical adherence to a rule that was now protecting the woods themselves from a new victim. The child's cries continued for a few more minutes, then faded away, as if the performer had grown tired when no applause came. The trailer felt different after that. A shift had occurred. The imposter was no longer just waiting for the moon. It was annoyed. Our compliance had been assumed. Our final corruption had been part of the plan. By refusing to play, we had created a problem. The new moon arrived on a night so clear and cold the stars looked like chips of ice flung across black velvet. No one slept. We all sat in the main area, even our son, who we had helped from his cold corner. He held the spike in both hands, his gaze clearer than it had been in days, fixed on the imposter. The thing that looked like him stood by the door, watching the night through the window. It was time. The light is right, the imposter said, not turning around. The path is open. It is time for you to walk. It spoke to our son. My wife let out a choked sob, but silenced it with her own hand. Our son looked at me, then at his mother. He gave a small, brave nod. He tried to stand, his legs shaky. We helped him up. He leaned on me, his body light and cold. The imposter finally turned. It looked at our son with no malice, no triumph, just a kind of empty completion. You go to find your place, it said. Do you remember the words? Our son looked at it, and for a flash, I saw a teenage defiance I thought was gone forever. I remember your words, he whispered. They're all lies. The imposter blinked, unperturbed. Lies that work are truths here. Now go. It moved to open the door. I stepped forward, blocking it. Not like this, I said. The imposter looked at me, its patience visibly thinning. It is the way. I made a vow, I said, my voice low. I said I would go with him. Your vow is a feeling. The cycle is a fact. You are not part of the transaction. Then change the transaction, I said, and I heard my wife gasp. I was talking to it like it was a banker, a bureaucrat of the bad places. I pointed to the iron spike in my son's hands. You want a clean transfer? You want him to walk out and you to stay fully? Then take this. It's part of him now. It's part of the memory of this place. You take it from him and you break his tie to it. You carry it and you carry the memory of the old iron, the thing that's supposed to keep your kind out. You carry that contradiction inside you. You take his burden and he walks free of it. I was making it up as I went along, weaving my own folklore on the spot. I was appealing to its sense of order, of symbolic completion. The imposter stared at the spike. It had never touched it since that first night when it had picked it up and put it down. The spike was an artifact of the old rule, the rule it had broken. It was a relic of the world that had tried to keep it out. Taking it would be an acceptance of that world's power, a paradox. I could see the calculation in its eyes. It wanted the process to be neat. It wanted our son's departure to be absolute, so its own claim would be absolute. A lingering connection, symbolized by this piece of iron, was a loose thread. If I take it, the imposter said slowly, he walks alone. You do not follow. The vow is broken. I keep my vow by staying, I said, looking at my son. By being the rule. By never answering. I break the cycle on this end. You take his old weight, and he walks away from it. That's the new deal. The woods outside were very still, as if listening. My son understood. He held out the spike, his arm trembling. The cold iron seemed to gleam dully in the low light. The imposter hesitated. This was not in the script, but the logic was tidy, and it loved tidiness. It wanted to be the only son, unburdened by any competition, even the memory of competition. It reached out. Its fingers, so like my son's, closed around the other end of the spike. For a second, they both held it. Then my son let go. The imposter held the railroad spike. It flinched. It was a tiny motion, a quick shudder that ran up its arm. It didn't drop the spike. It held it tighter, its knuckles paling. Its eyes changed. Just a little. The perfect, empty dark in them swirled, like ink dropped in water. For a moment, they looked confused. It had taken a piece of the thing that defined the boundary, and the boundary was now inside it. Go, I said to my son. He looked at his mother. She hugged him fiercely, tears streaming down her face, then let him go. He looked at me. I nodded. He turned and walked to the open door. He paused on the threshold, looking back not at the imposter, but at us. He didn't say goodbye. He said, "Don't follow. Don't ever answer." Then he stepped out into the clear, cold night. He didn't look lost. He just walked, fading into the shadows between the trees, not hurrying, not wandering. Just going. He was gone. The imposter stood rigid by the door, staring at the spike in its hand. The contradiction was working. It had the form of our son, the memories, the place in our home. But it also held the symbol of exclusion. It was the insider carrying the mark of the outsider. It looked at us, and its face was struggling to maintain its pleasant mask. The smile was there, but it was strained at the edges. "I am your son," it said, but the statement had a question in it now. "You are here," my wife said, her voice hollow with grief but clear. "And he is gone. The deal is done." She closed the door. She locked it. She turned to face the thing in our home. The next days were a new kind of strangeness. The imposter stayed. It made breakfast. It talked to us. But it was different. It would sometimes stop in the middle of a task and look at the spike, which it had placed on the counter, as if it couldn't remember why it was there. It would call my wife mother, but then pause, as if the word tasted odd. The old iron was remembering, and it was inside it now, a small, persistent grain of doubt, a splinter of the real world in its perfect, borrowed one. We played our part. We lived with it. We called it by our son's name when we had to. But we never answered the door after dark. Not ever. We heard calls sometimes, a man, a woman, once that child again. We would look at the imposter, and it would look at the spike, and we would all sit, not moving, until the voice gave up. We were the rule now. The hook was this: the imposter is still with us. It is our son in every visible way. But sometimes, late at night, I see it pick up that iron railroad spike and turn it over in its hands, a deep, uncomprehending frown on its face. And I wonder what happens when a thing that pretends to be real starts to doubt its own story. And far away in the woods, on certain nights when the wind is right, I like to believe my boy isn't crying for help. I believe he is walking his own path, carrying no weight but his own, and that maybe, just maybe, the rules can work both ways. The story feels complete, the immediate terror is past, but the question lingers in our quiet trailer. What grows in the space between a lie and a truth that live under the same roof? Story number 5. My name is Steven, and this all started because we just wanted a normal weekend away from the city, me, my wife, and our little boy. We were packed into the car for hours, playing those car games that get old after the first 30 minutes. And by the time we turned off the main highway onto the Forest Service Road, we were all just done. The gravel road seemed to go on forever, winding deeper into woods that got thicker and darker with every mile, the trees closing in like tall, silent watchers. My son was complaining from the back seat about being bored, and my wife was trying to read a map on her phone that kept losing signal, telling me she was sure the next turn was coming up. When we finally saw the small, brown sign for campsite number 7, it felt like winning a tiny lottery. We pulled into the clearing, and at first, it was perfect. I mean, picture postcard perfect. A circle of smooth, packed dirt for the tent, a stone fire pit right in the center, and beyond it, a view of a lake so still and blue it looked like a piece of the sky had fallen down. The pine trees made the air smell clean and sharp, and for a minute, we all just stood there, stretching and breathing it in. That good feeling lasted about 10 seconds. That's how long it took for us to really see the other thing in the clearing. It wasn't a picnic table. It was this huge post, just standing there maybe 20 feet from the fire pit. It wasn't part of any fence. It was just alone. It was taller than me, maybe 7 feet, made of this timber that was old. So old it was almost black, like it had been burned but not by any recent fire. And it was covered in these marks, these carvings that swirled all around it from top to bottom. They weren't words, at least none I could read. They were symbols, weird angles and loops that looked like they'd been cut into the wood with something a lot sharper and more purposeful than a pocket knife. They gave me a bad feeling right away, a prickling on the back of my neck. It wasn't just old graffiti. It felt like a sign, but one written in a language we were never meant to understand. My boy, of course, was fascinated. Kids are like that. The creepy thing is always the most interesting. He ran right over to it before I could stop him. "Don't touch that," I said, maybe sharper than I meant to. He pulled his hand back and looked at me, confused. My wife gave me a look too, like I was overreacting. "It's probably just some old trail marker, honey," she said, walking over to the lake view. "This spot is amazing." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But my eyes kept getting pulled back to that post. It didn't feel like it marked a trail. It felt like it marked a spot, period. Like this whole clearing was a circle drawn on a map, and the post was the period in the center of the circle. We were unpacking the car, trying to shake off the weird vibe, when a park ranger's truck bumped into the clearing. A guy got out, older, with a face that looked like it had seen every kind of weather there was. He didn't smile. He didn't say welcome. He just nodded at us, and his eyes went straight to that post, then to us, then back to the post. He walked over, not to us, but to stand next to it. "You folks settling in?" he asked, his voice gravelly. We said we were. He was quiet for a long moment, just looking at the trees across the clearing. "This is a good site," he finally said. "Quiet, but there's rules for this one. Specific rules." He turned and looked right at me, then at my son. "This here," he said, tapping the post with his knuckle. It made a solid, dull sound. "This is the most important part of the site. You don't touch it. You don't hang anything from it. You don't carve your name on it." He almost smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "More importantly, you stay on this side of it after the sun goes down. You keep your tent, your fire, yourselves on this side. Consider it a property line." My wife laughed, a little nervous sound. "A property line? For what?" The ranger didn't laugh back. He looked at her, and his expression was dead serious. "For keeping things orderly. This is deep country. It's best to have clear lines." He paused, and his gaze landed on my son again. "You understand, son? This isn't a toy. You leave it be." My boy nodded, wide-eyed. The ranger tipped his hat, turned to go, then stopped. He didn't turn back around, just spoke to the air. "For God's sake," he said, so low we almost didn't hear it. Then he got in his truck and drove off, leaving us in that perfect, quiet clearing with that awful post. The rest of the afternoon we tried to act normal. We set up the tent, a big sturdy one, and we made sure it was on our side of the post, between it and the lake. My wife started organizing the food cooler, and I went to gather some firewood from the pile of dry branches at the edge of the trees. My son was supposed to be helping her, but kids have short attention spans. I was bent over, picking up a good piece of oak, when I heard it. A soft, steady scraping sound. Not the sound of a zipper or a cooler lid. It was the sound of a sharp edge on wood. My blood went cold. I stood up fast and looked back toward the camp. My wife was at the picnic table, her back turned, chopping vegetables. And there was my boy, kneeling at the base of the warding post. He had his little red pocket knife out, the one I'd given him for his birthday after weeks of him promising to be careful. He wasn't being careful now. His tongue was poked out in concentration, and he was carefully, deliberately, dragging the blade through the wood. He was carving a letter, his first initial, a nice, neat J right into the soft, old wood at the very bottom of the post. I dropped the firewood. "Hey!" I shouted, and I ran over. He jumped, startled, and the knife slipped from his fingers. He looked up at me, and at first he looked proud. "Look, Dad, I made my mark," he said, beaming. Then he saw my face. The pride crumpled into confusion, then fear. My wife turned around. "What? What is it?" I didn't answer her. I was staring at the carving. It was done. The cut was maybe an inch deep, fresh and pale yellow against the blackened wood. It looked like a wound. A sudden, hot anger flooded me. It wasn't just anger at him for disobeying, or at myself for not watching him. It was a deeper, colder anger, the kind that comes from knowing, in your gut, that something very important has just been broken. "What did you do?" I whispered, my voice tight. I grabbed his shoulders. "What did the ranger say?" "What did I say?" He started to cry. My wife rushed over. "It's just a post. It's wood. Stephen, you're scaring him." I made him pick up his knife and put it away. Then, feeling stupid and desperate, I made him apologize. Not to me, to the post. "Say you're sorry," I told him, pointing at the stupid carved letter. He was sobbing now, but he mumbled, "I'm sorry, post." It felt hollow and ridiculous, but I had to do something. The rest of the evening was ruined. We ate our hot dogs and beans in a tense quiet, the cheerful crackle of our new fire doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled over us. My wife tried to smooth things over. "It's just vandalism, okay? We'll pay a fine if we have to. It's not the end of the world. That ranger was just being dramatic." I nodded, but I didn't believe it. The post loomed over our campsite, and that fresh, pale J seemed to glow in the firelight. When it was time for bed, I doused the fire with a whole bucket of water from the lake. The steam hissed up, smelling of wet ash. As the last flames died, I glanced at the post one more time. Something looked different about the carving. I walked closer, squinting in the dim light from our lantern. The J, it looked darker, like the wood inside the cut was wet. Had sap already started to come out? That seemed fast. I reached out, against my own better judgment, and touched the inside of the carving with my fingertip. It felt dry, completely dry, but it looked soaked with something dark. I pulled my hand back, wiped my finger on my jeans, and told myself it was just a trick of the shadows. Just the evening dew gathering. I hustled everyone into the tent. We zipped it up tight, a little nylon fortress against the big, dark woods. We got into our sleeping bags, my boy between me and my wife. He was sniffling softly, upset from the scolding. We all lay there in the dark, listening to the normal night sounds, the gentle lap of the lake water, the distant call of an owl. I was just starting to relax, just starting to think maybe my wife was right. Maybe I had let some old superstitious fear get the better of me, when my boy stirred. He whispered, so small in the dark, "Dad?" "Yeah, buddy. Does Wood have a heartbeat?" The question was so strange it froze me for a second. "No, son," I said softly. "Wood doesn't have a heartbeat. Go to sleep." He was quiet, and then we all heard it. From the black woods, from the other side of that leaning post, came a sound. It wasn't the owl. It wasn't the wind. It was a deep, heavy rhythmic thump, thump, thump. It was slow and steady, like the footsteps of something very, very large, walking a slow patrol just beyond the ring of trees. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't going away. It was just there, pacing. We all held our breath. The sound went on, a slow, measured beat in the darkness. Then, after what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute, it stopped. The normal night sounds did not return. The woods were now utterly still. We lay there in the perfect quiet, none of us moving, none of us speaking, just waiting. The feeling of a good, simple camping trip was gone, shattered as completely as if that old post had fallen over. We were just 3 people in a thin tent, and somewhere out there, on the other side of a line we couldn't see, something was now aware of us. The night was only half over, and the question hanging in the air was almost as loud as the thumping had been. What had we invited? We just laid there in the dark, all 3 of us, not moving a muscle. That sound, that deep thumping from the woods, was gone, but the air felt wrong now, like the whole forest was holding its breath. My wife had her arm wrapped tight around our son, her hand over his mouth, not to quiet him because he wasn't making a peep, but like she was trying to protect him from the air itself. I was frozen too, one hand on the zipper of the tent, wondering if I should look out, terrified of what I might see. My mind was scrambling, trying to find a normal box to put this in. A bear, I thought. A big bear walking around out there. Maybe a moose. They make big footsteps, right? But bears and moose, they wander. They don't walk a steady, patient line just beyond your campfire light. And the timing, right after my boy cut into that post, that wasn't an animal. That was a response. We listened for what felt like forever. The normal sounds of the night, the crickets, the little rustles in the leaves, they were all gone. It was just us and the soft sound of our own breathing. Then a new noise started. It was a low, wet sound. A sniffing. Not a little animal sniff, but a deep, guttural, pulling in of air sound, like a dog trying to catch a scent but bigger, throatier. It moved from our left to our right, a steady shuffling drag followed by that horrible wet sniff. It was walking the edge of the clearing, right where the trees started, right along that invisible line the ranger had talked about. My wife's grip on our son tightened. The sniffing got closer to the side where the post stood. When it reached the spot directly opposite that black timber, it stopped. The woods went still again for one beat, too. Then the sniffing started up, intense now, focused, right on that spot. It was like whatever it was had found the motherlode of scents. And then the post reacted. I saw it through the mesh window of our tent, silhouetted against the slightly less black sky. The whole thing shuddered. It was a quick, sharp tremor, like someone had hit it with a sledgehammer. A small cloud of old bark dust puffed out around it, and then something began to ooze from the carving, from the J my son had made. It was black, blacker than the wood itself, and thick like syrup. It didn't drip. It flowed, slow and purposeful, tracing the shape of the letter perfectly, filling the groove until it looked like a fancy initial painted in tar. The sniffing stopped dead. The woods were so utterly without sound it made my ears ring. We waited, hearts hammering against our ribs. And then a voice came out of the dark. It wasn't a roar or a growl. It was a whisper, but it carried across the clearing like it was spoken right next to our tent. It was clotted, muddy, like it was made of wet soil and rotten leaves being pushed together to form words. It didn't speak to me or my wife. It spoke to our son, using the name that started with that carved letter. "Thank you for the invitation." That's what it said, clear as day. My boy let out a tiny, choked whimper against my wife's hand. Every hair on my body stood straight up. This was it. Every kid's nightmare, every parent's deepest fear, was standing right outside in the dark, and it knew my child's name. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept by my sleeping bag. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip it. Part of me wanted to turn it on, to blast that thing with light, to see what it was. A bigger, smarter part of me was screaming that if I saw it, if I really saw it, I would lose my mind right then and there. So I just clutched it, a useless plastic club, and listened. Nothing else happened. No more thumping, no more sniffing, no more voice. The post just stood there, that black J gleaming with a faint, oily look in the starlight. We stayed like that, statue still, for the rest of the night. None of us slept. We just watched the sky slowly turn from black to deep gray to a washed-out purple. The moment there was enough light to see the shapes of the trees, I moved. "Get your shoes on," I whispered, my voice rough and cracked. "We're getting in the car. Now." We didn't speak. We didn't unzip the tent carefully. We practically ripped it open and stumbled out into the cold morning air. We left everything, the sleeping bags, the cooler, the tent itself, just standing there. All we grabbed were the car keys from the picnic table. We ran to the car, a desperate, clumsy scramble, and I hit the button to unlock it. The chirp of the horn was the loudest, most out-of-place sound I'd ever heard. We piled in, me in the driver's seat, my wife and son in the back together, and I hit the locks. The solid thunk of the doors locking was a small, fleeting comfort. I started the engine, and the rumble felt like safety, like civilization. I threw the car into reverse and started backing down the narrow road, my eyes glued to the clearing in my rearview mirror. The tent looked sad and abandoned. The post stood there, straight and dark, and then I had to hit the brakes. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I had to see it. I had to know. "Stay here," I said. "Lock the doors after me." My wife started to protest, a scared, wordless sound, but I was already opening my door. The morning air was crisp and clean, smelling of pine and lake water, a cruel imitation of the peace we'd felt the day before. I walked back toward the campsite, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I stopped a good 10 feet from the post. Up close in the daylight, it just looked like an old, carved-up timber, but the J was different. The black stuff that had oozed out last night had hardened. It wasn't shiny anymore. It was a dull, crusty black, sealed into the carving like a scar made of tar. I reached out, hesitated, then touched it. It was rock hard and cold. I looked at the ground around the base of the post. The dirt was packed firm, but then I saw it. Starting right at the bottom of the post, right where that black J was, a thin line in the soil was etched into the earth. It was as thin as a piece of string, and so shallow you'd miss it if you weren't looking for it. It ran in a perfectly straight line away from the post, directly toward our tent. It went right under the corner of the tent floor, and continued out the other side toward the lake. It was like a crack, but not a random one. It was a line, a new property line, drawn in the dirt. My stomach turned over. I turned and hurried back to the car, got in, and locked the door again. I didn't say anything about the line. I just backed the rest of the way down the road until I found a spot wide enough to turn around, and then I pointed the car toward the highway and stepped on the gas. The drive home was the opposite of the drive up. No games, no chatter. My son stared out the window, pale and quiet. My wife stared straight ahead, her jaw tight. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadow moving between the trees alongside the road, keeping pace with us. We got home, to our normal house on our normal street, and the normalcy felt like a lie. We unpacked the car in a hurry, throwing the dirty clothes into the wash, putting the unused food away. We acted like if we cleaned up fast enough, we could clean up the memory too. But it was in our house now. That first night home, my son cried out in his sleep. Not a normal nightmare yell, but a sharp, scared sound. I went to his room. He was sitting up in bed, eyes wide open but not seeing me. He was staring at the wall, the one that faced the backyard and the little patch of woods behind our property. "He's lonely," my son mumbled, his voice slurry with sleep. "He just wants to play." I said I would. Then he blinked, saw me, and started crying for real. I held him until he fell asleep again, but my mind was racing. It wasn't over. We had left the woods, but we hadn't left it behind. The invitation had been sent, and it had been accepted. And whatever was on the other end of that invitation, it wasn't done with us yet. The question wasn't about what was in those woods anymore. The question, the one that kept my eyes open staring at the ceiling while my family slept, was much simpler and much worse. How do you take back an invitation once the guest is already on its way? The next few days at home were a kind of quiet torture. The woods were 50 miles away, but the feeling from that clearing was in our house, a cold spot in every room. My boy wasn't himself. He used to be a ball of energy, always building Lego castles, or begging to kick a soccer ball in the backyard. Now he just moved from one spot to another, slow and listless, like his batteries were permanently low. His face was pale, and he had these dark smudges under his eyes like he wasn't sleeping, even though he spent hours just lying on the couch staring at the ceiling. The worst was when he'd sit in the bay window in our living room. He'd pull his knees up to his chin and just watch the little strip of trees at the back of our property. He'd watch for so long without blinking it scared me. I'd ask him what he was looking at, and he'd just shrug and say, "Nothing." But his eyes never left the trees. My wife tried to push us back to normal. She made his favorite pancakes, she put on loud, cheerful cartoons, she talked about planning a trip to the zoo. It was like watching someone try to shine a flashlight into a well that had no bottom. The light just got swallowed up. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit and watch my son fade away. So while he stared out the window and my wife scrubbed already clean counters, I hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table. I started searching for anything at all, that could explain what we saw. I typed in weird phrases from that night. Warding post. Forest spirit invitation. Black sap from carving. Most of it was garbage, silly ghost story forums and bad horror movie plots. But then deep in the results, I found a different kind of site. It looked old, the text plain and bunched together, like it was typed on an actual typewriter and scanned in. It talked about folklore, real pioneer and settler stories from this specific region. My heart started beating faster as I read. They mentioned ward posts or watch beams. They were put up, the site said, not to keep people out, but to mark a boundary for something else. To define a claim. The rules were always the same, repeated in story after story. You never damage the post. A mark on it isn't vandalism. It's a signature. It's an acceptance of terms. I read that and felt the blood drain from my face. A signature. My son's initial. He hadn't just misbehaved. He'd signed a contract written in a language we didn't know, with a party we couldn't see. I was falling down this rabbit hole, my coffee gone cold next to me, when my wife came up behind me. She saw the screen, saw the words territorial forest spirit and binding claim. She snapped. "What are you doing?" she said, her voice sharp. "Stephen, this is nonsense. You're going to make yourself crazy." "It's not nonsense." I shot back, louder than I meant to. "Look at him. Look at our son. This is what fits. What fits is that he had a terrifying experience," she fired back, her eyes glistening. "He's traumatized. He needs stability and calm, not you reading him fairy tales about monsters." She reached over and slammed my laptop shut. "We are taking him to a doctor. A real one." So we did. We went to our pediatrician, a nice man who'd seen our son since he was a baby. He checked his ears, his throat, listened to his heart. He asked him gentle questions about the camping trip. My son just looked at his shoes and gave one-word answers. The doctor gave us a sympathetic smile. "Physically, he's fine. This sounds like a classic anxiety response to a frightening event. A night terror, some unusual sounds in the woods. It can shake a child up deeply. My advice is routine. Comfort. Maybe talk to a child psychologist if it doesn't improve in a few weeks." He handed us a pamphlet. We walked out of the office, the bright fluorescent lights, and the smell of antiseptic feeling like a different universe. The doctor's explanation was clean, logical, safe. And it felt completely, utterly wrong. It was like describing a house fire as a draft. That night, I waited until my wife was asleep, and I went back online. I found that old site again and dug deeper, into archived pages and scanned documents. I found a link to a PDF, a scan of a settler's journal from the 1800s. The handwriting was spidery and hard to read, but one passage near the bottom was circled in the scan by someone else. A modern person maybe, like they wanted to make sure it was seen. I leaned close to the screen, squinting. It read, "The post does not repel the Holtkin. It defines his claim. The ground within the line is his garden. The marked one is his, and the post holds them separate until the claim is collected." The words Holtkin and marked one, and claim is collected seemed to pulse on the screen. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. This wasn't a ghost story. This was a manual. And according to it, my son was considered property, and that post was just a temporary holding pen. I printed the page. I needed to show my wife. She had to see this. But the next morning, when I went to the printer, it was gone. I found it in the kitchen trash can, crumpled into a ball. My wife was making coffee, her back to me. "Why did you throw this away?" I asked, pulling the paper out, trying to smooth it. She didn't turn around. "Because it's poison," she said, her voice flat. "You're choosing to believe in some some forest demon over a medical doctor. I won't let you fill this house with that fear. We're gonna have a normal weekend. I've booked a hotel in the city. We're going to the science museum. We're going to that pizza place he loves. And we're going to forget about those stupid woods. She finally turned, and her expression was fierce, a mother's defiance. We're getting our son back my way. I wanted to argue, to shake her and make her see, but the look in her eyes was also one of sheer terror. This was how she was fighting it, by denying it existed at all. So we went. We packed an overnight bag and drove to the city. The change was jarring, the noise of traffic, the tall buildings, the crowds of people. It was supposed to feel safe, insulated. We checked into the hotel, a nice one with a big pool and bright lights. My son perked up a little, fascinated by the elevator and the view from our high floor. For a couple of hours, I started to doubt myself. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe the noise and the light would shake whatever this was loose. The next day, we went to the big central park. It was sunny, filled with families, the air smelling of grass and popcorn. Kids were shouting, running, playing tag. My wife pointed to a playground. "Go on, sweetie," she said, giving our son a little nudge. "Go play." He walked toward the other children, but he moved slowly, like he was wading through deep water. He stopped at the edge of the colorful play structure, just watching. My wife and I sat on a bench nearby, holding hands, holding our breath, hoping to see him run and laugh. He didn't run. He stood there for a long time, perfectly still amidst the chaos of playing kids. Then very slowly, he turned his head. He wasn't looking at the swings or the slide. He was looking across the wide green lawn at a giant, old oak tree that stood by itself, its branches twisted and gnarled with age. He raised his hand, pointed one finger directly at that ancient tree. His voice, when he spoke, was clear and carried over the playing children's laughter. He said, "He's here too." My wife's hand clenched mine, so hard her nails dug into my palm. We both stared at the tree. It was just a tree, an old, big, normal city park tree. But in that moment, with our son pointing at it with the certainty of someone spotting a friend in a crowd, it became the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. The woods weren't the problem. The post wasn't the problem. The problem was the claim. And the claim, it seemed, could follow you anywhere. The normal sounds of the park, the kids laughing, the distant ice cream truck music, all of it faded into a meaningless buzz. The only thing that was real was my son's pointing finger, and the understanding that settled over my wife and me at the same time. A cold, shared truth that no doctor could ever explain. We couldn't outrun this. It wasn't in a place. It was attached to our child. And if it was here, in the middle of a sunny city park, then there was nowhere left for us to go. The car ride home from the city was the quietest 2 hours of my life. The cheerful hotel room, the sunny park, all of it felt like a painted backdrop that had now been torn down, showing the real world behind it, a world that was wrong. My wife didn't speak. She just held our son's hand in the back seat, staring out the window, her face a mask of stunned defeat. The pointing incident had broken her. Her way, the way of denial and normal life, had just slammed into a wall there in that park. When we got home, I didn't unload the overnight bags. I went straight to the kitchen table and opened my laptop. This time, my wife didn't stop me. She just put our son in front of the TV and sat down across from me, her eyes hollow. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice a dry whisper. I didn't have a good answer, but I had a terrible idea. "We have to go back," I said. She flinched like I'd slapped her. "No, absolutely not. Listen to me," I said, leaning forward. "It's not about the place. It's about the post. The post is the legal document. The claim is filed there. If there's a way to break this, to void it, it's there. At the source. We can't run from a ghost. But maybe we can fix the paperwork." It sounded insane even as I said it, but the alternative was waiting for whatever collection meant, and that was a thought I couldn't live with. It took another day of arguing, of watching our son grow even quieter, before she finally agreed. She did it with the resignation of someone walking to their own execution. We packed the car again, but this time it wasn't with camping gear and hope. It was with a grim determination and a cooler full of food we had no appetite for. The drive back to the forest felt like traveling backward in time into a bad dream. The woods seemed to watch us as we drove in. When we pulled into campsite number 7, the first thing I noticed was the air. It was still. Not peaceful still. Empty still. There were no bird calls, no chattering squirrels. The only sound was the crunch of our tires on the gravel. And then there was the post. It had changed. It was no longer standing straight up like a soldier. It was leaning, just a subtle tilt inward toward the campsite, like a tree starting to fall. The black jay was no longer a dull scab. In the daylight, it had a weird, wet look to it, and it seemed to pulse very slightly, a trick of the light maybe, but it made my eyes hurt to look at it for too long. We didn't set up the tent. We just sat in the car for a long time, staring at the clearing. "This was a mistake," my wife said softly. I didn't answer. I got out of the car. I had to find the ranger. I needed to know what he really knew. I drove to the ranger station first, but they said he was off duty. A younger ranger there gave me a funny look when I described the older guy. "Oh, you mean Joe? He's been having a tough time lately." He gave me the name of a bar in the nearest town, a dusty little place off the main road. I found him there, sitting alone in a corner booth in the dim light, a half-empty glass of amber liquid in front of him. He looked older, worn down to the nub. He saw me and didn't seem surprised. He just nodded toward the seat across from him. I sat down. "You went back," he said. It wasn't a question. "My son is sick," I said, cutting to the chase. He carved his initial. That night we heard things. A voice. It thanked him for the invitation. What did we invite? The ranger Joe took a long drink. He put the glass down carefully. "You think the post keeps it out?" he said, his words slightly slurred but his eyes sharp and full of a terrible knowledge. "Wrong. It keeps the claimed ones in. It's a property line. Your boy, by marking it, put himself on the other side of that line. In its eyes, your boy is already in his garden. The post is just the fence. And you," he looked at me with pity, "you're standing outside the fence, yelling for someone who doesn't belong to you anymore." His words were a physical blow. I felt the air leave my lungs. "How do we break the fence?" I asked, my voice tight. He laughed, a short, bitter sound. "You don't. The fence breaks when he comes to collect what's his, or when the marked one walks across on his own." He finished his drink. "For God's sake, I tried to warn you. Now get out of here. Leave. Maybe you can still save yourselves." I drove back to the campsite feeling worse than when I'd left. My wife was sitting on the picnic table, our son leaning against her, just staring at the leaning post. I told her what the ranger said. She didn't cry. She just got a hard, fierce look in her eyes. "No," she said. "No, he is not his. He is mine. Ours." That afternoon, in the bright, unnatural daylight of the empty clearing, I had an idea. A stupid, desperate idea. If the mark was the problem, maybe we could remove it. I took the hatchet from our emergency kit from the car. I walked up to the post. The black jay seemed to watch me. I raised the hatchet and swung it sideways, aiming to smash the carving, to obliterate that initial from the wood. The blade hit the black, hardened sap with a sound like striking stone. A jolt of numbing vibration shot up the handle and into my arm, making my teeth ache. I stumbled back, dropping the hatchet. The post itself let out a low, groaning hum, a sound that came from deep within the wood, a sound that shouldn't have been possible. The groaning faded, but the jay was untouched. Not a scratch. It was like trying to chop steel. My wife rushed over. "Are you okay?" I nodded, rubbing my numb arm, staring at the post with a new kind of fear. It wasn't just wood. It was something else now, something that defended itself. As the sun started to go down, the emptiness of the woods became a presence. It wasn't just that there were no animals. It was that the woods felt full anyway, but full of something that didn't breathe, didn't move, just watched and waited from 1,000 hidden places. We ate a cold dinner in the car, not wanting to be outside. We had decided to sleep in the car too, all three of us crammed in, the doors locked. It felt safer than the tent. When night fell, it was complete. No moon, no stars, just a blanket of black. We had the curtains pulled over the car windows. My son was curled up in the back seat, asleep or pretending to be. My wife and I were in the front, staring into the dark, listening. The woods were a void of sound. Then my son sat up. He didn't groan or stretch. He just sat straight up. His eyes were open, wide and unblinking, reflecting the dim green light from the car's dashboard. He looked at neither of us. He looked straight ahead, through the windshield, at the black shape of the leaning post. And he spoke, but the voice was not his. It was the wet, clotted, earthen voice from the first night. It came out of his mouth, calm and clear. "The mark calls. The fence strains." Then he blinked, slumped back against the seat, and was asleep again, breathing normally. My wife let out a choked sob and clutched him to her. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. It was in him. It was using him to speak. We were losing him not by inches anymore, but by leaps. We spent another sleepless night jumping at every creak of the car settling. At the first gray light of dawn, I got out, my body stiff and aching. I had to see. I walked to the post. The leaning was more pronounced. The crack in the ground, that thin line that had started at its base, was now wider, a small trench you could fit your finger into, and it still ran straight to where our tent had been and beyond. But that wasn't the worst of it. As I turned to walk back to the car, my foot scuffed the dirt near the post. I looked down. From the base of the post, where the main crack began, several new, hair-thin lines had split off in the dirt. They were shallow, but they were there. And they weren't random. They were spreading, slowly, like the roots of an invisible tree, reaching out across the campsite. One of them was pointing directly at the driver's side door of our car. The fence wasn't just straining. It was cracking, and its cracks were coming for us. Sitting in the car that morning, watching those thin cracks spider out from the post toward us, I felt a desperate, ugly idea form in my head. The ranger said this was about a claim, like a property dispute. In the old stories, disputes were sometimes settled with offerings. A trade. Maybe we could make a deal. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just got out and rummaged in the trunk for the small, collapsible fishing trap I'd brought on our first trip, a silly thing meant to catch minnows for fun. The woods around the clearing were still empty of any normal life, but I remembered seeing rabbit tracks near the lake the day we first arrived. I walked down there, my skin crawling, feeling watched from 1,000 angles. I set the trap near some brush, my hands trembling, a piece of granola bar for bait. It felt grotesque, trying to catch a life to trade for my son's, but the alternative was doing nothing. I checked the trap a few hours later. There was a young rabbit inside, alive, its sides heaving fast with fear. I didn't let myself think about it. I carried the trap back to the clearing, the rabbit a soft weight of panic inside it. My wife saw me and her eyes went wide with understanding, then horror. She turned away, putting her hands over her ears, as if she could block out what I was about to do. I took the hatchet. I did it quickly, behind a tree, my stomach turning over. I'm not a hunter. The sound, the finality of it, made me want to vomit. I carried the limp, warm body, wrapped in a plastic bag, and placed it right on the boundary line, on one of those fresh, thin cracks in the dirt. I knelt there, feeling like a caveman pleading with a lightning storm. My voice was a raw whisper. Take this. A life for a life. Revoke the claim. Leave my son. Please. I backed away, my heart hammering. The clearing was still. The leaning post just stood there. The black jay seemed to drink the afternoon light. We waited in the car, all of us not speaking. Minutes ticked by. An hour. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in orange and purple, a beautiful show that felt like a cruel joke. Just as I started to think nothing would happen, that my brutal gesture was meaningless, movement caught my eye. From the deep green shadows of the treeline, something extended. It wasn't an animal leg. It was too long, too jointed in the wrong places. It was a limb of sorts, made of what looked like shifting shadow and polished, dark wood, like the branch of an old, dead tree given a sick kind of life. It didn't rush out. It slid, smooth and silent, across the forest floor. It stopped over the rabbit. For a second, I thought it would take it. Then, with a motion that was both casual and full of contempt, the tip of that limb flicked. It didn't pick the offering up. It batted it. The rabbit's body flew through the air, tumbling end over end, and landed with a soft, wet thud right at my feet, where I stood by the car door. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. Your currency is no good here. The shadowy limb slid back into the trees and was gone. My wife, who had seen it all, let out a sound then. It wasn't a scream. It was a raw, guttural roar of pure rage and grief. She exploded from the car, slamming the door behind her. She stalked to the middle of the clearing, turning in a wild circle, her face tilted up to the darkening sky. You leave him alone, she shrieked at the woods, her voice cracking. He is mine. Do you hear me? You can't have him. Her defiance echoed and then faded, swallowed by the waiting trees. There was no answer, just the slow, steady tilt of the post leaning further inward. We went back into the car, defeated. The night was coming, and we had no plan left. My son was awake now, listless, staring at nothing. As I got into the driver's seat, I saw his eyes flick to something on the picnic table. I followed his gaze. My breath caught. Sitting right in the center of the weathered wooden table was a knife. It hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. It was beautiful in a terrible, alien way. The handle was made of dark, polished antler, smooth and fitted to a grip. The blade was a long shard of black obsidian, sharpened to an edge that looked like it could split a hair. It was a whittling knife, a craftsman's tool, but it was made for a hand much larger than a child's. It was a gift, a counteroffer. My wife saw it too. Before I could move, she was out of the car again. She marched to the table, snatched up the knife, and with all her strength, she hurled it in a high arc deep into the woods. We heard it clatter through branches, falling away into the gloom. She came back, breathing hard, her hands clenched into fists. "We're leaving," she said, her voice flat and final. "Now." We pack up, we drive to the airport, and we get on a plane to somewhere on the other side of the world. Tonight. It was a plan built on pure flight, not reason, but it was a plan. We moved fast, a frenzied packing. We threw our few things into the trunk. We didn't look at the post. We didn't look at the woods. We just moved, a machine of fear. My son, however, moved slower and slower. He dragged his feet. His eyes kept drifting back toward the trees where the beautiful knife had disappeared. When it was time to get in the car, he stood by the door, just staring at his shoes. "He says I could make beautiful things with it," he mumbled, almost to himself. My wife and I shared a look of pure terror. The pull wasn't just in his mind anymore. It was a temptation, a whispered promise of something he wanted. We got him into the back seat, buckling him in. I got behind the wheel. My wife got in the passenger side and locked her door. This was it. We were leaving. I turned the key. The dashboard lights came on, but the engine didn't crank. It didn't even try. It was a dead, flat click. I tried again. Click. Again. Click. It wasn't the battery. The lights were bright. The radio would have played if we'd turned it on. It was as if the engine itself had become a block of inert metal, as if the spark, the very idea of ignition, had been sucked out of it. In that dead quiet, a new sound started. From the woods, from the other side of the leaning post, came a low, rasping, rhythmic sound. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was laughter, a deep, humorless, grinding laugh that vibrated through the car's frame. And underneath that laugh, starting up again after all this time, was the sound. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of footsteps. They weren't rushing toward us. They were walking a slow, deliberate path, pacing back and forth along the tree-line, along the edge of the clearing. They weren't trying to get in. They were walking the fence line. They were pacing the perimeter of a pen, and we were the animals trapped inside. I kept turning the key, click after useless click, as the thumping footsteps and the dry, rasping laughter filled the air, a terrible soundtrack to our final, horrible understanding. Running was never an option. We had been parked this whole time, not in a campsite, but in a holding cell. And the warden had just decided to remind us that the door was locked from the outside. The thumping and the laughter faded away after a while, leaving us in the car with just the sound of our own ragged breathing. We were trapped, and we all knew it. The idea of the car as a safe space was a joke. It was just a metal box parked inside a bigger, invisible box. Night fell, a deep, moonless black that felt like a lid closing. We couldn't sleep. We just sat, watching the windows, waiting for something to come out of the trees. Our son, exhausted, finally dozed off in the back seat. My wife and I took turns keeping watch, but it was pointless. What were we watching for? The thing that owned the land we were on. It didn't need to sneak up. Sometime in the dead hours of the night, I must have nodded off. A soft click woke me. It was the sound of a car door unlocking. My eyes flew open. The interior light was on. The back passenger door was wide open. And my son was gone. I jerked upright, my heart leaping into my throat. I looked out into the darkness. I saw him. He was already 20 feet from the car, walking across the open dirt of the clearing. He moved with a smooth, calm, steady step, still dressed in his pajamas, barefoot. He wasn't running. He wasn't sneaking. He was just walking like someone answering a call to dinner. And he was walking straight toward the boundary line, toward the leaning post and the woods beyond it. No! The word ripped out of me. I fumbled for my door handle, tumbled out of the car, and sprinted after him. My wife was right behind me, a cry caught in her throat. My son didn't turn. He didn't speed up. He just kept walking, his small form looking so fragile against the huge dark of the forest. I caught up to him just a few feet from where I imagined that invisible line ran, right where the rabbit had been rejected. I didn't grab him gently. I dove, tackling him around the waist. We went down in a tangle of limbs and a cloud of dry dirt. He didn't yell. He didn't cry out. He just started to fight, and his strength was all wrong. It wasn't the frantic struggling of a scared kid. It was a cold, wiry, determined strength that felt much too strong for his small body. He twisted in my grip, his arms pushing against me with a steady, relentless pressure, his eyes wide open but blank, reflecting only the faint starlight. He was trying to get up. He was trying to continue his walk into the woods. "Stop! Please, son, stop!" I begged, my voice cracking as I wrestled with him, pinning his shoulders to the ground. My wife fell to her knees beside us, her hands fluttering, wanting to help but afraid to touch him while he was like this. As I fought to hold my own child down, I looked up, toward the woods he was so desperate to reach. And I finally saw it. Really saw it. The moon chose that moment to break through a gap in the clouds, washing the clearing in a cold, blue-white light. There, just beyond the line of trees, standing as still as the oldest oak, was the claimant. It wasn't a shapeless monster. It had a form, an impossible, elegant form. It was tall, taller than the trees behind it, a towering silhouette made of tangled antlers and woven shadow. Its body seemed to shift and flow like dark mist, but the antlers were solid, a vast, thorny crown of polished bone and obsidian that caught the moonlight. It stood perfectly upright, waiting. It wasn't lunging. It wasn't reaching for us. It was just waiting. And in that moment, the ranger's words clicked into place with a final, dreadful clarity. This wasn't a predator hunting prey. This was a landlord. A king. It was standing on its property, waiting for a tenant to cross the threshold and take up residence. The sheer, patient confidence of it was worse than any roar. It knew it had already won. The shadow thing's head, a vortex of shifting leaves and sharp angles where a face should be, turned slowly. It was no longer looking at my son. It was looking at me, pinning its claimed property to the dirt. It tilted its head, a motion that was almost bird-like, full of a cold, curious intelligence. It was studying the obstacle. A low groan pulled my attention away from that terrible gaze. The warding post. As my son struggled, the post let out a long, aching groan of stressed wood. That vertical crack running up its length from the black jay widened with a sharp crack sound, and the hair-thin line in the soil, the one that had been growing, suddenly pulsed with a faint, sickly greenish light, like foxfire, outlining the boundary it represented. The fence was breaking. Right now. "Help me!" I grunted to my wife. Together, we managed to get a proper hold on our son. His strange strength was ebbing, replaced by a limp exhaustion. We half-carried, half-dragged him back to the car, his feet making trails in the dirt. I couldn't stop myself from looking back. The antlered shadow hadn't moved. It just watched us retreat. We got him into the back seat, where he curled up and immediately fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. My wife climbed in to hold him, her whole body shaking. I stood outside the car for a second, gulping the cold air, trying to slow my pounding heart. We had stopped him this time, but for how long? The post was splintering. I walked a few steps closer to look at it. The crack was wide enough to fit my hand now, and from within the crack, a fresh trickle of that black, tarry sap was seeping out, oozing down the grooved symbols like black tears. It was breaking down, and when it failed, what then? Would that thing just walk across the line? I turned my back on it and walked to the car. I opened the driver's door, planning to just sit in the seat and stare at nothing until dawn. That's when I saw it. On the passenger seat, where my wife had been sitting, lay the knife. The beautiful, terrible antler and obsidian knife. It was back. We had thrown it into the deep woods. My wife had thrown it with all her strength. And now it was here, waiting for us, placed neatly on the fabric seat as if by an unseen hand. I picked it up. It was cold, colder than the night air. The black blade seemed to swallow the light. This wasn't just a gift anymore. It was a summons, a tool for the new life that was being offered. I looked at my son, asleep in the back, then out at the towering shadow that still stood, motionless and patient, at the edge of the woods. The fight in the clearing had changed things. It was no longer a slow pull. It was an active recruitment, and the tools for our surrender were being provided. I locked the knife in the glove compartment, a useless gesture. It had already found its way back once. The question hanging over us now was simple and brutal. Were we fighting to save our son, or were we just delaying the moment when he, or we, would finally pick up the knife? The knife in the glove box felt like a live wire sitting in the car with us, humming with a promise we didn't want to hear. My son slept that deep, unnatural sleep, and my wife and I just watched him, two guards at a cell door that was melting from the inside out. The whole fight, the thing in the woods just waiting, it had shown me the truth. We couldn't win by force. We couldn't run. But maybe, just maybe, we could win by a trick. A horrible last-ditch trick. I remembered something from the old stories, the idea that a contract is with a specific person. What if that person changed? Not physically, but inside. What if the boy who carved his initial, the boy who heard the voice and felt the pull, what if that version of my son simply ceased to exist? If we could make him forget, truly forget everything about that first day, the carving, the voice, the feeling of being called, would the claim have nothing to latch onto anymore? It was a desperate, ugly idea. It felt like trying to cure a sickness by cutting out a piece of the brain. I told my wife, whispering as our son slept in the back. She listened, her face growing paler with every word. "You want to erase his memory?" she said, her voice thin with horror. "We can't do that. That's a part of him. What's being taken from him is all of him," I argued, trying to keep my voice down. "This isn't a memory, it's a fishhook in his mind, and it's reeling him in. If we can cut the line, even if we lose a little bit of him, we save the rest." She looked at our sleeping boy, her eyes filled with tears. She saw the peace on his face, a peace that only came when he was too deep for the thing to reach him. She saw the alternative, him walking into those woods, gone forever. Slowly, with a trembling breath, she nodded. It was a nod of surrender to a terrible necessity. We had a first aid kit, and it was a small bottle of strong over-the-counter sleep aid, pills we used for long flights. It wasn't meant for kids, but the dose was small, and we were past worrying about labels. We also had water, and we had the power of our voices. We decided to try at dawn. In the tent we finally forced ourselves to set up for some semblance of shelter, a tiny nylon room under the leaning, cracked post. As the first gray light filtered through the trees, we woke our son. He was groggy, confused. We told him he wasn't feeling well, that he needed to take some medicine to help him rest. He trusted us. He swallowed the little pill with a sip of water, making a face. We laid him down in his sleeping bag in the tent, my wife sitting beside him, holding his hand. I sat on his other side. Outside, the woods were still. The post creaked occasionally. We waited for the pills to work. As his eyelids began to droop, I started to talk. I used my calmest, softest, most certain voice, the one I used to read bedtime stories when he was very small. "You had a dream," I began. "Just a bad dream when we first went camping. You dreamed about a big old tree, and you dreamed you carved it, but it was only a dream. The sounds at night were just the wind, a big, funny-sounding wind in the pines. The voice was the wind, too. There's no one in the woods calling you. There's just trees and birds and us. You felt scared because dreams can feel very real. But it's over now. The dream is fading away. You can let it go." I repeated it. I rephrased it. I painted a picture of a normal, slightly boring camping trip with a scary dream that was now dissolving like mist in the morning sun. My wife joined in, her voice trembling at first but growing stronger. "That's right, sweetheart. Just a dream. You're safe with us. There's no invitation. There's no mark. It was all in the dream." We were rewriting history. We were committing a quiet, loving violence against his own mind, trying to surgically remove a tumor of memory. As we spoke, his breathing deepened. The constant, faint tension that seemed to live in his jaw these past days eased. His small hand relaxed in my wife's grip. For a moment, a wild hope flared in my chest. It was working. We were sewing the hole in his soul shut. And then the woods reacted. A low rumble started, not from one place, but from all around the clearing, like the earth itself was growling. The thumping started again, but this wasn't a patrol. This was a frenzy. Thump, 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 thump. It was fast, furious, coming from everywhere at once, shaking the ground under the tent. The shadow thing wasn't waiting patiently anymore. It was angry. It was pounding on the walls of its own property. At the same time, the warding post began to glow. That sickly, greenish light from the crack in the soil raced up the length of the timber itself. The whole post shone with that awful foxfire radiance, and the black jay burned in the middle of it like a coal from a nightmare furnace. The thing in the woods wasn't trying to cross. It was pouring its energy into the post, reinforcing the claim, fighting our attempt to dissolve it from within. It was a battle of wills, us inside the tent with our whispered lies, it outside pouring its ancient, terrible intention into the breaking fence. The noise was terrifying, the tent walls vibrating, but we didn't stop. We raised our voices over the din, leaning close to our son's ears, repeating the new, safe story over and over. "Just a dream, just the wind, you are safe." His face was smooth, blank, a peaceful island in the storm of noise and light. And then suddenly it all stopped. The thumping ceased. The glow from the post flickered and went out, leaving it looking more splintered and frail than ever. The woods were still. The sudden absence of sound was almost as loud as the noise had been. My wife and I were panting, sweat cooling on our faces. We looked at each other across our son's sleeping form. Had we done it? Had we shouted down a forest god with a bedtime story? I felt a crushing exhaustion, but underneath it, a fragile thread of hope. We had tried everything else. Maybe this stupid, human trick had worked. Our son's eyelids fluttered. He was waking up. We watched, holding our breath. He opened his eyes. They were clear. Not blank, not distant. They were his eyes, the bright, curious eyes he'd had before any of this started. He looked at me, then at his mother. He smiled a small, sleepy smile. My heart leapt. It was him. It was really him. He took a breath, as if to speak. The hope in my chest was so big it hurt. Then he spoke. His voice was his own, his perfect, normal, 10-year-old voice, calm and certain. "It didn't work, Dad," he said. "He says forgetting is just another way of accepting." The words hung in the air between us, simple and final. Our ritual, our desperate brain surgery, hadn't removed the hook. It had just made him aware of it on a whole new level. The thing outside hadn't been defeated. It had been listening, and it had used our own attempt to send a message through our son's mouth. The fight drained out of me, leaving a cold, hollow space. My wife let out a soft, broken sound and buried her face in the sleeping bag. Our son looked at us with an expression that was both pitying and loving, a look too old for his face. He had crossed over to a place where we couldn't reach him, not with medicine or words or love. He had accepted a truth we were still fighting, and in doing so, he had left us behind. We were still his parents, but we were no longer his keepers. Something else held that title now, and it had just confirmed the terms of the lease in our child's own voice. The morning after our son spoke those terrible, calm words felt like the first morning after the end of the world. The sun came up normal and golden, but it shone on a different reality. Our boy was changed. The listlessness, the fear, the struggle, it was all gone. In its place was a serene certainty that was somehow worse. He moved with a new grace, unhurried, like he had all the time in the universe. He ate the breakfast my wife numbly prepared, chewing slowly, his eyes distant and thoughtful. He wasn't fighting the pull anymore. He was listening to it. The final night had passed without a single sound from the woods. The post leaned at a sharp angle, a good 45 degrees, its crack wide open, losing that black sap in a slow, steady drip. The glowing line on the ground had faded to a dull, persistent afterimage, like something burned into your eyes after looking at a bright light. The boundary wasn't just breaking. It was becoming irrelevant. We sat at the picnic table, the three of us, a sad imitation of a family meal. I couldn't eat. I just watched my son. He finished his food, wiped his mouth neatly, and stood up. He didn't look at us. He walked, not toward the woods, but to the ruined warding post. He placed his small hand flat against the black, hardened J of his initial. He stood there for a long moment, his head bowed, as if in communication. Then he turned and looked at us. His expression was one of profound pity and a love that had already stepped across a great distance. "You can stay out here," he said, his voice clear and gentle. "Or you can come with me. He says you can cross. If you accept the mark, too." The offer hung in the air, simple and monstrous. It wasn't a threat. It was an invitation, an immigration offer. My wife made a small, choke sound. I understood everything then, with a clarity that was like ice water in my veins. The entity didn't want to steal a child. It wanted to adopt a family, to grow its own. The post was never a warning for campers. It was a recruitment notice, a sign-up sheet nailed into the heart of the forest. A mark was an application, and my son's application had been approved, with the option to bring his dependents. "If we cross," I whispered to my wife, my eyes locked on my son's patient face, "we don't come back. We become part of the fence for the next people." I remembered the ranger's tired, drunk eyes. How many others had there been? How many posts were out there, waiting for a signature? My wife stood up. Her face was streaked with tears, but her jaw was set. She took a step toward our son. My hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "No," I breathed. She looked at me, her eyes a storm of agony and love. "He's my baby," she said, her voice raw. "I can't leave him to go in there alone." "You won't be leaving him," our son said, as if explaining something simple. "You'll be joining him. It's not dark. It's just different. He's lonely. He wants a family. We can be his family." He said it with such straightforward logic that for a second it almost made sense. The shadow at the edge of the woods moved. For the first time, it stepped fully into the clearing. The morning sun didn't shine on it. The light seemed to bend around its form, a silhouette of woven night and ancient branch. It was taller than I remembered, towering and elegant, its crown of antlers seeming to scrape the bottom of the sky. It didn't rush. It didn't threaten. It walked with a slow, stately grace to a point just behind my son, stopping right where the glowing line had been. It was no longer a monster at the gate. It was a sovereign on his own land, and my son was his herald. It extended one long, graceful limb. It wasn't made of flesh or bone, but of shifting forest shadow and polished dark wood, intricate as a living root system. It didn't reach to grab. It held its limb out, palm up, in a gesture of greeting, an invitation to cross over. Behind us, with a sound like a dry bone snapping, the warding post gave way. It broke clean in half. The top portion, with its swirling, unreadable symbols, crashed to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The bottom half, with the black J glaring up from it, remained stuck in the earth like a stub of a rotten tooth. The fence was down. The property line was gone. There was no longer a this side and that side. There was just the clearing and the woods, and us standing in the middle, with a king and a prince waiting for our answer. My son held out his other hand toward us, his small, familiar hand I had held crossing 1,000 streets. "It's time to decide," he said softly. My wife looked from his outstretched hand to the towering, beautiful, terrible thing behind him, to my own horrified face. This was the choice. Let our son walk into that unknown, becoming something not human, part of a forest claim for the rest of time. Or step forward, take his hand, and let that shadowy limb close around ours, accepting the mark, whatever that meant, and changing forever, becoming part of the story that would lure the next family, the next camper, the next signatory. There was no winning. There was only choosing which kind of losing we could bear. The wind blew through the clearing, carrying the scent of pine and deep, damp earth. It was a beautiful day. My wife's hand was trembling in mine. Our son waited, his eyes full of a love that was already transforming into something else, something older. The antlered king stood motionless, a patient gardener awaiting new seeds. We had come for a simple weekend in the woods. Now we stood on the border of a world we never knew existed, guests who had accidentally signed a lease for a permanent residence, with the landlord waiting for us to pick up the keys. Story number 6. We didn't just buy a camper, we bought a tiny wheeled slice of 1972. For $500, how could it be anything but perfect? The picture online showed this gleaming silver box with a stripe of avocado green, a Starstream pop-up, a real vintage nugget. My spouse was bouncing, they were so excited, saying it was the adventure we needed, and our kid was already planning which stuffed animals got to come along. The seller was this older guy who met us at a storage lot, and he wouldn't look me in the eye, he just kept tapping this thick typed manual he gave me with the keys. "It's all in here," he said, his fingers trembling a little. "Just follow it to the letter." I thought he was just a weirdo, lonely type, maybe missing his own family trips, and I shoved the manual in the glove box without a second glance. He was so eager to be rid of it, he helped me hitch it to our SUV, and practically jogged back to his car, waving us off without a backwards look. Towing it home felt like we'd won the lottery, my family giddy, beside me the little canned ham of a camper following obediently behind. Getting it into our driveway was a project, but we managed, and then we just stood there admiring our new old thing. My kid yanked the handle, and the door opened with a complaining squeal. Inside was a time capsule, orange and brown plaid curtains, a little fold-out table, a cassette player bolted to the wall under the window. It smelled like old coffee and vinyl sunshine, that specific smell of something locked up for a long time. We spent the afternoon exploring every inch. My spouse found a drawer with mismatched spoons and a can opener. Our kid claimed the bunk bed right away, scrambling to the top, ending at a spaceship cockpit. I fiddled with the cassette player, and to my surprise it powered on a little red light glowing. There was a tape already inside, just a plain black thing with no label. I pressed play and a hiss of static filled the camper, making us all jump and then laugh. "White noise," my spouse said, "for sleeping, I guess." I ejected it and put it on the table. That's when I remembered the manual. I went out to the SUV and got it. It was weirdly professional, looking like a proper manual, but typed on an old typewriter, the letters slightly uneven. It had sections on tire maintenance and stabilizing jacks, and how to drain the freshwater tank. Dry, boring stuff. We were sitting at the little fold-out dinette, me flipping through it, while my spouse made pretend coffee with the old percolator. Our kid was bouncing on the rear bench seat, which folded out into another bunk, a narrow one meant for maybe a smaller child. And that's when I saw it. Page 23. The header just said Rule 5 in big bold letters. The rest of the page was dead simple. It said Rule 5. The third bunk, the rear bench, is to be used for storage only. It is not for sleeping. If it is used for sleeping, you must not acknowledge it. Do not look directly at it. Do not speak to whoever or whatever may be using it. Should you hear movement from the third bunk at night, insert the provided white noise cassette into the player. The sounds will stop. This is not a joke. I read it out loud. We all just stared at each other for a second. Then my spouse snorted. Okay, that's creepy and weird. It's a joke, I said. The last owner had a weird sense of humor. Probably some family bit they did to scare the kids on camping trips. Our kids' eyes were wide. Is it haunted? They asked. No way, I said, closing the manual with a snap. It's just a story, like a ghost story you tell around a fire. Look, I said, wanting to erase the worry from their face. The bunk is fine. It's just a bed. But the words felt sticky in my head. Do not acknowledge it. That night we decided to have a trial run sleep in the driveway, just for fun. We popped the top with a crank 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 that was louder than I expected, the canvas walls rising to make a little ceiling. It felt like a real tiny house then. As dusk settled, we got our sleeping bags arranged. Our kid, of course, wanted the top bunk of the main bed. My spouse took the bottom. I looked at the rear bench, the third bunk. It was just sitting there. To prove a point to myself, mostly I grabbed the cushion and folded it out into a bed. It was a little mattress covered in the same scratchy plaid material. I got my sleeping bag and laid it out. See, I said, perfectly normal. My spouse gave me a look, a raised eyebrow that said, really? But they smiled. Just don't start snoring and acknowledging yourself, they joked. We turned off the battery-powered lantern and lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of our neighborhood, an airplane far away, a dog barking a few streets over. It was cozy. The camper felt like a nest. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew I was awake. I didn't know why at first. Then I heard it. A sound. Not from outside. From inside the camper. A faint, slow, rhythmic scritch, scritch, scritch. Like fingernails on fabric. It was coming from my right. From the direction of the third bunk. I held my breath. My heart was suddenly a hammer against my ribs. I didn't move. I just listened. Scritch, scritch, scritch. A long pause. Then a sigh, a soft exhale that wasn't mine and wasn't my spouse's from across the aisle. It was close. Right beside me. The air grew cold, a deep chill settling around my legs in the sleeping bag. I screwed my eyes shut. It's the wind. It's a tree branch. It's the house settling. But we weren't in the house. We were in a camper on wheels in our driveway. There was no tree branch. I remembered the rule. Should you hear movement, insert the provided white noise cassette. The tape was on the table. I had to move. I had to get up. Every instinct screamed at me to stay frozen, to pretend to be asleep. But the sound came again, this time with a slight shift of weight on the bunk, a creak of the old frame. Something was over there. I moved fast. I unzipped my sleeping bag in one frantic motion and scrambled out onto the floor. I didn't look. I kept my eyes on the dim shape of the table. I crawled 2 paces, and my hand hit the leg of a chair. I pulled myself up, fumbling in the pitch black. My fingers brushed the cassette player, then the tape. I grabbed it. The scritching stopped. The camper was utterly still. I could hear my spouse breathing softly in sleep. I could hear my own blood roaring in my ears. I pushed the tape into the slot. It was too dark to see, I just had to feel it. It clicked home. I hit play. A hiss erupted into the small space, loud and sudden. I flinched. I stood there, trembling, my hand on the cold plastic of the player. I waited. Nothing. No more sounds. Just the steady, artificial hiss of the tape. After a minute, maybe 2, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. My legs felt weak. I turned slowly, forcing myself to look at the third bunk. In the faint green glow from the cassette player's LED, I could see the shape of my sleeping bag rumpled where I'd left it. The bunk was empty. Of course it was empty. I was being an idiot. A superstitious idiot, spooked by a prank manual and the normal noises of an old vehicle. I almost laughed at myself. The hissing tape was absurd. I left it playing a security blanket now and crawled back into my sleeping bag. I zipped it up to my chin. The cold was gone. The air felt normal again. I stared at the dark canvas ceiling, listening to the white noise. It was just my imagination. It had to be. We were safe here in our driveway. Everything was fine. I repeated that to myself until I finally drifted off to a fitful sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the little windows. Birds were chirping. It was a beautiful day. My spouse was making real coffee in the kitchen inside the house. Our kid was already watching cartoons. I sat up and looked at the third bunk. It looked innocent, just a folded-out bench seat in the daylight. I examined the mattress closely. No marks, no scratches. The wool blanket was smooth. I felt silly. Over coffee at our real kitchen table, we talked about it. I heard some weird noises last night, I said, trying to sound casual. Probably just the camper settling, my spouse said. It's old. Old things make noises. They were right. They were so right. We had a whole day of planning ahead of us, packing for a real trip to a lake campground for the weekend. The strange night faded in the busyness of the day. By the time we were hitching up again, the manual and Rule 5 felt like a distant dream, a funny story. We drove for 2 hours, singing along to the radio, the Starstream following behind us like a loyal silver puppy. The campground was perfect, a spot right by the water with tall pines all around. We set up like pros this time, leveling the camper, popping the top, unfolding the awning. It felt like we were real campers. As night fell, we built a small fire, made s'mores, told stories. Our kid went to bed first, exhausted from fresh air. My spouse and I sat by the dying fire for a while, just enjoying the quiet. When we finally went into the camper, our kid was already asleep in the top bunk. My spouse took the lower bunk with a sleepy smile. I looked at the third bunk, the narrow one. A stubborn part of me, a part that hated being scared by stupid jokes, decided then and there I was going to sleep in it, to prove it was just a bed. I got my sleeping bag and arranged it on the bunk. I didn't play the tape. I left it on the table. I turned off the lantern and climbed in. The woods at night were full of sounds: crickets, frogs, the distant lap of water. Normal sounds. Good sounds. I felt brave. I fell asleep. I woke up because I had to pee. The digital clock on the microwave we'd brought showed 2:17 a.m. I was groggy. I slid out of the bunk and stepped toward the little door. And then I stopped, because I heard breathing. It wasn't the deep, even breathing of my spouse. It wasn't the soft puff of my kid. This was a shallow, raspy breath, and it was coming from right behind me, from the third bunk. I was wide awake now. I didn't turn around. I remembered the rule. Do not acknowledge it. I stood there in the middle of the dark camper, my back to the bunk, paralyzed. The raspy breathing continued. Then a voice. A dry whisper like leaves skittering on pavement. It spoke only 2 words right into the space between my shoulder blades. Hi, Willie. It knew my name. I had never told anyone my name in that camper. The seller never asked. The manual never mentioned it. I stood there cold to my core, unable to move, unable to breathe. The third bunk was occupied, and it knew exactly who I was. There is a very specific type of cold that has nothing to do with temperature. It's the cold that slithers up your spine when a joke stops being funny, when a story becomes real. That cold froze me solid in the middle of the camper. The raspy whisper hung in the air behind me. Hi, Willie. I didn't turn. I couldn't. The rule screamed in my head. Do not acknowledge it. But it had acknowledged me. It knew my name. My bladder didn't care about rules or whispers, it just screamed it was full. I had to move. I took a jerky step forward toward the door, my limbs feeling like wood. The breathing from the bunk kept pace, a shallow rasp right behind my ear. I fumbled for the door handle, my fingers slick with sweat. I got it open and stumbled out into the night, nearly falling down the metal steps. I shut the door fast behind me, leaning against the cool aluminum siding, sucking in big gulps of piney air. My heart was trying to punch its way out of my chest. I looked back at the door. No one had followed me out. The camper sat there quiet under the stars, a cheerful avocado and silver lump. I did what I needed to do in the bushes, my mind racing. It knew my name. How? The manual was a typed thing, no names. The seller didn't know. My family just called me Dad or Honey. Willie was a name from my childhood, from old school records. I hadn't used it in years. A sick thought hit me, maybe I had imagined it. The stress, the weird manual, the middle of the night. My brain could have cooked that up. Yeah, that had to be it. I was hearing things. I had to get back inside. I couldn't leave my family in there alone. I opened the door slowly. The cassette player's little red power light was off. The interior was dark, but for the moonlight through the canvas. I could hear my spouse's deep breathing from the lower bunk. My kid's soft sleep sounds from above. I listened hard. No rasping. No whispering. I crept across the floor, my eyes glued to the third bunk. In the gloom, I could see the shape of my sleeping bag still rumpled. It looked empty. I stood there for a full 5 minutes, just listening. Nothing. The woods were louder than the camper. I let out a long, slow breath. I had imagined it. I had to have imagined it. I was not going to sleep on that bunk again. I grabbed the corner of my sleeping bag and yanked it off the narrow mattress, dragging it to the floor between the dinette seats. I zipped myself in there on the hard linoleum, a pathetic human rug. It was uncomfortable, but I felt safer down there away from that bunk. I stared at the underside of the table until my eyes grew gritty, and finally I slept. Morning was a blessing. Sunlight poured in, turning everything normal and bright. The smell of pine needles and campfire smoke. My spouse was already up making pancakes on the little propane stove outside. "You okay?" they asked, seeing me crawl out from under the table. "You look like you wrestled a bear." "Just a rough sleep," I mumbled. "The floor isn't as soft as I remember." They laughed and handed me a plate. We ate at the picnic table, our kid chattering about frogs. The camper behind us looked innocent, harmless. In the daylight last night felt silly, like a bad dream. After breakfast, while my spouse took our kid to the water's edge to skip stones, I knew I had to check. I climbed back into the camper. It was warm from the sun. I went straight to the third bunk. I examined every inch of the mattress, running my hands over the fabric. I lifted it, looked underneath. Just storage space, some old PVC pipes the previous owner left. I checked the wall behind it. Smooth, cool aluminum. I looked at the wool blanket. I shook it out. Nothing fell out. It was just a blanket. I sat down on the edge of the bunk, feeling the solid frame beneath me. It was just a bed. A profound relief washed over me. It was all in my head. The manual was a prank. The noises were the woods, the old camper settling. The whisper was a dream. I was a grown man spooked by a story. I laughed at myself, a real, genuine laugh. I decided then that we would have a great day. And we did. We swam in the lake, we hiked a short trail, we saw a deer. We laughed a lot. I didn't mention the night. As evening approached, though, a little worm of worry started chewing in my gut. We would have to sleep in there again. My spouse saw me looking at the camper as we built a new fire. "You're still thinking about that stupid rule, aren't you?" they said. I shrugged, trying to look casual. "It's just weird is all." "It's a piece of paper," they said, poking the fire. "It can't hurt us. But if it makes you feel better, we can play the white noise tape. Like a fun thing to do to follow the ritual." That sounded good. A plan. A silly, harmless plan. We put our kid to bed later. They wanted the top bunk again. My spouse took the lower bunk. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the floor, again a silent agreement that I wasn't using the third bunk. Before we turned in, I took the black cassette tape. I held it up. "For the bit," I said. My spouse smiled and gave me a thumbs up from their bunk. I pushed the tape in. It clicked. I hit play. The hiss filled the small space. It was a comforting sound, now a shield. I turned off the lantern and got into my bag on the floor. The hiss was steady, constant, drowning out the small ticks and creaks of the night. I felt better. Protected. I fell asleep faster than I thought I would. I was woken by a touch. A hand on my shoulder shaking me gently. It was my spouse crouched next to me, their face pale in the faint glow from the cassette player's LED. "Do you hear that?" they whispered. I was groggy. "Hear what?" "The tape?" I listened past the steady hiss. And then I heard it. A low rhythmic sound. A slow creak. 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 Like someone was gently rocking on a chair. But there was no chair. The sound was coming from the third bunk. We both looked over. In the dark, the bunk was just a darker shape. But the creaking was unmistakable. It was the sound of the old frame under weight moving back and forth. Something was sitting on it. Rocking. My spouse's grip tightened on my shoulder. They looked at me, their eyes wide with a question I couldn't answer. The rule flashed in my mind. Do not acknowledge it. But we were both acknowledging it now, by looking, by listening. The white noise was supposed to stop this. But it wasn't stopping. The hiss played on, and underneath it the creak, creak, creak continued, a horrible duet. Then a new sound. A faint tapping, like a single fingernail tapping on the aluminum wall beside the bunk. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow, deliberate. My spouse was trembling. I had to do something. The manual said the tape would stop the sounds. Maybe it needed to be louder. I reached up from my bag, my hand fumbling for the cassette player on the counter above me. I found the volume knob and turned it all the way to the right. The hiss became a roar, a waterfall of static that filled my ears. The tapping stopped. The creaking stopped. The sudden absence of those sounds was a shock. Only the roaring hiss remained. I left my hand on the player, the plastic vibrating. We waited. A minute passed. Then another. Nothing from the bunk. I slowly, carefully turned the volume back down to a normal level. The hiss became a background sound again. My spouse let go of my shoulder and slumped back, sitting on the floor. We didn't speak. We just stared at the bunk. Nothing moved. Eventually my spouse crawled back into their lower bunk. I stayed on the floor. Neither of us slept. We watched the windows until they turned from black to gray to the pink of dawn. The next morning we were zombies. We moved slowly, making coffee, not talking much. Our kid thankfully had slept through everything. "We need to talk," my spouse finally said when our kid was busy drawing with chalk on the picnic table. We walked a little way down the shore. "That was real," they said, their voice flat. "I heard it." "You heard it?" I nodded. "The tape worked though," I said, feeling a desperate need to cling to that. "It stopped when I turned it up." "But it started while the tape was playing," they countered. "The rule said the sounds would stop. It didn't say they wouldn't start." That was a terrible point. I hadn't thought of that. "So what do we do?" I asked. "We go home," they said. "Today. Now. We hitch up, and we leave, and we sell this thing for scrap." That sounded like heaven. A clean escape. "Okay," I said. "Yes. Let's do that." We walked back to the campsite with purpose. We would pack up and be gone by lunch. My spouse started gathering our things from outside. I went into the camper to start packing inside. I felt a new energy. We were taking control. We were leaving. As I folded a blanket, I glanced at the cassette player. The tape was still playing, its little red light on. I decided to eject it. I reached over and pressed stop. The hiss cut off. In the sudden quiet, I noticed something. The digital counter on the cassette player. It was an old model, but it had a little red LED number display. I hadn't paid it any mind before. It should have read midnight for a tape on a loop. But it didn't. It read 047. And as I watched, the number ticked upward. 048, 049. It was counting. Like it was recording. Not playing. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I stared at the numbers climbing. 050, 051. Where was it recording from? What was it hearing? I slammed my hand on the eject button. The tape popped out. The counter reset to midnight. I held the black cassette in my hand. It felt warm. I threw it into the drawer and slammed it shut. Just an old machine glitching. That's all. I finished packing the inside stuff, my hands moving fast. We worked together efficiently, a team. In an hour we had everything stowed, the awning folded, the pop top cranked down. The camper was a sealed silver box again. I got behind the wheel of our SUV. My spouse and kid were buckled in. I started the engine. The feeling of relief was huge. We were leaving. I put the car in reverse and slowly backed up, aligning the hitch with the camper's coupler. I got out to hook it up. I lifted the coupler onto the ball and went to lock it in place. The latch wouldn't close. I jiggled it. It was like something was in the mechanism blocking it. I got down on my knees to look. Nothing visible. I tried again. It refused to lock. A simple mechanical thing was failing. My spouse got out to help. Together we tried. No good. The camper would not hitch to our car. "We can call for a tow truck," my spouse said, their voice thin. "From town. That would take hours, maybe a day. We'd have to stay another night." The thought was a physical pain. I stood up, kicking the stubborn coupler in frustration. We were stuck. For now. We had no choice but to set back up. We couldn't leave the camper here unattended with all our stuff in it. With leaden movements, we cranked the top back up, unfolded the awning, dragged our bags back inside. The camper seemed to welcome us back, the door swinging open easily. It was only early afternoon, but the day felt ruined. We decided to drive into the nearest small town to get a part for the hitch or find a mechanic. Maybe it was a simple fix. We locked the camper, which felt stupid given what might be inside, and drove away. The town was 20 minutes away, a sleepy little place. We found an auto parts store. The guy there gave me a new latch pin, said it might work. I bought it. We got some groceries. We had lunch at a diner, trying to act normal for our kid. It was late afternoon by the time we got back to the campground. The camper was as we left it. Quiet. Waiting. I set to work on the hitch with my new part. My spouse started organizing dinner inside. I heard them opening cabinets, the clink of pots. Then I heard a sharp gasp. A pot lid clattered to the floor. I dropped my wrench and ran up the steps. My spouse was standing by the small kitchen cabinet, the door open. They were white as a sheet, staring inside. "What?" I said. They just pointed. Inside the cabinet on the shelf next to our boxes of pasta were 3 small white objects. They were teeth. Human teeth. Small like a child's. They were yellowed with age, and they were placed neatly in a row on a folded paper napkin. We both stood there, not breathing. The teeth were real. They were there. This was not a sound in the night. This was proof. Physical proof left in the light of day. My spouse made a choked sound and backed away. I reached into the cabinet, my hand shaking. I picked up one of the teeth. It was hard and cold. I dropped it like it was hot. It bounced on the linoleum. At the sound, our kid came to the door. "What's wrong?" I quickly blocked their view. "Nothing, sweetie, just dropped something." I bent down to pick up the tooth. My spouse was just staring at the cabinet. When I looked back, the other 2 teeth were gone. The napkin was still there, folded neatly, but the teeth that had been on it were gone. I scrambled forward, looking on the shelf, looking on the floor. Nothing. Just the one tooth in my hand. "Where did they go?" my spouse whispered. I didn't know. I had looked away for 3 seconds. I showed them the single tooth in my palm. It was proof, but it was also just a single old tooth. It could have come from anywhere. Maybe it was already in the camper, a gross relic from the past that just now rolled out. The other 2 vanishing made it seem like a trick of the light, a shared hallucination. But I was holding one. It was real. I didn't know what to do. I put the tooth in my pocket. It felt like a burning coal. We made dinner in a daze, barely speaking. We ate without tasting. We put our kid to bed early, exhausted from the day. When it was dark, we sat at the dinette, the battery lantern between us. The cassette player sat there like a judge. "We can't stay here," my spouse said finally. "We'll sleep in the car. All 3 of us. We'll lock the camper and just sleep in the SUV." It was a good plan. A safe plan. We got our kid and our pillows and blankets and moved to the car. It was cramped, but it felt safer, surrounded by glass and metal that wasn't haunted. We reclined the seats as best we could. Our kid fell asleep quickly. My spouse held my hand. "Tomorrow we get it fixed, and we never come back," they said. I agreed. I closed my eyes, listening to the familiar sounds of our car. I was just drifting off when I heard a click. A familiar mechanical click. I opened my eyes. It was dark, but the campground had a few security lights. I could see the camper. Its door was opening, slowly by itself. It swung wide open. A black rectangle. No one came out. It just stayed open, an invitation or a threat. Then from inside, very faintly, I heard it. The cassette player. The hiss of the white noise tape was playing again, all by itself. And underneath the hiss, I could just make out the slow, steady rhythm of a rocking bunk. Creak, creak, creak. It was waiting for us to come back inside. The human mind is a desperate editor. When faced with the impossible, it will work overtime to find a logical cut, a rational splice. Sitting in the car, watching that open door, hearing that faint hiss and creak, my mind tried everything. The door latch was faulty. The wind blew it open. The cassette player had a timer, but there was no wind. The latch was strong. The player was an old mechanical thing. The editing failed. The raw footage of what was happening played without filters. We were locked out of our car by our own fear, because going back into that camper was not an option. We spent the night in the SUV, cramped and cold, jumping at every little sound from the woods. My spouse and I took turns staying awake, though I'm not sure either of us truly slept. We just stared at that black open doorway. Sometime before dawn, the door swung shut by itself with a soft but definitive thud we all heard. The sounds from inside stopped. The world became still again, just the normal pre-dawn chorus of birds. When the sun was fully up, flooding the campground with harmless light, it felt like a spell had broken. We were stiff and sore and exhausted. Our kid woke up confused, asking why we were all in the car. We gave a weak story about wanting to look at the stars. I got out first, my joints popping. The camper sat there gleaming, dew on its silver sides. It looked like a picture from a brochure. I walked up to it slowly. I put my hand on the door handle. It was cold. I took a breath and pulled. The door opened normally. Inside, everything was as we left it. The blanket on the floor, my sleeping bag. The cassette player was silent, the tape still ejected, and sitting on the dinette where I'd left it. No teeth on the floor. I checked the cabinet. Just our food. It was all so normal, it made the night feel like a shared bad dream. But the memory of the open door, the sound of the rocking bunk, were carved into me. "We are leaving today," I said out loud to the empty camper. "We're getting that hitch fixed, and we are gone." My spouse came in behind me. They didn't say anything, just started packing bags again with a grim focus. We worked fast. We decided to skip the new latch pin. I would call a tow truck from town, a flatbed, to just take the whole camper away. We could deal with it later. We just needed to be away from here. While my spouse kept our kid occupied outside, I made the call on my cell at the picnic table. The tow company said they could come. but not until late afternoon. It was something. A plan. We had hours to kill. We decided to spend them as far from the camper as possible. We drove back to town, went to a playground, let our kid run around. We got ice cream. We pretended everything was fine, but the camper was a shadow over everything. The tooth in my pocket felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I finally took it out and looked at it in the sunlight sitting on a park bench. A small incisor yellowed at the top. It was real. I showed it to my spouse. They recoiled. "Why are you keeping that?" "Proof," I said, but it sounded stupid. "Proof for who?" I threw it into a trash can. We drove back to the campground in the late afternoon, the sun starting to dip behind the trees. The tow truck was supposed to arrive by 6. We pulled into our spot. The camper was there waiting. We decided to wait in the car. We watched the clock. 5:30 came, then 5:45. At 6 there was no truck. At 6:15 I called. The dispatcher was apologetic. The truck had a breakdown. The next available was tomorrow morning. The news hit us like a physical blow. Another night. We couldn't sleep in the car again, we were too exhausted. We had to go back in. We had the white noise tape. We had the rules. We just had to last one more night. We moved back into the camper like prisoners returning to a cell. We made a simple dinner, nobody hungry. We moved through the routines silently. As dusk fell, I did the ritual. I put the black cassette into the player. I pressed play. The hiss started. I turned it up a little louder than before. My spouse gave me a tight nod. We put our kid to bed in the top bunk. They were quiet, sensing our tension. My spouse took the lower bunk. I unrolled my bag on the floor again. We turned off the lantern. The hiss was the only sound. I lay there on the hard floor, every muscle tense, waiting. Minutes ticked by. Nothing. Just the hiss. Maybe it would be okay. Maybe the camper knew we were leaving, and it would leave us alone for one last night. I started to relax, just a fraction. Then from the top bunk, my kid's sleepy voice cut through the hiss. "Mom? Dad?" I froze. "Yes, sweetie." My spouse answered, their voice strained. "Who's the boy sleeping in the back bunk?" The air in the camper turned to ice. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't move. I didn't look. The rule screamed in my head. Do not acknowledge it. But my kid had just acknowledged it. My spouse broke first. I heard the rustle of their sleeping bag as they turned over. A small flashlight clicked on its beam, cutting through the dark. It swept across the camper and landed on the third bunk. I couldn't help it. I turned my head. I looked. The bunk was not empty. The wool blanket was pulled up, tucked neatly around a shape. The pillow was indented like a head had been lying there. But there was no head. There were no features. It was just a blanket shaped over something that filled it out like small shoulders and a body, but underneath the blanket there was nothing but darkness and form. The blanket was tucked in tightly at the sides. It looked like a child was lying there covered up, but where the face should have been there was just a deep hollow in the fabric, a shadowy pit. The flashlight beam shook in my spouse's hand. We were both looking. We had both broken the rule. We were directly acknowledging it. For a long moment nothing happened. We just stared at the made bed that shouldn't have been made. Then the blanket moved. Not a lot, just a slight settling, a shift of weight, as if the thing underneath had sighed in its sleep. My spouse made a small choked sound, and the flashlight flicked off, plunging us back into darkness, broken only by the little red LED from the cassette player. The hiss played on. "You were dreaming," I said to my kid, my voice a dry croak. "It was a shadow. Go back to sleep." "But I saw him," came the small whisper. "He was looking at me." "Go to sleep," my spouse said, their voice firmer, edged with panic. We heard our kid roll over. We lay there in the dark, the hiss now sounding like mocking laughter. I could feel the space where the third bunk was. It felt occupied, dense. The air around my face was cold. We had looked. We had both looked. What happened now? The manual didn't say. I waited for something terrible to happen, for the blanket to fly off, for the thing to sit up. But nothing did. The hiss just continued. The normal sounds of the night outside continued. But the feeling of another presence in the camper was so strong it was a pressure on my skin. After what felt like an hour, I heard my spouse's whisper from the lower bunk. "We can't stay. We have to go. Now." "The tow truck isn't coming until morning," I whispered back. "We'll drive the car," they said. "We'll leave the camper here unlocked, I don't care. We'll go to a motel. We'll come back with the tow truck people. We are not spending another minute in here." It was the best idea I'd ever heard. Yes, we would just go. We would abandon it. The relief was immediate. "Okay," I said. "We go now. Quietly. We just get our kid and we go." We moved fast. My spouse slid out of their bunk and gently woke our child, whispering we were going on a night drive for a surprise. I grabbed the car keys from the counter. I didn't care about clothes or bags. We could get them later. We just needed to be out. My spouse carried our sleepy kid. I went to the door and opened it. The cool night air washed in. Freedom. I stepped down onto the first metal step. Then I heard it, a loud metallic snick from right behind me. I turned. The camper door had a simple latch, a twist lock on the inside. I saw it rotate by itself. It locked. The door was still open, but the lock was now engaged. I pushed on the door. It swung inward freely, but when I pulled it to close it behind me, it stopped against the lock. It wouldn't close all the way. More importantly, if we all went out and pulled it shut, it would lock us out. That was fine. We wanted to be locked out. But as I stood there, the door began to swing slowly inward, pushed by no wind at all. It moved like an invisible hand was pulling it. I grabbed the door frame to stop it. I felt a resistance, a steady, insistent pull. "What's happening?" My spouse hissed from behind me. "It's locking us in," I said, the truth dawning. "It won't let us seal it from the outside." I pulled back against the invisible force. The door trembled. Then with a sudden yank, it pulled free from my grip and swung all the way open, slamming against the interior wall with a bang. The message was clear. "Go ahead. Leave. But I won't be closed. I won't be left alone." We could still go. We could run to the car. But leaving it gaping open like that felt wrong, dangerous. What if an animal got in? What if someone stole it? Stupid normal thoughts clashing with the terror. "Forget it," my spouse said. "Just come on." They hurried past me, out the door and down the steps, carrying our kid. I followed. We were out. We were free. We took 3 steps toward the car. Then the cassette player inside the camper whirred. The hissing tape stopped. There was a click. Then a new sound started. It was a child's voice, but not a hiss or a whisper. It was clear and sweet and horribly sad. "Hello," it said. The voice was coming from inside the empty camper, projected out the open door into the night. "Is someone there? I'm lonely." We stopped walking. Our kid lifted their head from my spouse's shoulder. "Who's that?" they asked. "No one," I said. "It's a tape." But the voice spoke again. "I've been alone for so long. Won't you stay and play with me?" The voice was pure and pleading. It sounded so real, so heartbreakingly sad. A deep, horrible part of me felt a pang of pity. That was the trap. I knew it was a trap. But the voice. "It's just a recording," my spouse said, but they didn't move toward the car. We were standing there in the dark, paralyzed by a voice. Then the voice changed. It was still a child's voice, but the sweetness drained away, replaced by something flat and cold. "You looked at me." It was an accusation. The voice was coming from right at the door now. I could picture it standing there in the darkness of the camper, just inside the threshold. "You both looked." Then the voice shifted again, this time to a guttural hiss that didn't sound human at all. "You looked." At that exact moment, from inside the camper, we heard the distinct sound of the wool blanket being thrown back. A rustle of fabric. Then the creak of the bunk's frame as weight shifted off of it. A soft thud of bare feet landing on the linoleum floor. Inside the camper, something had gotten out of the third bunk. Something was now standing in the dark interior. And the open door was right in front of it. My spouse finally broke. They ran for the car, fumbling with the keys. I was right behind them. We jumped and locked the doors. My spouse started the engine. The headlights flashed on, illuminating the front of the camper, the open black doorway. Nothing came out. We sat there panting. "Go, go, go," I said. My spouse put the car in reverse and started backing up. We both watched the camper's door. As we backed away, the headlights beam moved across the doorway. For a split second I saw it. A small pale foot, just at the edge of the light where the interior shadow began. It was dirty and bare. Then it was gone, retreated back into the dark. We turned and drove, we didn't care where. We just drove away from that campground. We found a cheap motel 20 miles down the road. We got a room. We barricaded the door with a chair. Our kid finally fell asleep on one of the beds. My spouse and I sat on the other bed, not talking, just listening to the hum of the air conditioner. We had escaped. We were out. The camper was miles away, sitting empty in a campsite with its door open. We would call the tow company in the morning and tell them where to find it. We would never see it again. The relief was a physical thing, a slow thawing of the ice in our veins. We had made it. We lay down exhausted. I closed my eyes. Sleep started to pull me under. Then my phone buzzed on the nightstand. A single buzz for a notification. I ignored it. It buzzed again. And again, someone was texting me. In the middle of the night. I picked it up. The screen was blinding in the dark room. The messages were not from a contact. The number was a long string of digits that didn't look right. The first message was a photo. It was dark blurry. It took me a second to understand what I was seeing. It was a photo taken from inside looking out, through the camper's windshield. I could see the picnic table, the fire pit, our campsite. The photo was taken from the third bunk's perspective. The second message was just text. You forgot your manual. The third message was another photo. This one was of the manual open on the dinette. But the page wasn't 23 anymore. It was a page near the back. And on the page, written in fresh, shaky crayon, like a child's handwriting, were two words: come back. Looking at those text messages in the motel room, the world shrank to the cold glow of my phone screen. My spouse was asleep next to me, breathing deep from exhaustion. I didn't wake them. What would I say? The thing in the camper had our phone number. It could text. It could take pictures. The logic of that was a door slamming shut on any last hope that this was some random haunting, a ghost tied to a place. This was intelligent. This was focused on us. The pictures were proof. The manual was still there. We had forgotten it in our panic. That felt like a mistake, leaving part of the rulebook behind. I stared at the last message come back. It wasn't a request. It was a command. I didn't reply. I put the phone face down on the nightstand. My mind raced. We couldn't go back. We wouldn't. In the morning, we would call the authorities, maybe the park rangers. We would report the camper as abandoned. Let them deal with it. We would drive home and try to forget any of this happened. I must have fallen into a shallow sleep, because the next thing I knew, gray morning light was leaking around the motel curtains. My spouse was already awake, sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at their own phone. Their face was tight. The tow company called, they said, without looking at me. They went to the campground at 7. The camper is gone. The words didn't make sense. Gone? What do you mean gone? Not there, they said, turning their phone to show me a missed call. The spot was empty. They thought we moved it. A cold trickle started in my stomach. Someone must have stolen it, I said, with the door open in the middle of the night. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. My spouse just looked at me, or it left on its own. We packed our few things in a daze. We checked out of the motel. We had to go back to the campground to be sure. We drove the familiar route, the morning sun feeling like a lie. When we turned into our campsite, it was exactly as described. Empty. Just a patch of packed dirt, a fire ring, a picnic table. No silver avocado striped camper. It had vanished. We got out of the car. I walked to the spot where it had been. There were no tire tracks leading out. The ground was soft from recent rain, but there were only our old tracks from yesterday. It was as if the camper had been lifted straight up into the sky. My spouse was checking their phone for messages from the police we hadn't called yet. I stood there feeling utterly lost. Then my own phone buzzed in my pocket. A new text message. This one was a photo of a street sign. A sign I recognized. It was the corner of our street. Our home street. 400 miles away. The text underneath read, "You left your clothes here too, and your son's bare." A wave of nausea hit me so strong I bent over, putting my hands on my knees. It wasn't at the campground. It was at our house. How? It didn't matter how. It was there. It had taken itself home, and it was telling us it had been inside. It knew about our kid's favorite stuffed bear left on the top bunk in the rush to leave. We had to go home. We had no choice. All of our things were there. Our lives were there. The thought of that thing sitting in our driveway near our house was worse than it being in a distant forest. We drove the whole day, speaking little. The journey felt endless. Every mile was a mile closer to it. We tried to make plans. We would park down the street. We would call the police from a neighbor's house. We would not go inside. But as we turned onto our street in the fading evening light, our plans crumbled. There it was, the Starstream camper, parked neatly in our driveway as if it had never left. The door was closed. It looked perfectly normal. Our house beyond it looked dark and quiet. My spouse pulled over 2 houses down. We sat and stared. "How did it get here?" they whispered. I had no answer. We watched for a long time. Nothing moved. The street was quiet. Finally, we had to move. We couldn't sit in the car all night. "We go to the back door," I said. We get in, we grab essentials, documents, clothes. We do not go near the camper. We leave. We go to a hotel. Then we figure this out. They nodded. We got our kid out of the car, telling them we were playing a quiet game. We slipped through our neighbor's side yard into our own backyard. Our back door was locked. I had my keys. I unlocked it as quietly as I could. We stepped into our own kitchen. It felt alien. Too still. The air was warm and stale. We moved quickly. My spouse went upstairs to grab clothes from our bedroom. I went to the home office for the important files. Our kid followed me. I had the file box in my hands when I heard my spouse call from upstairs, their voice strangled. "Come here. Now." I ran upstairs. They were standing in the doorway of our kid's room, pointing. On the bed sat our kid's favorite teddy bear. It was not where it had been left. It was propped up against the pillow, and in its lap was the manual. It was open, and every page was filled not with typewriter text, but with that same shaky child's crayon scrawl covering every inch of every page. Words written over words, a chaotic mess. I stepped closer. I could make out phrases repeated over and over. Stay and play. Never leave. Mine. Family now. Cold bed. Lonely. Looked. You looked. The last page the book fell open to was the original Rule 5. But it was defaced. The word "do" before "not acknowledge" was scratched out so violently the paper was torn. Now it read just, "Not acknowledge the third bunk." The rule was inverted. A command not to do something, but a statement that we had failed. We had acknowledged. We were past prevention. We were in punishment. My spouse grabbed my arm. "We go. Right now." We flew through the house, a whirlwind of fear grabbing what we could. We met back at the kitchen door. We were about to slip out when our kid, who had been clinging to my leg, pointed out the kitchen window to the backyard. "The camper's light is on." We looked. The little window on the side of the Starstream was glowing a soft yellow. The interior light was on. We hadn't turned it on. The battery should have been dead by now. As we watched, the shadow of something small passed across the window. A child-sized shadow. Then the camper's door squeaked open. Light spilled out into our driveway. Nothing came out. It was just an open door full of light. An invitation. Or a demand. "It wants us to come over," my spouse said. "We are not doing that. We go out the front. Now." We turned from the back door and hurried through the dark living room toward the front hallway. I reached for the front door knob. It wouldn't turn. It was locked from the outside. The deadbolt was engaged from the outside. That was impossible. I tried the other locks. All stuck. We ran to the windows. They wouldn't budge. They were locked tight. We were sealed inside our own home. From the driveway, the sound of the cassette player started. The hiss of the white noise tape was faint, but audible through the walls. Then it stopped. A click, a whir, and a new tape began to play. This one was different. It was a recording of us, our voices from inside the camper. I heard my own whispered, "See? Perfectly normal." I heard my spouse's joke about snoring. I heard our kids laugh. It was a highlights reel of our first happy moments in the camper. Then the recording changed. It was the child's voice, but now it was speaking along with us, mimicking our words in a twisted sing-song. Then it spoke alone. "Hello, family. You came home. I'm so glad. I made a new tape for you. Listen." There was a rustle on the tape. Then a new sound. A sound that stopped my heart. It was our kid's voice. Not from a recording from right now. They were upstairs in their room asleep. But on the tape it was their voice, clear and bright. "I'm lonely," the tape said in our child's perfect imitation. "Will you play with me? Please." It was a recording it had never made. A thing it had never said. But it was their voice. The entity was learning. It was adapting. It was using our own voices against us. My spouse made a desperate sound and ran back to the kitchen. I followed. They were pulling drawers open, looking for a weapon, anything. They grabbed a big kitchen knife. The tape outside continued. Now it was my spouse's voice. "It's just a piece of paper. It can't hurt us." Then my own voice. "We didn't just buy a camper." The words were being taken apart and stitched together into new sentences. A horrible puppet show. Then the tape stopped. The light in the camper went out. The door remained open, a black rectangle. Everything was still. We stood in our dark kitchen, clutching each other, our kid between us. We had to get out. I had an idea. The garage. There was a side door from the garage to the backyard. Maybe it was unlocked. We could cut through the garage, get to the side yard, and run. We moved to the door leading into the garage. I opened it slowly. The garage was dark, full of the shapes of our car and storage boxes. I felt for the light switch, flipped it. Nothing. The power was out in the garage. I used my phone's flashlight. The beam swept across the concrete floor. And there in the middle of the garage was the third bunk. Not the whole camper, just the bunk. The narrow mattress, the wool blanket, the aluminum frame. It was sitting there disconnected from anything like a piece of furniture someone had moved. On the mattress, the blanket was neatly tucked around a form. The pillow was indented. My phone beam shook over it. This was not possible. The bunk was part of the camper's structure. It couldn't be removed. Yet here it was, in our garage. It had brought a piece of itself into our home. The cassette player's voice came again, not from outside, but from somewhere in the garage, a small portable speaker maybe. It was the sweet child's voice. I got cold outside. I wanted to be closer to you. Is this okay? My spouse raised the kitchen knife. Show yourself, they screamed into the dark garage. The moment the words left their mouth, the wool blanket on the bunk flew back as if yanked by an invisible hand. The mattress was bare, empty, but from the space where the blanket had been, a wave of cold rolled out across the garage floor, touching our feet. The voice came again, now from the corner of the garage behind some boxes. You can't hurt me with that. That's for food. Then from a different corner, I'm not food. I'm family. It was moving. Around us in the dark. My phone beam darted from corner to corner, catching nothing. Our kid was crying now, great heaving sobs of terror. We had to go. Now. I pulled my family back into the kitchen, slammed the garage door shut. I pushed a chair under the knob. We were trapped in our house with it. The front door was locked from outside. The windows wouldn't open. The garage was occupied. Our only way out was through the camper's open door in the driveway. It was funneling us toward itself. We were backed into a corner. We retreated to the living room, the farthest point from the garage and the front door. We huddled on the couch. I called 911. My voice was shaking as I told the dispatcher someone was in our house. I didn't know what else to say. They said a car was on its way. We waited. The house was quiet. Too quiet. No more tapes. No more voices. Just our own ragged breathing. After an eternity, we saw flashing red and blue lights through the curtains. A police car pulled up out front. I ran to the window, waved. 2 officers got out. I pointed to the front door, mouthing, "It's locked." One of them drew his gun. The other tried the door. It was indeed locked from the outside. He shrugged at his partner. Then he knocked. "Police! Open up!" I yelled back, "We can't. It's locked from your side." The officer outside tried the knob again. This time it turned easily. The door pushed open. He hadn't used a key. It was just unlocked now. He stepped inside, his hand on his gun. "Show yourselves," he called. We came out of the living room, hands up. He looked us over, saw the kitchen knife in my spouse's hand, told them to put it down. We tried to explain a rushed jumble about the camper, something in our house. He looked skeptical. He and his partner cleared the house room by room. They found nothing. They checked the garage. The bunk was gone. The garage was empty, just our car and boxes. The power was back on. The camper in the driveway was dark, its door now closed. The officers asked if we had been drinking. We said no. They asked if we had a family dispute. We said no. They asked about the camper. We said it was ours, but it was haunted. That's when their professional concern turned into something closer to pity. They suggested we might want to get some rest, maybe see a doctor. They said since there was no sign of a break-in and no one was hurt, there was nothing they could do. They left telling us to call if we had real trouble. We stood in our open front doorway watching their taillights disappear. The night felt huge and threatening. We were alone again. As I went to close the front door, I looked at the camper. Its little window was dark, but as I stared, the cassette player inside whirred to life. A tape clicked, and a single sentence played loud enough to hear from our porch. It was the officer's voice, recorded just minutes before. "There's nothing we can do." The tape ejected itself with a thunk. Then the camper's interior light came back on, and in the window a small shadow appeared, the shadow of a child just standing there looking out at us. It didn't move. It just watched. We slowly closed our front door, locked it from the inside. We were prisoners in our home with a sentient box in our driveway that could mimic voices, move its parts, and wanted to be family. We had called for help, and help had left us here with it. There was nowhere else to go. We think of hauntings as a presence. The worst hauntings are about absence, the absence of a way out, of a normal explanation of help. After the police left, that absence filled our house like a gas. We were stuck. The camper was a fixed point in our driveway, a squat silver and green altar to something we didn't understand. My spouse and I put our kid to bed in our own room, all 3 of us piling into the big bed, a pathetic fortress of pillows and blankets. We didn't sleep. We listened. The house, usually so familiar, was a canyon of unknown sounds. Every creak was a footstep. Every rustle of the trees outside was the cassette tape turning. We watched the window, but the angle didn't show the camper. That was almost worse, not knowing what it was doing. Just before dawn, a new sound started. It wasn't from outside. It was from inside our walls. A faint, rhythmic scratching. Not like an animal. This was slower, more deliberate. A long scrape, then a pause. Then another. It traveled. It would start near the floor in the corner of the bedroom. Then minutes later, it would be near the ceiling in the hallway. It was marking a path through the house, a path only it could see. My spouse clutched my arm, their nails digging into my skin. We didn't speak. We just tracked the sound as it moved through the bones of our home. Our kid mercifully slept through it, their small face peaceful in a way that felt like a miracle. When the sun finally rose, the scratching stopped. The ordinary sounds of morning, birds, a distant lawnmower, felt like a mockery. We were exhausted, hollowed out. We needed a plan that didn't involve cops or running. We needed to understand. Over burnt coffee at the kitchen table, we looked at each other. "It wants something," my spouse said, their voice raw. "It's not just scaring us for fun. It's pushing us towards something." "It wants us in the camper," I said. "It wants a family." That's what the manual said. Families that play together. "It can have the camper," they snapped. "It can sit in the driveway until it rusts. We're not going in there." But even as they said it, we both knew that wasn't an option. It had come into our house. It had taken the bunk into our garage. It was escalating. Waiting would only let it get stronger, more bold. We had to act. The idea was mine, born of desperation and a spark of anger. The manual. The thing was tied to the manual. When I had ripped the page in the camper, it had shrieked. It had felt that. The manual was its rulebook, its story. Maybe we could change the story. "We need to get the manual back," I said. "It's in the camper. The one with all the crayon writing." "Are you insane? You go in there, it locks you in. You saw the door." "Not if we don't let it," I said, thinking out loud. "We create a distraction. You and our kids stay out here, make noise, keep its attention. I go in, grab the manual, and get out. We don't play its game. We steal its rulebook." It was a reckless plan, full of holes. But it was a plan. It was doing something. My spouse argued, but the fatigue and fear had worn them down to a nub. They finally agreed, their eyes full of a terrified trust. We waited until midday, when the sun was high and bright, as if that mattered. We armed ourselves with stupid things, a flashlight, a whistle, a can of wasp spray from the garage. My spouse and our kid would stand at the far edge of the backyard, blowing the whistle, yelling, banging pots together. The theory was the entity, whatever its senses were, would be drawn to the noise and commotion. I would go in through the camper's front door, which we assumed it would leave open to listen. I stood by the side of the house, my heart a drum in my throat. I heard the whistle blow, a sharp, piercing sound, then the clang of a pot lid. My spouse's voice, shouting nonsense words. "Hey, over here! Look at us!" I peered around the corner. The camper's door was closed. My hope sank. Then, with a slow, deliberate squeak, it swung halfway open. It was working. I didn't let myself think. I ran. My shoes crunched on the gravel driveway. I was at the steps. I looked inside. The interior was shadowy, the curtains drawn. I could see the manual on the dinette, a dark blob. I took the 2 steps up and was inside. The smell hit me first, that old coffee and vinyl smell, but underneath it, something else now. A smell like wet soil and hot electrical wires. I grabbed the manual. It felt warm, almost feverish. The crayon scrawl seemed to pulse under my fingers. I turned to go. The door was still open. I could see my backyard, the trees. I took a step. The door swung shut. Not with a slam, but with a soft, final click. The latch engaged. I was in. The distraction hadn't worked. It had been a trap all along. It wanted one of us alone. A wave of cold panic washed over me. I dropped the manual on the floor. I grabbed the door handle, twisted, pulled. It was locked solid. I yanked again, throwing my weight against it. Nothing. Outside, I could hear the whistle, faint and frantic. They didn't know I was caught. The camper was darker now, the little windows seeming to film over from the inside, cutting the sunlight to a dull gray haze. I turned, my back against the door. The camper looked the same. The bunk was folded up into a bench. The cassette player was silent. But the space felt smaller, the ceiling lower, the walls closer. I could feel a pressure in my ears. I looked down at the manual on the floor. As I watched, it opened by itself, the pages flipping slowly until it landed on the defaced Rule 5 page. The crayon words seemed to glow. Not acknowledge the third bunk. Then, from the speaker of the dead cassette player, a voice. Not a child's voice. Not a hiss. A dry, papery rustle of a voice, like pages turning in a tune. "You took my book." I didn't answer. I looked at the third bunk, the bench seat. With a series of pops and cracks, the latches holding it to the wall released on their own. The bunk unfolded, lowering itself slowly, silently, until it was level. The mattress was bare. The wool blanket was folded at the foot. I stared, unable to look away. I was acknowledging it with every fiber of my being. The blanket began to move. It didn't fly. It didn't unravel. It simply shaped itself. The folds deepened in the middle, rising up to form a mound. The ends tucked themselves in tightly at the sides. In seconds, the blanket had arranged itself into the perfect form of a child lying on its back under a cover, head on the pillow. A hollow formed where the face would be, a deep depression in the fabric. The shape was unmistakable. It was here, in the bunk. The voice came again, not from the player now, but from the space above the blanketed form, a vibration in the air. "Now you stay." As the words hung in the thick air, the camper let out a long, metallic groan. The aluminum frame creaked. I felt the floor shift under my feet. The walls, I swear, moved inward just an inch. The ceiling pressed down. The camper was contracting, getting smaller, squeezing me toward the bunk. A hot, protective rage burst through my fear. This thing had terrorized my family. It was in my house. It was trying to trap me. It had a shape now, a focus. The manual was the key. I snatched the manual off the floor. I didn't think. I gripped Rule 5, the page with the violent scratches, and I tore. The paper ripped with a sound shockingly loud in the small space. I ripped it again and again, shredding the page, crumpling the pieces in my fist. A sound erupted from the cassette player, but it wasn't a shriek. It was a pure, deafening blast of feedback, a white-hot needle of noise that felt like it would split my skull. The little speaker blew with a pop and a puff of smoke. The blanket form on the bunk thrashed violently, as if in agony, the fabric whipping against the mattress without anything underneath to move it. The whole camper shuddered. The pressure in my ears popped. The sense of the walls closing in stopped. The blanket went still, falling flat, empty. The crumpled balls of paper in my hand felt ice cold. The feedback noise cut off, leaving a ringing emptiness in my ears, so profound I could hear the blood rushing in my head. I had heard it. I had heard it by destroying its rule. The door behind me unlocked with a loud clack. I didn't wait. I shoved the torn paper pieces into my pocket, grabbed the remains of the manual, and flung the door open. Sunlight and fresh air poured in. I stumbled down the steps, falling to my knees on the driveway gravel. My spouse came running from the backyard, their face pale. "What happened?" "We heard a scream." "Not a scream," I gasped, getting to my feet. "A reaction." I tore the page. I showed them the shredded manual. We hurried inside, locking the door behind us. In the bright light of the kitchen, we examined the manual. The other pages were still covered in crayon, but the writing seemed fainter, less urgent. The torn edges of Rule 5 were blackened, as if burned. We felt a fragile, tremulous hope. We had found a weapon. We had fought back, and we had won a space, a breath. We spent the afternoon in a strange state of cautious victory. We didn't hear scratching. The camper sat in the driveway, inert, its door hanging open where I'd left it. It looked like what it was, an old, empty pop-up. We started to believe maybe we had broken it. Maybe destroying its central rule had severed its connection. As evening approached, we dared to make a real dinner. We talked in normal tones. We allowed ourselves to imagine calling a scrap yard tomorrow, watching them crush it into a cube of metal. We were cleaning up when our kid, who had been playing quietly in the living room, came into the kitchen holding something. It was a piece of paper, a balled-up scrap. They had found it under the couch. "What's this, Daddy?" they asked. My blood turned to ice. It was one of the pieces I had torn from the manual. I had put them all in my pocket. I must have dropped one. I took it from their small hand. It was the piece with the word "acknowledge" on it, and in the fresh, white tear of the paper, new letters were appearing. Not crayon. These looked inky, dark, like they were bleeding up from inside the paper itself. They spelled a single word, yes. I dropped the paper. It landed on the kitchen tile. As we watched, the other pieces of torn rule, which I had left in a pile on the counter, began to uncurl. They shifted, sliding across the formica like they were being pulled by a magnet. They came together, the torn edges meeting perfectly. And in the seams between the tears, that same inky substance welled up, stitching the page back together with veins of black. Rule 5 was repairing itself. The scratches across the word Dio were deeper, angrier. The command not acknowledge was now bold, permanent. It had not been destroyed. It had been made stronger. We had not won. We had taught it how to fight back. There is a sensation worse than being held by a monster. It's being held by the idea of a monster, by a shape of cold that has weight and intention but no form. Watching the manual stitch itself back together with veins of black ink, we understood that. We had poked it, and it had learned to heal. It was smarter than we were. The fragile hope of the afternoon shattered like glass. Night was coming again, and the camper's open door was a mouth waiting in the driveway. We couldn't stay in the house, not after seeing the paper move on its own. It was in here with us, in the very words we had tried to destroy. We had to get out. We didn't pack this time. We just ran. We grabbed our kid and our car keys and bolted out the front door, not even looking at the camper. We got in the car. My spouse started the engine, their hands shaking so badly they fumbled the gear shift. We backed out of the driveway fast, the tires squealing. We drove without a destination. Just away. After 20 minutes of blind panic, we pulled into a busy, well-lit supermarket parking lot. The fluorescent lights were a relief. Other people pushed carts. It was normal. We sat there, breathing hard. "We can't go back," my spouse said, stating the obvious. "We call someone. A priest. A paranormal investigator. Someone who knows about this stuff." I agreed. But it was late. Offices were closed. We needed a place to sleep, to think. We drove to a big chain hotel near the highway, the kind with lots of cars and lights. We got a room on the 3rd floor. It felt safe. We ordered pizza, tried to calm our kid with cartoons. We made calls. I looked up local paranormal groups online. Most were hobbyists. One number for a spiritual advisor just rang and rang. My spouse called their sibling, trying to explain without sounding insane. I heard the doubt in their voice through the phone. We're on our own. Exhaustion finally pulled us under. We slept a deep, dreamless sleep, the kind that comes after total collapse. In the morning, things felt clearer. The bright sun through the hotel curtains made the night before seem distant. We had a plan. We would go back to the house in the daytime with new people. We would call a Catholic church, ask for a blessing. We would hire a handyman to literally disassemble the camper in the driveway, screw by screw, in broad daylight. We would take back control. We checked out, feeling resolved. We drove towards our house, the morning traffic ordinary and comforting. We turned onto our street. Our house came into view, and the driveway was empty. The camper was gone. A sharp, wild hope leapt in my chest. Had it left? Had we broken it after all, and it had just vanished? We pulled in. The driveway was just stained oil and a few leaves. No silver box. We got out, looking around. It was really gone. My spouse let out a laugh, a sound tinged with hysteria. "It's over," they whispered. "It's gone." We walked to the front door. It was unlocked. We stepped inside cautiously. The house was quiet, still. Nothing seemed out of place. We did a quick walkthrough. No bunk in the garage. No cold spots. No scratching. It was just our house again. The relief was so profound it made my knees weak. We hugged in the middle of the living room, our kids squeezing between us. We had won. We had survived. We spent the day cleaning, opening windows, trying to erase the memory of the last week. We laughed at our own fear. We made plans to go on a real vacation, a hotel vacation far away. Getting smaller, squeezing me toward the bunk. A hot, protective rage burst through my fear. This thing had terrorized my family. It was in my house. It was trying to trap me. It had a shape now, a focus. The manual was the key. I snatched the manual off the floor. I didn't think. I gripped Rule 5, the page with the violent scratches, and I tore. The paper ripped with a sound shockingly loud in the small space. I ripped it again and again, shredding the page, crumpling the pieces in my fist. A sound erupted from the cassette player, but it wasn't a shriek. It was a pure, deafening blast of feedback, a white-hot needle of noise that felt like it would split my skull. The little speaker blew with a pop and a puff of smoke. The blanket form on the bunk thrashed violently, as if in agony, the fabric whipping against the mattress without anything underneath to move it. The whole camper shuddered. The pressure in my ears popped. The sense of the walls closing in stopped. The blanket went still, falling flat, empty. The crumpled balls of paper in my hand felt ice cold. The feedback noise cut off, leaving a ringing emptiness in my ears, so profound I could hear the blood rushing in my head. I had heard it. I had heard it by destroying its rule. The door behind me unlocked with a loud clack. I didn't wait. I shoved the torn paper pieces into my pocket, grabbed the remains of the manual, and flung the door open. Sunlight and fresh air poured in. I stumbled down the steps, falling to my knees on the driveway gravel. My spouse came running from the backyard, their face pale. What happened? We heard a scream. Not a scream, I gasped, getting to my feet. A reaction. I tore the page. I showed them the shredded manual. We hurried inside, locking the door behind us. In the bright light of the kitchen, we examined the manual. The other pages were still covered in crayon, but the writing seemed fainter, less urgent. The torn edges of Rule 5 were blackened, as if burned. We felt a fragile, tremulous hope. We had found a weapon. We had fought back, and we had won a space, a breath. We spent the afternoon in a strange state of cautious victory. We didn't hear scratching. The camper sat in the driveway, inert, its door hanging open where I'd left it. It looked like what it was, an old, empty pop-up. We started to believe maybe we had broken it. Maybe destroying its central rule had severed its connection. As evening approached, we dared to make a real dinner. We talked in normal tones. We allowed ourselves to imagine calling a scrap yard tomorrow, watching them crush it into a cube of metal. We were cleaning up when our kid, who had been playing quietly in the living room, came into the kitchen holding something. It was a piece of paper, a balled-up scrap. They had found it under the couch. "What's this, Daddy?" they asked. My blood turned to ice. It was one of the pieces I had torn from the manual. I had put them all in my pocket. I must have dropped one. I took it from their small hand. It was the piece with the word "acknowledge" on it, and in the fresh, white tear of the paper, new letters were appearing. Not crayon. These looked inky, dark, like they were bleeding up from inside the paper itself. They spelled a single word, yes. I dropped the paper. It landed on the kitchen tile. As we watched, the other pieces of torn rule, which I had left in a pile on the counter, began to uncurl. They shifted, sliding across the formica like they were being pulled by a magnet. They came together, the torn edges meeting perfectly. And in the seams between the tiers, that same inky substance welled up, stitching the page back together with veins of black. Rule 5 was repairing itself. The scratches across the word "DO" were deeper, angrier. The command "not acknowledge" was now bold, permanent. It had not been destroyed. It had been made stronger. We had not won. We had taught it how to fight back. There is a sensation worse than being held by a monster. It's being held by the idea of a monster, by a shape of cold that has weight and intention but no form. Watching the manual stitch itself back together with veins of black ink, we understood that. We had poked it, and it had learned to heal. It was smarter than we were. The fragile hope of the afternoon shattered like glass. Night was coming again, and the camper's open door was a mouth waiting in the driveway. We couldn't stay in the house, not after seeing the paper move on its own. It was in here with us, in the very words we had tried to destroy. We had to get out. We didn't pack this time. We just ran. We grabbed our kid and our car keys and bolted out the front door, not even looking at the camper. We got in the car. My spouse started the engine, their hands shaking so badly they fumbled the gear shift. We backed out of the driveway fast, the tires squealing. We drove without a destination. Just away. After 20 minutes of blind panic, we pulled into a busy, well-lit supermarket parking lot. The fluorescent lights were a relief. Other people pushed carts. It was normal. We sat there, breathing hard. "We can't go back," my spouse said, stating the obvious. "We call someone. A priest. A paranormal investigator. Someone who knows about this stuff." I agreed. But it was late. Offices were closed. We needed a place to sleep, to think. We drove to a big chain hotel near the highway, the kind with lots of cars and lights. We got a room on the 3rd floor. It felt safe. We ordered pizza, tried to calm our kid with cartoons. We made calls. I looked up local paranormal groups online. Most were hobbyists. One number for a spiritual advisor just rang and rang. My spouse called their sibling, trying to explain without sounding insane. I heard the doubt in their voice through the phone. We're on our own. Exhaustion finally pulled us under. We slept a deep, dreamless sleep, the kind that comes after total collapse. In the morning, things felt clearer. The bright sun through the hotel curtains made the night before seem distant. We had a plan, We would go back to the house in the daytime with new people. We would call a Catholic church, ask for a blessing. We would hire a handyman to literally disassemble the camper in the driveway, screw by screw, in broad daylight. We would take back control. We checked out, feeling resolved. We drove towards our house, the morning traffic ordinary and comforting. We turned onto our street. Our house came into view, and the driveway was empty. The camper was gone. A sharp, wild hope leapt in my chest. Had it left? Had we broken it after all, and it had just vanished? We pulled in. The driveway was just stained oil and a few leaves. No silver box. We got out, looking around. It was really gone. My spouse let out a laugh, a sound tinged with hysteria. "It's over," they whispered. "It's gone." We walked to the front door. It was unlocked. We stepped inside cautiously. The house was quiet, still. Nothing seemed out of place. We did a quick walkthrough. No bunk in the garage. No cold spots. No scratching. It was just our house again. The relief was so profound it made my knees weak. We hugged in the middle of the living room, our kids squeezing between us. We had won. We had survived. We spent the day cleaning, opening windows, trying to erase the memory of the last week. We laughed at our own fear. We made plans to go on a real vacation, a hotel vacation far away. By evening, we were exhausted but peaceful. We ordered food, ate on the couch, watched a movie. It felt like the end of a long fever. When it was time for bed, we didn't argue about our kids sleeping with us. We all got into the big bed, a tangle of limbs and comfort. I was the last to fall asleep, listening to the steady breathing of my family, feeling safe for the first time in what felt like forever. I woke up because the bed shook, a gentle, rhythmic shaking. I opened my eyes. The room was dark. The shaking was coming from beneath us. A low mechanical rumble. A familiar sound. The sound of tires on pavement. The sound of being towed. I sat up fast. "Wake up," I hissed. My spouse stirred. "What?" "Listen," I said. The rumble was unmistakable. The vibration was in the floorboards. We were moving. I scrambled out of bed and ran to the window. I ripped back the curtain. Instead of our quiet suburban street, I saw darkness and the blurred shapes of pine trees rushing past under a sliver of moon. We were on a highway. In front of our house, attached to it, were two red taillights. We were not in our house. Our house was on wheels. Our house was the camper. The understanding crashed into me with the force of a truck. It hadn't left. It had expanded. It had swallowed our house. The walls around me weren't drywall. They were the textured, fake wood paneling of the Starstream. The window I was looking through was the little rectangular window of the camper, but it showed a vast, impossible landscape. The bed my family was in was the third bunk, now king-sized, with our own blankets. We were inside it, and it was moving. My spouse was beside me, seeing the same impossible view. "No," they breathed. "No, no, no." Our kid woke up, crying, sensing our terror. The camper house hit a bump, and we all stumbled. The room, the space, was exactly the dimensions of our bedroom, but it was inside the shell of the camper. Physics had left the building. The cassette player, now built into the wall where our dresser had been, clicked on. The voice was calm, conversational, the sweet child's voice. "You left. That wasn't very nice. Families stay together. So I made our home bigger. Now we can go on trips together forever." My spouse lunged for the bedroom door, yanked it open. The hallway outside was the narrow aisle of the camper, leading to the dinette. Our kitchen was gone. Our living room was gone. It was all just the camper, but stretched, distorted, wearing the memory of our house like a skin. "Let us out," they screamed. The voice from the cassette player sighed. "One of you can go." The offer hung in the air, foul and slick. "What?" I said. "One of you, the grown-ups. One stays with me and the little one. Forever. The other can go. I'll put them back on the side of the road. Choose which one, or I keep the small one instead." It was the ultimate sick game. Divide and conquer. Make us choose a sacrifice. My spouse and I looked at each other across the dark, moving room. Our kid clutched my leg. In their eyes, I saw the same furious refusal I felt. We would not play. We would not choose. "No," we said in unison, our voices flat. "We don't choose." The camper house swerved violently, throwing us against the wall. The voice turned cold, the papery rustle returning. "Then you all stay." The door at the end of the camper aisle, the one that should lead outside, flew open. Not to a highway, but to a deeper darkness, a tunnel inside the camper's own structure. A smell of damp earth and metal poured out. From that darkness, something extended. It wasn't a hand. It was a tendril of cold, a solidification of the air, a grip made of intention. It shot across the space and wrapped around my spouse's wrist where they stood in the aisle. They screamed, not in pain, but in shock at the touch. It was like being grabbed by frozen ropes. I rushed forward, grabbing their arm, pulling back. The cold was seeping into their skin, turning it a waxy bluish white. The tendril of cold was pulling them toward the open door, the dark tunnel. I pulled with all my weight, my feet slipping on the linoleum. Our kid was screaming, a high, continuous sound of pure fear. My spouse's eyes were wide with pain as the cold climbed up their arm. I knew with a terrible certainty that if they were pulled into that darkness, they were gone. We were losing. And then, a small voice cut through the chaos. Our kid. They weren't screaming anymore. They were talking. They were looking not at us, but at the dark open doorway, at the source of the cold. Their voice was small, shaky, but clear. I'll play with you. The pulling stopped. The cold tendril held, but it didn't tug. The voice from the cassette player, full of a hungry interest, said, "What?" "I'll play with you," our kid repeated, taking a small step forward. "A game. Just me and you. If I play, you let my mom and dad go. Right now. You put them outside." The air in the camper house changed. The predatory cold shifted, focusing entirely on the small figure by the bunk. The tendril slowly unwrapped from my spouse's wrist, leaving a bracelet of bluish-white skin. It retracted into the darkness. The offer was on the table. The entity had never wanted an adult. It wanted a playmate, a permanent friend. It had manipulated everything to get to this moment, to get the child to volunteer. My spouse gasped, clutching their wounded arm. "No, baby, no," they cried. Our kid looked back at us, their face pale but strangely determined. "It's okay," they said. "I'm good at games." The voice from the darkness was sweet again, dripping with false warmth. "A game. Yes. You will play hide and seek with me. Here in my home. You will hide. If I find you, you stay forever with me. If you find me, you may all leave. Do you agree?" The rules were a lie. We all knew it. If our kid found it, it would never let them go. It was a trap with a pretty bow. But it was a chance. A slim, terrible chance to get two of us out. Our kid, my brave, foolish kid, nodded. "I agree." "No," I shouted, but it was too late. The open doorway pulsed with dark energy. The bunk, the third bunk, folded down completely. But instead of a mattress, it revealed a hole, a deep, black opening in the floor of the camper that smelled of soil and rust and old, forgotten things. That was the playing field. The voice whispered, "Hide or seek. You choose first." Our kid looked at the hole, then back at us. They gave us a wobbly, heartbreaking smile. Then they turned and crawled into the black opening. The wool blanket flapped down behind them, sealing the hole like a curtain. They were gone. The camper house shuddered to a stop. The walls seemed to snap back into their proper, small dimensions. We were in the real Starstream again, parked on the side of a dark, unknown road. The door to outside was just a door. It was unlocked. The game had begun, and we were not players. We were the prize. A child's courage is a pure and terrifying thing. It sees a monster and thinks, "I can make a friend of it." It doesn't see the teeth until it's too late. When that blanket fell down, sealing the hole where our kid had gone, the world didn't just stop, it inverted. The frantic, screaming terror was gone, replaced by a hollow, howling vacuum. My spouse and I stood in the cramped, real camper, staring at the bunk. The wool blanket lay flat, and still over the hole that shouldn't exist. We could hear nothing from beneath. No scuffling, no cries. Just a void of sound. The entity had gotten what it wanted. It had its playmate. And we were now spectators in our own nightmare, bound by the rules of a game we didn't understand. My spouse moved first, lunging for the blanket. They grabbed the rough wool and yanked. It didn't budge. It was as if it was fused to the floor. They pulled harder, their breath coming in ragged sobs. "We have to get them out. We have to break the floor." I joined them, digging my fingers at the edges of the blanket, trying to find a seam, a gap. The fabric was solid, immovable. It wasn't cloth anymore. It was a lid. I kicked at it, slammed my heel down. It felt like kicking concrete. The camper didn't even shudder. We were powerless. The cassette player, its speakers still blown from my earlier attack, crackled to life. A hiss of dead air, then a voice. It was the sweet, metallic child's voice of the entity. It was not talking to us. It was talking to our kid, somewhere in the dark below. The sound seemed to come from under the floor, muffled and distorted. Ready or not, here I come. A game had begun. We froze, listening. Nothing. Then a small, distant sound. A giggle. Our kids' giggle. It was faint, tinny, coming from the cassette player's broken speaker. It wasn't a sound of fear. It was a sound of play. "Oh, you're good," the entity's voice cooed from the speaker. "Very good, but I'm older. I know all the hiding places." My spouse slammed their fist on the cassette player. "Leave them alone." The player crackled, and the entity's voice replied, this time clear and directed at us. "No interrupting. It's rude. Watch. Or don't. The door is open. You can leave. But if you interfere, the game is forfeit." My win. It was letting us go. The camper door was indeed unlocked, swinging slightly in a cold breeze that came from nowhere. We could walk out onto that dark roadside and run. But leaving meant abandoning our child to the game. We couldn't do that. We had to stay. We had to listen. We had to hope. We sank onto the dinette seats, clutching each other's hands, our eyes locked on the silent blanket on the floor. The speaker brought us the sounds of the hunt. We heard skittering like small feet on metal, a happy, breathless whisper from our kid. "You'll never find me." More skittering, faster. The entity's voice, playful but with an edge like a sharpened blade. Getting warmer. Then a new sound. A wet, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through mud. Our kid's voice again, but the playfulness was gone, replaced by confusion. "What's that? That's not part of the game." "All of this is my game," the entity whispered back. The cassette player's feed cut in and out, like a bad radio signal. We caught snippets. A sharp gasp from our child, the sound of something metallic clanging shut. Then, for a long while, nothing but static. My spouse was shaking, their whole body vibrating with suppressed panic. I felt like I was going to be sick. The not knowing was a torture worse than any clear image. The static from the speaker resolved into a low, rhythmic noise. A digging sound, the slow, grating scrape of a shovel in hard dirt. But underneath it, another sound, a faint, rapid, frantic whispering. It was another child's voice, but not our kid's. This one was high, strained, terrified. It was saying the same word over and over, a hissed, desperate mantra. "Run, run, 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 run." The voice was cut off abruptly, as if a hand had been clapped over a mouth. The digging sound stopped. The entity's voice came back, smooth and calm. "Don't listen to that one. He's a sore loser. He didn't want to play forever." My blood turned to ice. Our kid wasn't the first. There had been others. Other children who had played this game and lost. Their voices, their terror, were still down there in the dark, part of the foundation. The entity wasn't just in the camper. The camper was just the doorway. The real thing, its real home, was below, in the earth, in the dark. The cassette player went quiet again. The waiting was agony. Minutes felt like hours. We stared at the blanket, willing it to move, for our kid to come bursting back through. Nothing. Then a new transmission. Our kid's voice. They were breathing hard, whispering. Not to the entity. To us. As if they knew we were listening. "It's not a camper," they whispered, their voice echoing slightly as if they were in a large, hollow space. It's a chimney. For a hole. The hole is old. It's hungry. It wants a light. It's so dark down here." The words were nonsense and perfect sense all at once. A chimney for a hole. The star stream wasn't the haunting. It was a vent, a passageway built over something much older and deeper. The bunk was the access point. The entity had used the camper as bait for decades, maybe longer, luring families, seeking the one thing that could sustain it in the dark, the bright, warm light of a child's spirit. Our kid was its next battery. "I see something," our kid whispered, their voice filled with a dreadful curiosity. "There's toys down here. Old toys. Rusty. And pictures. Drawn on the walls." The entity's voice cut in, sweet and close. "I told you I had friends. We can all play. Come see my favorite picture." There was a long pause. Then our kid's voice came back, thin and wobbly. "That's not a picture. That's a hole inside the hole. It's deeper. That's where the winner goes," the entity said, its voice dripping with a horrible glee. "The very best hider gets to go into the special place. Forever." We couldn't listen anymore. We had to do something. Interfering might forfeit the game, but listening was killing us. I stood up, my mind racing. The manual. The stupid, cursed manual. It was still on the floor where I'd dropped it. It was a part of the entity's rules, its story. If our kid was playing a game with rules, maybe the rules could be changed from the outside. I picked it up. The page was whole again, the black vein-like stitches pulsing faintly. I flipped past the defaced Rule 5. The other pages were a chaos of crayon, but as I fanned them, a pattern emerged. The crayon wasn't just random scribbles. It was layered. Underneath the angry, recent scrawls of mine and stay, there were older, fainter words. Desperate words. Phrases in different handwriting, some childish, some adult. Help me, trapped, cold, can't wake up, he lies, the game never ends. This manual wasn't just a rule book for the haunting. It was a log, a guest book, a record of every person, every child, who had ever been caught in this thing's game. Their final thoughts, absorbed into the paper. I showed my spouse. Their eyes widened. This was our clue. The entity was a liar. It cheated. The game never ended because no one ever won. The special place was just a deeper trap. We had to warn our kid. We had to break the rules of the game from our side. But how? We couldn't speak to them. The cassette player was the entity's microphone. I looked at the manual, at the desperate pleas trapped in the paper. If the paper could absorb thoughts, maybe it could project them. It was a crazy, desperate idea. I grabbed a pen from the dinette drawer. It was a cheap ballpoint. I didn't know if it would work on the crayon-smothered page, but I had to try. I flipped to a blank spot at the back, a page that was only stained with age. I pressed the pen to the paper and wrote, not words, but a command, a feeling, a truth aimed into the dark where my child was hiding. I wrote, the winner loses. The hole is a trap. Come back to the bunk now. I pressed so hard the paper tore. The ink from my pen didn't just sit on the surface. It sank in, being absorbed fast, like the paper was thirsty. For a second, nothing happened. Then the manual grew hot in my hands. The page I had written on glowed with a faint, sickly yellow light. From the cassette player's blown speaker, a screech of feedback erupted, mixed with the entity's furious hiss. No cheating. Down below, through the floor, we heard our kid's voice, loud and clear and shocked. Dad! They had heard. They had gotten the message. The blanket on the floor billowed up, as if from a gust of wind from below. A small, dirty hand shot out from underneath its edge, grasping, clawing at the linoleum. Our kid was trying to climb out. The game was over. They were coming back. The entity roared, a sound of pure, uncontained fury that shook the whole camper. The blanket was yanked back down from below, and the small hand disappeared. Our kid cried out. They were being pulled back in. We had cheated, and the entity was taking its prize by force. My spouse dove for the blanket, grabbing the edge where the hand had been. They pulled with all their strength. I threw myself on the floor, reaching under the wool, my fingers brushing something, a small, cold wrist. I grabbed it and pulled. A tug of war began, us against the dark. Our kid was the rope. There is a sound more frightening than a scream. It's the sound of a game being played in the dark when you can't see the players, and you know only one of them is following the rules. That sound was the roaring fury of the entity and the frantic cries of my child, all mixed with our own grunts of effort as we pulled. I had my kid's wrist, a small, solid thing in the chaos. My spouse had the blanket, yanking it upward, trying to widen the hole. The force from below was immense, a cold, sucking vacuum that wanted to swallow our child whole. Don't let go! I yelled, my voice raw. I planted my feet against the edge of the bunk frame and pulled with every muscle in my back and arms. My kid's fingers tightened around my hand. Inch by terrible inch, we won. A shoulder emerged from under the blanket, then a dirt-smudged face, eyes wide with terror. With one final, heaving pull, we tumbled backward, a pile of limbs on the camper floor. Our kid was out, gasping, covered in fine, dark soil that smelled of old metal and wet roots. The blanket snapped flat against the floor again, sealing the hole. The furious roar from below became a muffled, frustrated thrumming. We had them. We scrambled away from the bunk, pressing against the far wall. Our kid was shaking, clinging to us, but they were here, they were whole. We have to go right now, my spouse said, their eyes darting to the still open camper door. The road outside was dark, but it was the real world. We could make a run for it. But as I looked at that door, the crowbar from my earlier attempt to break in was still lying on the gravel outside, just 3 feet away. Escape was right there. My kid lifted their head from my shoulder, their breathing slowing. They looked at the sealed bunk, then at the door. Their gaze was distant, thoughtful. "Don't you want to stay, Dad?" they asked. Their voice was their own, but the cadence was wrong. The words were flat, curious, not pleading. A chill that had nothing to do with temperature crept down my spine. "What?" I said. "We're leaving. We're all leaving together." Our kid looked at me and smiled. It was their smile, but it was too wide, too knowing. "We're a family now," they said, repeating the entity's words. In their small, grimy hand, they were clutching something. I hadn't noticed it before. It was a small, dirt-caked skeleton of a bird, long dead, feathers turned to dust. "I found him," my kid said, holding it up like a treasure. "He was hiding in the special place. He's my friend now. He says we can all stay." My spouse made a small, broken sound. They understood before I did. Our kid hadn't won the game. They had been found, and something had come back out with them. Something had been waiting in that special place, and it hadn't just taken our child, it had hitched a ride. The entity hadn't lost. It had simply found a better, more permanent vessel. It was wearing our child like a suit. The camper began to change. The cheerful avocado vinyl turned a sickly, bruised purple before our eyes. The shiny chrome trim bubbled with rust, flaking away in brown flakes that fell like dead skin. The air filled with the smell of ozone and spoiled milk, a sweet, stomach-turning stench. The transformation was fast and absolute. This was no longer our quirky vintage find. It was its true face, a rotten metal corpse. The kid thing, I couldn't think of them as my child in that moment, stood up. They moved with a stiff, unfamiliar grace. They walked to the dinette where the manual lay. They picked up a broken red crayon from the floor. The manual fell open to a blank, yellowed page at the very back. With careful, deliberate strokes, in an uncanny imitation of a child's handwriting, they wrote a new line. "Rule 6, families that play together stay together." The words gleamed wetly in the dim light. The camper door, which had been open to the free night, slammed shut with a final, deafening bang. The lock engaged. We were sealed in the rotten heart of it. The thing wearing my kid turned to look at us. Its smile was still there, plastered on, but the eyes were wrong. They were too dark, too deep, like looking into the hole under the bunk. "See," it said with my kid's voice. "Now it's perfect. No more running. No more leaving. Our home is bigger than you think." It gestured with the bird's skeleton toward the walls. As it did, the walls of the camper seemed to dissolve. Not physically, but visually. They became transparent, like windows, but instead of showing our driveway, they showed a landscape. A twisted, dark mirror of the woods we had camped in, but everything was wrong. The trees were black and bent like old bones. The sky was a perpetual twilight. In the distance, I could see other shapes, faint, shimmering outlines of other campers, other cars, all half sunk into the earth, all glowing with the same sickly purple light. This wasn't just a haunted object. The camper was a seed, a piece of that other place, and it was growing, pulling the real world into its nightmare. The thing had brought its whole domain with it. The kid thing walked to the door and placed its hand on the latch. It looked back at us, its head cocked. "Let's go for a walk. You need to see the neighborhood." With a click, the door unlocked and swung open. But it didn't open onto our street. It opened onto that twisted bone tree forest. A cold, dry wind smelling of dust and static blew in. "Come on," it said, stepping out onto the dead gray grass of that other place. It turned and waited, expecting us to follow. My spouse and I were pressed against the corroded wall. We looked at each other. Every instinct screamed to run, but run where? Out into that alien world? Deeper into the corrupted camper? We were out of plans, out of weapons, out of hope. Our child was gone, replaced by this smiling pilot of a nightmare. The thing outside gestured again, impatiently. The choice was an impossible one. Stay in the rotting belly of the beast with the thing that wore our child's face, or step out into the hungry, expanded reality it called home. There was no third option. There was no winning. There was only staying and playing forever. We didn't move. The thing's smile widened, showing too many teeth. It was a smile that knew it had already won. The door remained open, an invitation to an eternity of twilight. The game was over. We had lost. The only question left was how long we could pretend we were still playing.